Yes, we also need to start recording. Okay. No, I should speak them. Okay, so do we need more chairs? So tomorrow we will be in a very different place with hundreds of chairs because we find a new place. Do we have more chairs? No. Okay. There's one. There is one. Yeah, there is one. Yes, here is another. Yes. Yeah. So here are some more. I think no, there is enough space for everyone. That's definitely true. Make it free. Okay, so everyone has chair. Okay. Good. Okay, so welcome everyone, and it's very good that you are here. And this is the fourth day of our event. So we had 3 days of workshops. So the first day we had 3D printing and AR workshop with the group, and then in the past 2 days we had an amazing workshop with Reka on visual abstracts and then how to translate ideas to pictures. So you will look around, and I think Reka will talk a little bit about this in this workshop. So we'll have very interesting talks today, and then some practical information. There are some games, so we will talk a lot about the Polyuniverse game. So please look at it because you will hear some talks about it. And also some practical information. If you need Wi-Fi, then we have lots of passwords, but please sign it and then return the sheets for you. So remember your passwords, or just cut it off, and then we need to return it to the university. And then also we need a participant sheet. So please sign it. It's very important for the meeting. So I will pass this around. So please sign one of these sheets because then that will be important. Pen. And we will have coffee. So there is coffee, and then there is a coffee machine. We had a very intense workshop. So all the food that we bought for the whole week was consumed by the workshop people. So then that means Reka had a very very entertaining way. So we had to eat a lot, but we are getting some more snacks later. So don't worry, you will survive. Good. And then we will have lunch. We will announce it later. And then we will have dinner today. Yes. What? And we'll have it in 6:30 and in the Bella Casa restaurant. We will send you the details and then give you instruction about all of this. And also, I would really like to thank for all the team here, Matthias for all the technology, Branko with all of the organization, Cecilia and the PhD students, Pastita, Vahid, Fadlan, Guillermo. I think you will meet the team. So if you have any problems, then you can just ask the team about this. So I think And we ordered sun for the afternoon, so hopefully we'll get it. So tomorrow we will have a little bit of change of the room because I talked with the director of the Circus of Knowledge, and we will probably move to the circus. So it will be announced later. So thank you very much. And then I give the word to Branko, who is a very important person.
I just need to announce the first speaker. Before I do that, I would like to say in the world of mathematicians, finding biologists, it's extremely rare. We are really really rare species. So when you found biologists in the world of mathematicians, you should protect them like endemic and relic species. And today our first speaker is biologist from field of biological education. Andrea is associate professor at University of Maribor, and her research is from one side related with using technology in biological education, but from another side she also explored the public opinion about vaccine in the COVID time. So it's really interesting. And yeah, Andrea, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning. I should start at 9 o'clock, so my time is. Good morning. My name is Andrea. I'm coming from Slovenia. I hope so that you all know where Slovenia is. We are neighbors of Austria, a small country, and I'm coming from small city Maribor. My presentation will be something about e-learning environment in biology, and now I'll go on 2 years in COVID time, and I think that you will find your country and yourself also in what is wrong?
No?
No. Next. Okay. This is short movie. Is in Serbian language, but I put some titles. I hope I'm sure you will understand. Oh, come on.
Halo, ljubavi srce tatino. Ajde usta ljubavi 4:15. Ajde da stignemo sve danas ovo online. Ajde. Ajde, znam da si umoran, ali moramo. Ajde polako. Ajde, tata je celu noć bio budan i uspeo sam nekako da provalim, pa sad slušaj tatu da ti ispriča kako će da ti šalju te online materijale, pa ti polako to danas da izvedeš. Važi. Ajde, slušaj ovako, znači engleski, ona će da šalje materijale SMS porukom. Jeste, i to kad završiš, slikaš i čuvaš na računaru u folderu i kad ti ona traži imaš 15 minuta rok da joj vratiš. Jeste, ljubavi, jeste. Geografija, to će da ti šalje Vibero materijale. Jeste, i vraćaš isto na Viber, ali ne na taj broj, nego na broj njenog muža, pošto on ima veću memoriju i bolji telefon, pa će više da joj stigne. Jeste, ne znam kada će da ti stigne. Biologiju, dobro, to pratiš preko RTS planete. Jeste. Matematiku, to pratiš preko Zoom aplikacije. Ne u neko određeno vreme, nego kad učitelj, nastavnica može, jeste. Tako je, javit će vam ona, jeste. Jeste. Muzičko ćeš da dobiješ materijal preko e-maila. I slikaš, tako je, slikaš i vraćaš odmah, ali e-mail se dobija noću, zato što tako nastavnici odgovara. Jeste, ali tu ćemo da angažujemo babu, da ona bude budav celu noć, da on ništa ne brini. To smo za muzičko rešili. Jeste. Slušaj ovako, hemiju pratiš preko Google Meeta. Tako je, s tim što, dobro, to jeste super aplikacija, nego tu imamo problem, profesoru ne radi mikrofon, pa će onda vam objašnjava pantomimom. Tako je. Polako ćeš savladati pod pantomimom. Jeste. Fiziku, profesor ima, nastavnik ima neki scenarija, pa je to našao. Pa ako možeš danas samo do 7:20 da naučiš. Tako, ne Brajevu će zvučati. Preko enigma mašine. Jeste, samo morate da dešifrujete što. Tako je, polako to dešifrujete i potom nađete. Sad, srpski nastavnica, ona nema, kako se zove, mogućnosti da prati te tehnologije starije žene, ali na svu sreću, muž joj se bavi golubarstvom. Tako je. I onda će ona preko golubova da vam šalje te materijale. Jeste, između 12 i 15 i 12 i 25 treba da budeš na prozoru, da sačekaš goluba, baciš mu malo kukuruza i da vičeš ovako. Da opustiš da ti on ostavi to. Tako je. U principu sve je jako prosto, nemaš ti tu problem. Da znaš, samo ispisali smo ti sa fudbala i ručak smo ti izbacili. Jeste, ostalo ti je doručak i večera, ali ćemo to malo obilnije. I mama i ja ćemo se razvesti, bata će živjeti sa mamom, a ti sa mnom da bi mogli to sve da stignemo. Jeste, ma bit će to sve. Ma to sve ljubi. Je doručak i večera, ali ćemo to malo obilnije. Mama i ja ćemo se razvesti, bata će živjeti sa mamom, a ti sa mnom da bi mogli to sve da stignemo. Jeste, ma bit će to. Ma to sve.
Okay, I'm sure that you figure out what is the point of.
I don't see what the problem is.
Me neither, but sometimes it can be quite confused by these different environments. And of course, we are not prepared for the future. How we can prepare students for the future if we are stuck in the past? I'm sure that you are, you know, all, not all, maybe a lot of those applications, but those applications are not usable if we cannot how to use it, when to use it, why to use it. Do you familiar with this pedagogy wheel? Yeah, and you probably use some applications out of this. So I would like to be fast because time is running. So in our study in COVID time, we compared two different methods of biology work. We prepare video lectures for content of bacteria. In 7th grade, so with the students, they're 12 years old. And of course, this one, tentacles and medipals, and insects and crustaceans. All these video lectures was around 15 minutes, so students can manage for this length for video method. And we compare another group students who learned by worksheets. If you would like to, I can show also those videos, but we don't have time here now. And what do you think what happened? If we see, sorry, yeah, if we see the results, yeah. We ask students how they like video clip, and how they like worksheets. If you can see the mediana, they more like video clips than worksheets. Of course, how they understand the content was to them. So how they learn. How they imagine, and what was another very important. When I saw in the worksheets or watching the video clips, I would like to ask teachers something. This is quite a high median, yeah. So we can conclude that teachers cannot be
Replace.
yeah, thank you, replace. We also, although we have all these equipment, some e-environment, we should be in with students. We don't ask them a lot of other things, but if we can see how much they learn, they get much more points with worksheets than video clips in this content. But if we can see another, yeah, insects, they got more points with video. Also with this one, and here is even statistical significant difference, yeah, between students who learned with video clips and who learned with worksheets. So what we can conclude? It depends on content. Yeah, we don't have a magic ball, we don't have a magic stick, so it's not important with what, but how. Yeah, so we can go with Meyer. So one of the most important points for affecting a learning process is acceptance for teaching method by students. If it's better for students environment or connection with other students or work groups, then is this better. So with our results, we can conclude that students prefer video methods for this study. So which is concerned with Choi and Johnson from 2005. The results are explained by the cognitive theory of multimedia learning. Why? Because we have two channels. Which two channels? Yeah. Verbal and visuals. So with each channels having limited process capacity, so we have to use both of them. We have to learn, we have to listen, we have to compare both these channels. And everything what is new, it's not perfect, and everything what is old, it's not bad. So it's again different what we and when we something need. This is probably you know this one too.
Emma. Huh? Emma. Emma.
Every day it's getting on my
Emma.
Oh, I'm
Emma. Emma.
Yeah, so according to content. Yeah. For my PhD research, I also compare two different methods of lab biology working. Traditional lab, you probably know it. When you use hands-on things, use laboratory equipment. Computer-supported laboratory, do you heard about it? You use also laboratory equipment and digital
processing.
Sorry?
Processing.
Yeah, digital processing and tools, instructions. Yeah, tools. Yeah, equipment. Yeah, digital equipment. Maybe you heard Vernier. Yeah, so this combine hands-on and digital equipment and virtual lab. We made simulations for the same three of biology labs. Yeah. So traditional lab computer supported lab and virtual lab with simulations. And what do you think? What do we find out? Which one students prefer? Traditional, okay.
Computer, maybe.
This virtual, no, computer supported. Students prefer computer supported because they mix hands-on things and computer, and they can solve results immediately. Here they should wait too long. It became boring.
Yes.
And this one, this is very boring for them because they're just clicking. So they really prefer combination of everything. So we should use different method and different way of learning. And what do you think with which method they learn more or best or
Traditional.
The one they enjoy.
It depends on
yeah, with all methods they learned probably the same. Nowhere were statistical significant differences. Yeah, but they enjoyed here mostly. Yeah. So implication of our studies goes in support of view that teachers can be most effective. I told you already when they use various teaching methods, including ICT, of course. And who is the biggest obstacle to 2 more minutes? Yeah, to incorporate ICT into lab work.
Teachers.
Teachers, mostly the
I would
teachers.
say parents.
Ah, yeah, thank you. They're too much included in this process. But we think that we should not prepare students for something specifically, but for everything. Our teachers think that preparation for future, for something that will be some in the future, but my dear colleague, please, the future is already now. Yeah, and we probably, oh, this is, I didn't change this. So proactivity, because of social changes, biggest changes, proactivity is needed. And I would just like to show you the span. Increasing the knowledge, yeah. So from year 400 to 1050, we have some knowledge and increase twice. Then just in 250 years, doubled. In 150 years, of course, much more knowledge. In 2050, this content of knowledge doubled per 20 years. And in year 2020, it's doubled in 100.
But I would say we increase number of facts, not knowledge.
Yeah, yeah. But what I would like to say, we cannot be someone who have yeah. So we have to talk to students. We have to discuss about it, and students need it. Yes, this is the point of this, and we also need another 101 days. Yeah, for learning, because everyone will need it. Another some knowledge. So although all these applications, I'm sure that you know, you're familiar with them, if we don't know why, how, and with who use it, they're not
Effective.
yeah, and useful. But that you don't think that we are doing something new. This is the end. So, yeah, technically, the Moses was the first person with a tablet who download data from cloud.
Thank you very much. Very entertaining talk. Great. So I think we have 5 minutes for questions. Oh,
Yeah.
so Branko is the authority. So three
What is your
questions.
criteria? Oh, sorry.
Tony first, Fadlan second. One more.
That was great. What are your criteria? Or have you got criteria
About what?
for determining your choice of app? Or indeed your choice of medium, video versus worksheet?
We chose the video and worksheet because of COVID time. Yeah, because we found out that a lot of Slovenian teachers just send some links, and students should read it and learn about it, but it was not effective. So we tried to make videos with teacher speech. Questions. We also gave them some time to draw something. So just like we were in class, and the same content was prepared with worksheet. Yeah. We could also use some application, but we just we said we will use video and worksheet. Yeah.
Fadlan.
Okay, because you said before that students more enjoy using a computer in laboratory, but in biology, students need to feel how with if they fail. For example, because previously I work in the microbiology laboratory, so sometimes we fail, like contaminate something like that. So if students always success in doing something in laboratory,
no, always not success, because in microbiology, it's we can, I don't know how we can use computer, because we have to probably count the numbers of colony and etc. etc. We have to take a petri dish and see what happened.
So my question is,
Yeah.
Is there any difference between what they really enjoy and not really enjoy to their learning outcomes?
Long-term knowledge, not short-term knowledge. You can speak about this retention of knowledge after, say, 1 year, 2 years.
We didn't check.
That's recommendation for future research.
We didn't check after 1 year, 2 years. We checked after.
After you learn with joy, you will remember longer, very likely.
Yeah, probably.
So now you said that they remember the middle.
Yeah.
So try to do it.
Yeah, thank you.
And with stress, you also will remember anything, not only joy.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, but
Welcome.
I think then that is an important debate, because what you said, this knowledge is doubling every 100 days now. So do we really need to give knowledge and then students to remember? I think that's a good case for skills rather than remembering everything, because the computer remembers. And then what we need to do is that we have the right question.
Yeah.
And then interrogate. So I think we are moving from the kind of traditional way of knowledge to more to the skills. But
We
I
have
think-
to discuss
Yes.
with students, and we have to learn about competencies, sustainability. I know that you know which competencies are.
Exactly.
The 2-second question.
Yeah. Branko alone. Of course.
What I liked about your lecture is that it made me curious, because I knew nothing about biology education. And it made me ask the following questions to myself. how does one learn biology? How do I know when they've learned something, and what can they do with the knowledge in real life? And I think I'm not asking the question in order to get an answer, but I think it's the question we should be asking when we're changing from one subject to the other, because it's not the same.
Yeah, the content should be connected with everyday life, with real life. But this is according to each teacher. I teach pre-service teachers how to connect content with everyday life. But
That's an important question for us to think about, how to use technology then.
Yeah.
To support.
yeah,
The same for every
Yeah.
subject.
yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. So we learned lots of knowledge and skills from Reka, and then I think she will continue this with us. So thank you very much, Reka. It's a really great experience, and then I think we will continue now.
I will take the camera that way.
Yeah.
Oh, everyone signed this?
No. Sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Andrea. I can very much connect to the power of paper, not only when going to the bathroom, but also for other purposes, namely unlocking ideas. So that's why today I would love to share with you my passion for paper. And it's like, what? So why is she talking about PPT? Because it's the power of pen, paper. And what can be the third ingredient? Thinking. Thinking, yes. My brain. So I now sound a bit like a boomer in the age of AI, like, what am I with my notebook and with my markers? What am I doing here? But I truly believe that there is a power lying in the simplicity of low tech, of having just a pen and having a notebook, its availability, and the freedom provided by restraint. We were also talking about visual abstract, the thoughtful restraint, like having not so many opportunities, so many apps to choose from, but really just this simple tool. It can be really liberating for our thinking process. One of my course participants once said, like, when I want to work, I of course open my computer and I open my apps, but when I want to think and generate ideas and put things together, I just take my notebook and my marker. So today I would like to share with you some ways to liberate this power for yourself, for your team, for your students, for whomever. So there are some ways of using the power of paper. One of them is for event design. If you want to make a conference engaging and exciting, it can be amazing to put on some paper in the wall. Like if you want to synthesize complex information, project deadlines, strategies, ideas, putting things together. If you want to make sense of collaboration and teamwork, like you have a bunch of flip charts at the end of your co-creative session, I cannot even read them. So like developing that aspect and thinking like you can also draw, I can also draw. Like there is this blockage, I have it with singing, that a teacher when I was 6 told me that I have a terrible voice, and some of us are told that you're an awful artist. So to unleash the power through overcoming these blockages and making sense of complex info in an engaging way.
So just a little bit to address all these issues, just a few words about myself and how I address them. Well, part of the things I do, you have seen yesterday during the presentation of Tobias, live drawing, visuals, live synthesizing, audio, and presentations. Sketchnoting, so teaching visual thinking and sketchnoting from like 11-year-olds to like 19-year-olds, 90, I mean. Helping people to collaborate better with visual facilitation and synthesizing information like infographics and well, visual abstracts is part of that, Lily, as well. And sketch videos. Maybe you have seen these informative videos when there's a hand drawing. Yeah, and there's speech. Okay. So, 3 techniques to unleash your power of visual thinking. First one, the pen and paper. So very often when we go through an ideation process, for example, you think about your research and you want to put together your ideas. What's going on in your head is like this. Like, no wonder that on your paper, it's also not very pretty, because there's a very exciting process going on in your head. And at this point, it's really not the point to make something beautiful on your paper. So don't have unrealistic expectations toward yourself, because principle number 1, mess is your friend, mess is your ally, and don't make your visuals too pretty in the beginning, because it will really block you. All the things I have been teaching you the past few days about fonts, colors, icons, forget it. At this point, it's really about accepting the beautiful mess and scribbling. I was talking to someone in the kitchen and she had this awesome like idea generation process on her paper. And she was like, oh no, I'm so embarrassed. I'm not using what you have taught us. It's so ugly. I'm like, no, this is great. This is great that it's messy because it really supports thinking. So if I show you my notebook, it won't be pretty at all. That's really not the point. Because what happens in your head and in your paper, that some gems are starting to crystallize. There's some connection happening between the synapses and, you know, clustering, making sense, idea generation. And it kind of happens also on your paper. So as the next step, from all these things, they will come out some marvels, results, and ideas, and thoughts. You're gonna connect them, and hopefully it will support your process of being a happy and crystallized researcher, teacher, whatever you want it to be, also for everyday life. So the takeaway here, process product, yes, it's what I showed you yesterday, the tip of the iceberg is the pretty visual. Like here is the wow effect of a graphic facilitation, it's like a visual recording. But it's always a balance, you know, product and process, and which one is more valuable, which one serves your purposes. So sometimes it's really, processes are messy, as humans are. Okay. So what's here? Mess serves. Ta-da! And it supports your thinking, your clarification, crystallization, and your process of iteration. So number 2. What comes here? Break linearity, which means that I think those of us learning in a traditional educational system, we are used to taking notes this way. And what can be a first step toward visualization is kind of clustering and breaking down your information. I think yesterday I was talking maybe with Mara, probably, that also this process of, okay, I'm not using icons yet, it's not really pretty, there are no colors, but she was really clustering and breaking it down and making sense of all of it. So that really supports, again, your thinking process, because this gives you space of connecting your ideas, highlighting, and making a mess again on your paper, but it's a really productive mess. It really gives you freedom, a different freedom than linear note taking. There we go. So take away, break up your content cluster, experiment with different arrangements. That's what we have done kind of in the past 2 days, and you can see some of the remaining heritage of these days. So third one, what is the third one? I'm curious. That was one of the key takes of the past 2 days, the workshop, which is filtering and simplifying. As a graphic recorder, when I sketchnote a presentation, it's like 10% what actually appears on my paper from the information that I've heard. It really depends on the density of the talk and the density of information, but all the acoustic, visual, digital information that we are surrounded with and overflowing us, it's really a critical skill nowadays to filter it and really distill the essence and simplify. And also when we were talking about visual abstracts, it's hard, right? You want to deliver all the information, you want to share the richness and the depth of your research, and there's this pressure of, okay, put it together. What are the 3 key takeaways? What is really the essence here to put on paper? So may it be your amazing ideas in your head, may it be acoustic information from outside. It's really a skill to be trained, and it's a personal belief and also a passion that nowadays it's really often unacknowledged and unseen. It's like a blind spot very often, developing the skill of filtering and essentiality, like having a sense for what is the essence, what does this text want to say, what does this speaker say, what is the purpose of this app, like essentiality. So, as a little model for to synthesize all the different genres, I would like to give you a visualization compass so that you can orientate a little bit on what you would like to learn more about all these different tools and skill sets. It's partly a tool and partly an accompanying skill set. So here are 3 different purposes. One of it is pen and paper can help you understand and process things. It can help you to make sense. It helps to capture information and capture it in a different way. And it helps you to present, to share with others. And there are also these parts like, is it for yourself? Is it for you to capture and to understand? Or is it really for others? You want to communicate what matters to you. So here are a few examples. When I want to understand things for myself, it's basically sketchnoting in my notebook. It's doodling, it's journaling. If you know bullet journal and visual planning, kind of personal planning systems. It's, what else is there? Yeah, basically sketchnoting for yourself. If it's kind of funny for myself and presenting, what is that? I can tell you an example. It's like a vision board. Like every beginning of the year, I draw a visual that kind of anchors my goals for the year, anchoring purpose, and I put it on my fridge or the toilet door or something that I can look at it regularly. So it's like presenting it for myself, but like having the visual present as a point of orientation for myself, so I can keep track of my deadlines and my research submission papers and these kind of things. Making sense for others. Well, graphic recording, what I have done yesterday, like the presentation of Tobias, appearing in a different form and helping participants of a workshop or a conference process and understand. It's also kind of capturing, right? So it makes things memorable. And here there is synthesis drawings, infographics, also visual abstracts, right? What we have been working on. And there creeps in the digital aspect as well. Sometimes I also draw on my laptop, especially, or my tablet, especially infographics. So visual abstract, synthesis drawings, infographics. That's it. That's it. And key takeaways, you know where to find me and where to, if you would like a graphic recorder, a visual workshop, anything. And maybe one more key takeaway, your presentation, PPT, Prezi, whatever, your handout, which summarizes the info for your participants, for your students, and your memo for yourself, this is what I'm going to speak about, is my presentation, are not the same. I'm sorry. Don't make your PPT a handout, and it is not your memo for giving the presentation. And if you want, you can learn more about that with me anytime in the future. The key thing, what also with Andrea we were talking about, that choose your tool according to your purpose. Know what is your why, your mission, your point of orientation, and whether it's apps, whether it's a tablet, whether it's paper and pen that serves you, or whether it's plastic, asymmetrical educational tools. Pick your tool according to your purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reka. So we learned a lot all the time. So it's the second workshop that we had with Reka, and then it was a very good summary. And then we will continue it next year. And we have time for questions. 3 questions. Everyone has their questions.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So, and thank you so much for the crew of the past 2 days as well. Like, you've really done an amazing job. And maybe you will have some, those of you who weren't here, you can get some glimpses of the visual abstracts developed by those who attended, because it's really amazing what they have created.
Yes, and then all the notes and everything is available, and then you can watch the videos. So everything is recorded and streamed YouTube on the Zoom, so you can find all the things that Reka has done. And then I think we are developing a joint folder for visuals for our research. So you can contribute to the folder with your own visuals. And of course, we have the takeaway that everyone.
Thank
So
you.
everyone will have a picture of their PhD proposals, right? For the 15th of June, and then also for the PhD defendants and because it's very important, and it really helps you to write and then also describe your work as well. So thank you again, Reka. And
Thank you.
great. So thank you very much. And then we have our next presenter, Carla. So I'm just back from Porto, where they are doing really amazing things and have a really great team. And
No.
Boil everything. Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much, Carla. So 15 minutes. I will.
Okay.
Okay. So hello to you all. Just like Schultz has said, I am from the Polytechnic University of Porto, and I know Schultz, I don't know, since it feels like since forever, but yeah. And so this is I'm going to talk about joint Erasmus Plus project, which is Math Bigger, escaping math problems. What?
Sorry.
It's the development of escape routes for math students in higher education. So we're starting with calculus rooms, and we'll move on to algebra. It has to do with mathematics, okay? And then after we will try to expand to other curricular units. And so this is what I usually start with this one because I think it's quite interesting that already in the past century people were thinking about it, and already in the Confucius times they really knew that if you only understand when you do things. So hands-on, experiential learning, etc. So you need the theory, of course, you need someone to tell you about it, but if you do not apply it, then you forget it after 2 weeks. You only remember 10% of what you have read. So this is extremely useful for everything, I think. And so we were in the middle of a pandemic, and I think this brought or highlighted some of our handicraps in using technology, right? Why? Because everyone went to the classroom in a presential way, right, and explaining to the students, and they could use some computers, etc. But then we were struck with this pandemic, and then we were forced to this emergence remote teaching, which is called. We had to change everything, and we ourselves, the teachers, had to really try to find out how to reach our students, how to motivate them, engage them, etc. And so the pandemic was useful to accelerate what you already knew. So the future, just like Andrea said, is already here, or was there yesterday, here also. So we need to bring innovation for everyone, as well as innovation in technology and gender equality. And why? Because we are teaching Gen Zers, which are the students who were born around 1996, and they were born inside already this technological world, whereas we didn't know when we were 1 year old or 2 years old or 5 years old what was maybe a computer, a tablet. There wasn't even the cell phones when we were born, so they know it, they use it since forever, and they know how to scroll down and up. When my daughter was 2 or 3 years, she already knew how to go to the right websites to see cartoons in the tablet. Yeah, she knew that. So yes, I know we have to make an equilibrium between what they do in the computer and what they do in free time outside, etc. Yes, we do that too. But anyway, we only have the outside, the playground, playing with mates, etc. Now they have it all, so it's much more, how to say, intensive for them, and it's also much more challenging for us teachers to get to them. So they worry about everything, environment, healthcare, everything. And So whereas we, I don't know, we were kind of maybe still getting to teenage age when we started to, you know, doing this arguing with everything and checking and pointing to everything. So they have these things forever. They grow in this global world and they really worry about what to do. They want to intervene in the world, and so 79% of them would like to integrate their higher education. So I'm talking about higher education students because that's the level that I teach at. But anyway, this also happens before, and so they want to go to the companies. They want to have these internships. They want to hands-on experience everything while they are in higher education. They want not only the theoretical knowledge, but also the practical knowledge. And so we need to empower the students. We need to have this classroom environment of empathy and go from a learning style in which they were merely vessels, okay, the students, so we were in front of them and blah, 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 everything, all the theory, to something that we need to modernize, not only mathematics, of course, just like we saw it, we need to modernize everything in order to reach them, to engage them, to make them trust us, trust that what we're teaching them is what they need to learn. Even though in 5 years or so after they finish graduation, everything is already completely different, right? But if they don't develop their brain cells, just like Hercule Poirot said, if they don't have this knowledge previously, then it will be very difficult for them to get to work, so to the market, and start changing their knowledge to and apply a different knowledge if they don't do it previously with other types of knowledge that we teach them. So and the skills that we're talking about right now, so they also need to develop these skills, not only the hard skills, because we know that there is this lifelong learning. Okay, so you start kindergarten. Before that, with your parents, when you're a baby, you start with the first word, the first steps, blah, 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 and then you go up until you die. And once upon a time, we thought that, okay, I go to higher education, I finish graduation, and that I stop learning. It's not like that. So hard skills, soft skills, conflict management, etc. This is extremely important, really. When you go to an interview right now in a company, they ask you not questions about your hard skills because you have a diploma, so they already know what you have, but conflict management, communication, also all of these skills. They ask you questions about this. So critical thinking is also important, teamwork, because if you cannot work in a team, then you're useless in a company. That's period. So, okay, you have the greatest plans that go to an office and start, for instance, programming there, and it's okay, they don't mess with anyone else, and the companies want them to. But most of the people have to work in a team. So if you cannot work in a team, then you will get fired, definitely. So we don't want this type of classes, although in this movie, this picture was amazing, right? We want this type of classes. And also there should be a right balance, especially we teach in a school of engineering, so we teach future engineers, civil, mechanical, etc., electronics. So we need to find the right balance between the applications that we teach them and the abstract knowledge. And we teach abstract mathematics, but we have to tell them what's sigma, what's an A, up or down, and stuff like that, because they don't know when they get there, unfortunately. So always rigor and formalism, because mathematics is rigor. If you don't teach rigor, then they forget everything they learn. Yeah, it's true. I know we have students that ask, oh, why do I need mathematics if I'm building a bridge? Oh my goodness. What is that question about? If you don't know mathematics, the bridge will fall, definitely. Period. Just like the bridge, I will always tell them and show a video of a bridge collapsing in Tacoma in 1940 something in the US because of the wind. Oh, 42. I think 42 something. And the bridge did fail. Why? Because the frequency of the bridge had a resonance with the frequency of the wind, and then poof, it collapsed. It started to windy, and then crashed. So this is why. And also, if you are a mechanical engineering, if you don't know how an AC works, then you will be in a room and you cannot stand there if it's too heated or too cold or whatever. So, or you cannot. For example, in automobile mechanics, then your car will crash. If you are in a company that develops cars and the car has some bugs, then it goes outside and it starts killing people, or it crashes or whatever. So it's important to know mathematics, really. So we try to apply a little bit of agile in education, methods that engage our students in learning. And so this is why we thought about escaping rooms, digital escape rooms in mathematics. Yeah, how can you do it? You can. Yeah, well, it doesn't look like a very good or interesting thing to have escape rooms in mathematics. Oh, you'll see. You'll see. So this was an Erasmus Plus project. We got more or less good grant, and it started last year. And we are in a collaboration with JKU, of course, and also the company. So we had Matthias in the first part, and then we have Eva and where is Mincho is not here. She went to Korea, but we have Mincho with us also, and Eva. And we have a partner from Turkey. Also, some of you might know her, Salai, and yeah, of course. And we have also
Greece.
Greece. That's it. We know that last year. Yeah, Kostas, he was also very good working guy. And Maxwell is the company who has developed the virtual escape rooms, and everyone else is trying to think of the problems and the storytelling, which is extremely important in an escape room. You have to have a storytelling which is adapted to the mathematics that you want to teach also. And so you need to keep the student there from the beginning until the last problem that they have to solve. Okay, so you can do it. 1 second. What this has to do? It's biology. Yeah, I know why. Because in calculus, so I work in epidemiological modeling. So in my other research topic, I'm a mathematician that develops these SIR models, susceptible, infected, and recovered. They were very useful in the pandemic, right? In order to predict how many infected would be and compute the rate of infection, etc. Did you remember? Do you remember this rate of infection, reproduction number, blah blah? Okay, so I don't teach those models in calculus, but I can give them a model of this and ask them to predict by using differences. You know, for example, the next step, instead of calculating the derivative, the first derivative, they approximate the first derivative by using the differences. You know, central differences, the right difference, left difference, etc. So I can use these things, transdisciplinary things, subjects, topics that have nothing to do with mathematics, in order to engage them and ask them to solve calculus topics, tasks. Okay, so that's what we do here. These are fungus, the cordyceps, that usually they, how to say, they infect mosquitoes, etc. And they make them, so they turn them into kind of zombies, really. And so we thought, why not? Yeah, of course, insects. They infect insects. They do not infect humans, but we thought, well, in 1 minute, two, let me move forward. So, but we thought about it. Why not in some years from now, there's a catastrophe, unfortunately, on Earth, climate change, blah, blah. So these cordyceps evolved in order to infect human beings. And then we have students, blah, blah, from university. They're very ugly indeed. And then we turn out just like this, if that would be possible. And this is the series, from a series, TV series, The Last of Us. And so we thought about why not mixing these things and ask them to solve some problems. And the problems, now, in the end, the students have, this is an escape room, so they have several tasks, blah, blah, I don't have the time. But the students, so there was a scientist who was infected, but before getting to that stage of completely zombie and then dying, he recorded a video in which he said what someone who might have survived should do to assemble the antidote to give to people. And so the students have to see the video, okay, oh my goodness. And okay, so they are pushing me to finish, and so they have to assemble blah blah antidote, and okay, so this will be interesting. Mathematics is and I don't put here the equations, but they will have to know the equations, of course, but the model is this one. So you have the susceptible who are infected by this with a certain rate of infection, and then they may recover. In this case, we also said no recovering after some time, so they will die. Okay, before the antidote. So can they really take over? No. And these are the partners, and this is the website already. I will tell you. I just wanted to, for the people who are my age and older, you know this, you know Rod Stewart. Yeah. Stormy waters. Yeah, we are definitely sailing stormy waters, but we like it, and we will. Yes, we can. We will provide. This is my Center of Pedagogical Innovation. If you want, I can give you the slides. And this is the conference, which will be in July. You are most welcome to Port. It's a very nice city, and you can go there. I can send all the information in Slack, and yeah, definitely failure to failure to failure, and so we can get some success, but usually it's failure and less failure and failure again, and but we'll keep moving forward. And when the student is truly ready, we are not needed in the classroom. So the thing is that we should help our students so that we are not useful in the classroom after some certain time, of course. We have to have a job. Okay, but after some time, if the student is really truly ready, they don't need us. Okay, so you can contact me anytime, and it was amazing to be here. Thanks, Schultz, for the invitation. Okay, bye bye.
So thank you very much, Carla. It's always really great to work with you. And then we have seen in Porto the amazing maker labs, and then we have lots of possible collaboration. So I think that is good. So we are really running out of time. And then our heroes get back some food for you. So we will have a break soon. Maybe maximum 2 questions. Or I just frightened you.
Which platforms do you use to develop?
The escape rooms, it's Maxwell, it's the company. It's really a company. It's from Hungary, and it's run by Peter Galandos. You don't know Peter? Oh, because it was Joel who introduced me to Peter. So he has an informatics company and they developed this type of virtual educational environments. And the other ones, we were there 2 weeks ago, and the other ones who developed escape rooms. We have to give them all information. So all the storytelling, which is extremely important, of course. And then they just, how do you say, program it, just like we said them too. Yeah, everything detailed to them. Yeah, otherwise they won't know what to do. So we tell them first step, second step, third step, etc. Everything till the end. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you need any access to Maxware, I can arrange you an account because Peter is a very good friend.
Yes.
So it's a very interesting environment and then it's growing a lot.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, so I take the opportunity to say goodbye. We have a train to catch to Vienna and then back to Portugal. So it was really nice to meet you all. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rita.
I think this is not the last time you are here.
No, this is only the first time. Okay.
Thank you very much, Kana. So we have another amazing presenter. Miriana, who was also speaking in our previous conference, but she was not only speaking, but she was also singing with the microphone. But we don't need a microphone in this room, but I get you a dummy microphone. So you can be like a pop star again, like last time in the conference. So
Yes, now.
now that's okay.
It's working. Oh,
Okay,
yes.
thank you, Miriana.
Thank
I will time you because we need to keep the time, and then we need to arrive to the lunch place soon. So
Yes, I try to fit in these 15 minutes. I do my best. My topic is related to visualization and design of STEAM activities. And through this, I will present one type of the activity, STEAM activity with integrating virtual reality and present how we managed to do that and how it was. I am a PhD assistant from the University of North South. My PhD was related to the field of methodology of teaching integrated natural sciences. And I'm now dealing with research in STEAM education. I have some recent applications in the field using simulations, also gamification. These are from this year, and my research interest is related, which I mentioned, to the integration of science, technology, and arts within the theme, using simulation, gamifications, and virtual reality. I will talk now about the aim of this presentation is to present one type of the activity which we realized last week. I do that in cooperation with Branko. Branko and I work together on this. We developed together ideas and we are working on our papers together. I want to present the activity paintings with magnets. Its design, it consists of all of these steps. First was visiting galleries through virtual reality. This was done by totally immersive virtual reality with using virtual glasses.
Then we wanted for students to get known with concept of magnets, what magnets represent to them through paintings of magnetic north, imagining Canada in paintings by 7 famous Canadian painters. And after that, we enroll them in some real hands-on activities, experimenting with magnets, then using simulation to get acquainted with these basic concepts. And after that, we wanted to get them familiar with the term abstract paint, art, and landscape. And at the end, through the main activity, students were in a position to create for themselves two-dimensional or three-dimensional work of art by integrating all these elements. And they were really incredible. I will show some videos about that. And this is the activity. I tried to be fast. First step, visiting galleries through using virtual glasses. Students, we have the 2 groups, and we compared the 2 groups. Students who were totally immersed in this reality. They have gloves, they have glasses, and the second group was only observing that through screen. And we compared their experiences. And they were a big differences. Here are some of the pictures from the activities. We trained our students to work with students that have they are 10 years old. These are some types of the questions. I also tried to that experience. Second activity, magnetic north. These famous paintings by the Canadian artists. Through adequate questions, we guide student inquiry, and here we have some types of the questions. Get them familiar with the term magnetic. Then scientific review, also examples of real hands-on activities in their classrooms. After that, we have a lot of different activities, and this intervention was realized in a period of 2 weeks. Simulation application. And after simulation, we enrolled them in the abstract art and landscape. Abstract art was the unfamiliar concept to the student. And we have to give them so many examples of different paintings and to engage them to create their own abstract arts in order to get familiar and understand this concept. Here are some examples of the questions there. Landscape, examples of the landscapes by Claude Monet, and some art paintings from painters from Serbia. Then main activity, this is the main activity. creating some original two-dimensional or three-dimensional work of art, and students developed their ideas. This idea was to paint with magnets, put magnets under this thin table, and then using iron elements by moving the magnets below the table. Colors are also moving on the paper, and they really created amazing pieces. I will show you some. I also have videos and designs of all these activities. If you are interested later, I can show you. These are some examples how it look in practice. This is the example of three-dimensional piece of art a student make. It's a really good idea, and they integrated also some interactive parts. This butterfly can be moved by magnets, which is behind this box, and it represents their original work of art. These are some of their abstract arts, which are made by painting with magnets. These are some of the examples. I have videos, short videos about those activities. I don't know why I can. It doesn't work. Matthias, maybe you can help. Or I can show it later. Maybe it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Maybe the second one will work. Small?
No, it's not.
I don't know.
Is it integrated or it's in YouTube?
It's integrated, and I have it on the laptop also. I can show it later. I have all saved.
So you're contemplating watching some movies.
Unfortunately. Then I will talk a little about polyuniverse. We developed some ideas to using polyuniverse in this, but it doesn't show anymore. Something happened.
Technology.
Yeah, technology problem.
I representing the ideas of Padla.
Oh.
Yeah, you.
Maybe
Network
that.
Yeah, the network didn't.
talks off often.
Oh. That's the problem. Oh, try. I don't know.
Network
Maybe we
failed
can use
a few
Professor
times.
House, but the.
Do you use it for editing or?
No. Oh, maybe for that reason the
Network was
video.
failing.
Yes,
Yeah.
network was
A couple of times, actually. So what's that? Network was failing.
failing.
I
Yes,
had to relog in twice in this couple of minutes. And I have it on automatic.
yes, and it's a fuzzy presentation, and it depends
Yes,
on using
very
internet.
Stress that right.
Yes.
No,
Only the technology is happening now.
yes,
You see action needed all the time.
Really?
Maybe it's too many of us and laptops. I think we need a break.
This is the sign.
Yeah,
You want to take a question? Guys?
Oh, okay, so now that question time. So please ask,
I wanted to present some results of these activities, but yes, I'm.
and then there will be
We trust you.
a question. There will be a question time for results too, but question time for introduction.
You can also tell us about results.
Yes, I can
I
tell
know
what we
these
measured.
are better, but.
Yes, maybe it will be good. We, through all of these activities, we measured student teacher perceptions about using virtual reality, student perceptions, student achievements, conceptual understanding, and retention of their knowledge. And we also measured the level of their invested cognitive effort, and we wanted to find a correlation between all of these variables. And at the end, we also measured student engagement, behavioral, emotional, cognitive, and agentic. Some of results we discovered that teachers are familiar with the term of virtual reality, and the main problem is using the virtual reality. For most of them was the lack of equipment. School are not does not they don't have that equipment. They find that is too expensive, and teachers who have the equipment they lack guidelines on how to use it in practice, and that's it. That are the most problems for the most of teachers. Student perception were mostly positive. They were really excited, they enjoyed it, and we mentioned if they are enjoying, they are good in retention of knowledge, and that was a correlation between these two variables was strong. They enjoy it, they find it really entertaining. These activities also motivate them to learn science concepts. Regardless student engagement, all types of engagement were at a high level. Emotional engagement was the highest.
Ovo je atrakcija.
Da, to je fenomenalno. It's short, now it works. It's good. Yes. So
with Branko, we are giving a workshop on problem solving.
I'm on the results now. I wanted to show some.
So maybe if
now
you can finish in 3 minutes.
Oh yes. Yeah, these are the some of the questions from the teacher perceptions. Yes, I
And if you
explained
can
that.
show the polyuniverse
Poly-
example, because I think we have some polyuniverse on the.
This idea
on the-
is still under the development, but we wanted to test how we can implement polyuniverse game with using getting involve students in the activities related to the density in liquids, and integrating this with arts, with basic and secondary colors. And this is the Branko study idea. But because we are working together on this, we wanted to use these elements and to let students try to get these words and also to incorporate drawings. If they, for example, use triangles in some parts, some other parts of these animals could be drawn. And we wanted to complement drawings with using these elements and teaching them basic and secondary colors. That would be one type of the activity, but it's still under development, and we have some design ideas how we can incorporate all this together. I have those designs here with me. Also, I can show you later how it can be like. And after that, we have I mentioned also student perceptions, student achievements, correlations between these variables also, and student engagement. And I finished. I will left the final words to you because thank you for your 15 minutes. And yeah.
Nice, yes. So 2 more questions, maximum, and then your wish comes true.
Okay.
The coffee is waiting for you.
And then break.
So, Mara, you have
Just
a
how
question?
many children did you work with?
The
And teacher.
62 classes for
Okay.
these activities and with 2 teachers. This was the test one, and we gathered a really good result from this. Thank you.
Okay. Pia and then Joseph.
How
and
are
then
you measuring a student's engagement? You said you were measuring it. How?
Yes, we created some questionnaires. And
Questionnaire.
yes,
So you
question.
have to fill out the questionnaire
Yes,
afterwards.
yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Joseph.
And also, we've been watching virtual reality, but we didn't use any glasses, gloves, or whatever. We just used simple computers and manipulation.
Oh,
And we were very happy because we started just before the pandemic.
mhm.
And during the pandemic, they could work from home, which wouldn't be possible with having this special device.
Yes.
So I think that relying on those very specific devices is a bit risky. It's not only expensive.
Yeah, it's
Also,
a risky.
you have to, for example, do you have 30 fairs for your students? in the class?
No.
Okay, you see.
Don't have, yes, it's also some type of the disadvantage. We don't have so many of the classes. And one of the disadvantages I forgot to tell is that with working with those classes, students can be addicted to the virtual environment with virtual environment also. That's the important thing.
Good point.
Yeah. But I think we talked about it yesterday, that the access to 3D printers or other things, it's not common, but it's getting there. So I think it shouldn't discourage us that it's not available now because it will be available tomorrow. So
Yes.
I think we need to experiment with
Yes,
all
natural.
weird things what we do because we never know what it is. And I think that's why we move from knowledge
But
or
at least you can
to
send that
skill.
file to the printer, which is not the case when you communicate directly with that, yes? This printer, you go just sit,
Yeah.
a final file.
Sure, but I think we should try this because we never know that
Yes,
what will
I
be
agree.
the next. So I think that is a good vision. So finally, Thank you very much, Lilian.
Thank you.
And soon food is coming in this way. And on that way too.
Yeah.
So whoever is very good, very good.
Thank you very much.
And let's have 15 minutes break.
Thank you very much.
How?
Okay.
For us now, it's not this way, but we can manage.
Claro, van a traer su labor y andar observando, como que yo creo que eso esa era la idea, ¿no?
Lo que les quede más corto.
Yes, yes. For us, it's easy, but.
I think I can solve it.
The problem is that
This computer doesn't have have a PowerPoint.
What is the point? Yes.
It's only for set.
I
can use mine if you want.
without rejecting the power. I have no problem with what. What I think is the problem is the connection between.
And
Yeah,
then-
your system and my computer.
This is computer. You just go into Zoom, share the screen.
Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm not interested yet.
Peter, yes, you need to log in on Zoom.
Thank you.
So all the presenters will come, please log into Zoom, because we are just sharing it's on Slack, so. Because otherwise it will be really complicated. Then we share the screen.
Directly,
Yeah,
right? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
I have already provided.
Very nice.
We send the link.
Okay, so that's all.
I can share it with you by email if you want. Yeah.
Yes, perfect. I have created. Yes. So we will like. Yes. Yeah. Very hard to say stop.
I send it to you.
Oh, nice. Look, after you, I'm making.
Tita, but Tita, what is that? What is the presentation folder?
It's not PowerPoint.
Share it on Slack. Yes.
Now you go to Zoom. Do we have video? Show.
No, no.
Sorry?
I will share the folder on Slack. So that I can have.
The people are getting recorded.
You said the English last week.
Very important. Yes. Okay, sorry.
Yes, so I think we need to start.
Let's start our next session to be on time for the next session. Hello.
Stop talking.
And please be seated. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. So we will continue our conference. We will have first session for the presentation. So we will have 5 speakers for the sessions. We will have Joseph, Peter, Agnes, are you here? Okay, hello. And Yudan, I think he's on the Zoom, so he will join us online. And the last will be Monica. Monica, are you here? Okay, let's see. Okay, she's coming. Okay, and for the first presenter, I would like to welcome Joseph. And you have, sorry, only 10 minutes
I know.
for presentations, and we will have 3 minutes for the Q&A session. Okay, the time is here.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my speech. I will be talking about preparing good videos from layman's guide. So I don't expect you making professional videos, but videos which could be very useful for your everyday life. Why we do need it? So first warning, we are not fighting for Oscars. We are fighting for our pupils and students' well-being. So they should be happy with video, they should learn from them, and the technical quality is our second order. So why? We need them for bridging teachers and students. We have seen recently during pandemic that we separate them, and they can be separated at any time, even today. For example, due to illness, student or teacher, transport difficulties. For example, Monday we were late, which our train was late, and if I would have a lecture Monday more afternoon, I wouldn't be doing. Staying abroad, yeah. Again, I can teach my students, and I was teaching for many years, students around the world from Bratislava. And also for getting value-added materials, because what we will be trying to prepare is not only for this direct use, but also students could from time to time to go back or enhance their education for this. So there are ways which we could use it for them. And naturally, if we use them, as I said, we would need myriads of them. Why? Because they should be all restricted to only one very short and narrow. I was shocked if a video someone mentioned here was 15 minutes long. It's long. Also, it should be short and uncluttered. So we're speaking about one issue, very narrow issue. I will show the examples. And it would be in children's native language or in the language we teach them in. It should be engaging all senses. It was said many times before, so I don't repeat why. Publicly available. So that's why I expect that if we teach, our teaching should go beyond the walls of our classrooms, and also accessible, say, by parents of other children. Because, for example, sometimes there is such a passion in Slovakia that this parents do not know what their pupils are learning. In my opinion, this is totally stupid because they cannot object. The reason is that they cannot object, but naturally they cannot help either. So, sorry, how to get back? Okay, so what we have to do is visualizing your idea. So, for example, I'm speaking about concept of limit in mathematical concept, and it means that this function, which is here, is not defined in point x equal to. Which means that when I use Excel, so I try to use all ways of visualization which are commonly available, I would say. I am, as I will mention that, I'm against proprietary software. I had very bad experience with that. We were doing very nice things in the past. But then the next generation of computers came and it was unusable. And money and the efforts invested into that were lost. So this is Excel and it doesn't show the value. And naturally on the graph, it looks like this. This is Excel graph, nothing more. So what's here? Yeah, you can ask your students, but you stop here. You don't continue. This is end of your video. Then you go to next video. You use the play function, but now you say, okay, what about going closer and closer? And again, you can use, and I was not using for the lack of space and time, another Excel tables, which were showing that we can go closer and closer and closer, and it still be a gap here. But then finally, we can say we are so close to that, and all those values from left and from right are very close to 4. So we say it's 4. Yeah, let's decide. We have this power. Yeah, we are strong men. And we explain also notation. Yeah, because then we have new concepts and we have to call them in a way. Yeah. So we have to use on the notation, which will say, okay, what we do is limit in point 2, which is this one on x-axis, and the value is 4, which is our beloved value. Yeah, we love it. And again, all those 3 pictures before, those are 3 slides which I presented, were 3 different videos, Very short, and they always open question in the end. Yeah. What do you think? What I will be doing next? Yeah? So I am activating, provoking my students, and some of them will say, I want. And also we can then use more complex concepts like divergence and convergence, and we can show them examples. And again, showing them Excel tables and so on, how it behaves. And you can use several of those parallelly. But again, each of them should be either problem in your video, just open problem, or another video. So don't clutter, don't kill them with information. Yeah? Keep this information as easy as possible, because what we expect, we are trying to give our students time to think. If we don't do that, they will never think, because we solve their problems for them. Why they should think. And this is the case why we should go in such rather strange, unusual way. And also, these two slides will show one video only. They will represent one video only. And it shows that let's make conclusions. And I have such a limit of a sequence, which is for natural numbers n, and it's of this -1 to n plus 200,000 divided by n. Yeah, what's the limit of this progression? When you look to the first, okay, I moved too far now. I don't know why, how I could do it. Sorry. Yeah. It's locked. Oh. Maybe you don't have battery anymore? No, I started this, I didn't use it today yet. So.
Have you uploaded your presentation on the folder, on the conference folder?
No, it's here.
Yeah, I can use.
So I tried to do it from the beginning. One of my okay, I don't speak longer. One of those principles I said is don't rely on technology. And you see, I have a good reason for doing it, because sometimes you simply click on something and you are lost. And you, because you are adult and experienced, you know that I am correct. It's not my fault.
But you keep smiling. This is the wonderful thing.
Yes. On the other hand, it's a risky presentation. This is the problem. We should be using as less technology as we can.
Yes.
And also, but on the other hand, this is presumed to be okay. We are here. Okay, go one slide back. Okay, so you see from first 20 elements, it looks like converging. Yeah, but then go to the next slide. Suddenly, when we are very far, this is 100 million and something. Then we see that it jumps like this. So it's not converging. And even my students ask me, if it is not converging, it means it's diverging. I said, yes, that's fine. You finally understood the concept. Yeah. So any sort of not converging means diverging. So this is something. Next slide, please. And also show them, because there was a issue of talking in practical issues. So, for example, here there is an example of a bridge in St. Louis, and this is its formula. And because we are in America, it's in feet, not in meters. So, okay, so we can finish. You can show it, but you can ask me other questions, because I was told that I have only 1 minute. So, please, your questions.
Just look at it.
Yeah. And next slide is also.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is don't. Another experience, very wrong experience. You go from, and Matthias told me that we don't have, I said, do you have PowerPoint on your computer? And he said, no, you cannot run your slides. So you go to another environment and suddenly you cannot use your technology. So we all should agree that MS Office plus YouTube is the basic. We all have it on our computers, and we refuse having anything else which is not directly connected to our education. Because then, we have seen, I have seen quantum of nice examples here today, but I am unable to use them in my machine. I have to install their computer, maybe pay for it. So it makes everything much more expensive, much more stressful. So what we have to do is to try to reach maximum profit from the minimum investment. And if we do it, and we even will smile, as I try to keep smiling, we can do it quite well. Yeah. But yeah.
It's one additional thing that I've come across on videos. If you have a voice explaining something.
Yeah, I do.
Right. So there's a difference between that voice being the voice of a didactician teaching somebody and perceiving.
You prefer yes or no? Two different voices, yeah? Someone else.
That's something else. It's a craft person who is explaining their craft to anybody. So I think these two, how do you say, approaches to the way when they
yes, it sounds very logical.
Very
Yeah.
And the second one I've seen in Khan Academy, and it works very well, especially for mathematics.
Yeah, the problem is that I was speaking about, Khan Academy is sort of professional now. Yeah. So I was speaking about layman when I was doing it for myself and my students, and possibly for a group, close group around. Yeah, which again I said I keep it publicly available because I have no mind. I don't mind whether someone else will learn it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. So, congratulations.
We will have Q&A sessions, but I will count it as first questions. your remarks, but yeah, because we have time limitation for 3 minutes and we have another for presenter, and let's continue for questions. Okay, Guillermo, please.
Hello. Why Excel? Why Excel? I mean, you chose Excel for a presentation.
Just because it's part of standard package. So you have to use a standard package, and Excel is part of Microsoft Office. So, and I will, for example, even I was when I was teaching databases, I was teaching with MS Access, which is also the part of this package. And still, because they use different format, I prepared some, I think 2,000 sample databases. And then they built a new version, and I had to transfer all those 2,000 databases to the new format.
Yes.
And you can imagine how long time it would take, because
that was what I was thinking, because sometimes Excel just removes some features.
If you need specific features, features, I said you can use, if in necessary cases, you can use proprietary software, yeah, specific software. So I have nothing to do against proprietary software. I just say use it only when it is extremely necessary.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So we still have a minute for the next questions. Are there still questions for Joseph? No? For the presenter, congratulations, Joseph. Thank you so much for the presentation. So, and we have the next presenter. We have Peter from Germany. Okay, and don't forget, you only have 10 minutes for your presentation. 10 minutes.
What a good segue from young men to decision making. So yeah, so I'll talk a little bit about TPEC instruments, and decision making. Get to the next slide. Okay, so I'll talk a little about my research aim, motivation, TPEC framework, research questions I'm exploring in my PhD, the methodology I'm using specifically for the research questions I'm presenting here, some of the findings, and some of my next steps. My research is part of a larger project, this project, which is not only mathematicians or math teachers, it's also linguists, geographic teachers, and so forth. So some of my work is maybe a little bit more general in nature. And I'll talk a little bit about how that influenced my research or has influenced my research. So ultimately, my aim is motivated by the fact that educators need to decide on when and how when to use technology in what learning settings and for what learning content. And that becomes increasingly more difficult with the number of technologies available. Thus, those decision-making competencies need to be developed, and those development activities need to be assessed using objective instruments. And my ultimate aim of my project is to assess, to develop an instrument to assess those competencies. So my task was to develop an instrument using open text items, using the TPEC framework. So TPEC framework, if not everybody is familiar with it. In the middle, there are these three circles describing technology knowledge, pedagogical knowledge, and content knowledge, and the overlaps of those three dimensions represent the uniqueness of how technology influences pedagogy, or how technology enables representations of different content, like Josef talked about how Excel can display and represent information. And in the middle is TPCK, the synergy of all three dimensions. That's what the TPEC framework is about. And as I said, my task was to develop an instrument. So in order to do that, I wanted to know what the current instruments are, which utilize the TPEC framework to assess digital competency of pre-service teachers. So do an inventory of what's out there. In order to do that, I did a systematic literature review, and time frame 2017 till October 2022. Pick that time frame just before actuality, and because there are existing previous literature reviews out there. Data sources you can see here. I used what's available to me, as well as the PME conference proceedings, and these keywords, TPCK, and so forth. Those also were used in previous literature reviews, and I limited myself to pre-service teachers because that's the focus of my research, or the project I'm working in. We focus on pre-service teacher development. Inclusion criteria were any kind of studies and papers which were qualitative, quantitative, or mixed methods studies, and not limited by teaching subject, because that was the scope of my project, or the project I'm in. I excluded anything where there was no instrument included, or not the T dimensions were included. So if simply content knowledge was assessed, or pedagogical content knowledge, and where there only were in-service teachers involved. I ended up with 196 studies. And of course, I will not present now the results of everything which is in those 196 studies, because as Joseph, I was told I only have 10 minutes. But certainly, I can relate to Reka, who said it was a mess at the beginning. So what to capture. So I'll just show you a few of the data points I captured. So usage of TPEC, the framework, in assessing digital competencies, it's widely used, 42 distinct countries, use the framework. Turkey being the where it's used the most frequent in this time frame. Teaching subject, 40 distinct teaching subjects, so it's used across a lot. I've seen Canadian canoe builders who use the framework to assess instructors using this framework, and all school across all school levels, and secondary schools being the most frequently assessed. Assessment types, that was what I learned the hard way at PME and some of the other when writing my research questions. So what is competency? What is knowledge? TPEC stands for technology, pedagogy, content, knowledge. You're using the knowledge framework, you're saying you want to assess competence. So I used in this review the definition by Blömecke, who differentiates performance, anything you can observe, me standing here applying technology and engaging you. So anything which is observable or micro teaching was done, that's what I categorized as performance. Skill assessment instruments are multiple choice item instruments, or instrument with open text items. And then knowledge instruments, simple single choice items. And then of course, self-assessment instruments. I know how to use technology on a Likert scale, 1 to 5. And that's the largest portion still in this time frame, 2017 to 2022. Still, the majority of the assessments are done using self-assessment for pre-service teachers. And then there are studies who are doing a combination of assessment types as well as beliefs studies, which I have not included here, but are captured as well. Performance and skill, yeah, so I think that's that. Yeah, as far as what type of self-assessments are used, it's still the original first assessment by Schmidt et al., which is used most frequently for self-assessment. Then there is the instrument by Gildalco and Sani, who are used next highest. Not a lot of new instruments are developed, or not a lot of new self-assessment instruments are developed. Maybe also what's interesting in this time frame, 2017 to 2022, the focus is not really on trying to get very crisp definitions of the dimensions or calculating correlations of those dimensions. It's more about how to assess and how to use the framework to make decisions in using technology. Multiple choice and open text items, that's what I was interested about, are used quite frequently for skill assessments. And then for performance assessment, mostly self-developed rubrics are used. And some adoptions here of Nice and Schmidt, the instrument of Schmidt. So that gave me a little idea of, on my journey for developing an instrument. That's why I used a combination of multiple choice and open text items. So yeah, a quick summary of all of the small bits and pieces I've just presented so far. TPEC framework remains to be used worldwide across teaching subjects and school levels. And despite the name of knowledge being a knowledge framework, it's used for skill, performance, and knowledge assessments. And still self-assessment, surprisingly, given the importance of technology integration, are most commonly used and not really what probably, given the importance of technology, should be skill or performance assessments. Next steps. I want to add a little piece of data I'm missing from October to December. Sadly, it's 490 papers to review. That surprised me a little bit, and I reviewed the number a couple of times, but whatever subscription changes my university happened, it's a lot. I want to analyze further the studies with skill assessments to understand what skills are assessed, and then overall, it started as a mess, and this little research turtle, it feels like a turtle is slow at land, and I'm getting a little bit closer to the water where the turtle is maybe a little bit faster, and that's how I feel about my research, where I feel a little bit through this sometimes very tedious literature review, that this research turtle maybe gets a little closer to water and swims a little bit. So with that, I say thank you, and
Thank you so much for being on time. Okay, let's move to the Q&A sessions. Please ask questions, whether people who joining online, please ask questions to Peter. You have questions? No, if I have. Oh, yes, please. Yes, please.
PCK, C stands for content. Well, content, technology is content, STEM is content. So why T why technology is separated here? I know you said you're looking into technology in a very open way, but the essence of the concept is pedagogical content knowledge. So for me, technology is part of the content.
Technology.
Or I'm not challenging you from that perspective.
Technology can be part of the content if technology is subject of the teaching. That would be one way. I'm not sure if I understand your question
Sure,
correctly.
we can talk more later.
But that certainly would be one way. And I would also say, as I said, integration of technology and merging the concept of pedagogy, content, technology is what, in my mind, is important for pre-service teachers, and that's my focus. So
sure.
With some subject, technology is not that important, like, you know what I mean? If you had focused on one particular subject, it might have been different, maybe. But since you're not focusing on any particular subject, that's a different thing. My question is, however, you said you were looking at pre-service teachers, right?
yes.
Which level?
So in this review,
Is it primary, secondary?
in this review, in this data set of 196, everything is included. So I don't have a specific.
So teachers teaching from, say, 6 to 18?
Let's say the results, the final data set includes everything.
Right.
It's just a matter of now how to analyze it. And as I said, for me, the focus is on skill assessment. And I need to see if there is what kind of difference is by teacher level or school level.
Yeah, but I'm guessing that primary teachers are very different to secondary school teachers. You know what I mean?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. It's maybe in the way what technology is used and what content,
Definitely.
of course.
Yeah.
And in my instrument, I have to I'll consider that. So thank you. Good thought. Yeah, no, that's a good point. Thank you.
It's an interesting enterprise to do this review that you just said. Let me add another complexity.
Yeah.
In TPAC, you have 4 intersections, 2-way intersections and the 3-way intersection. I think the value of TPAC is that it's brought our attention that these intersections are objects in themselves, and they are followed by curriculum. So my question is, does everybody agree on the same curriculum for each of one of these intersections? And then in that sense, what do you assess? If you want to see if, so I'm just expressing the difficulty of assessing something which has been implicit, and that TPAC has helped us, that it's become a little less implicit, but it's not explicit yet. Nobody's decided. And also if you start switching from content to content, does that change the essence of each of the intersections?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take those questions and
Yeah.
take them home Friday because I can't answer them adequately in a short period of time. So thank you.
Yeah. And we have one last question from people joining online.
Okay.
Musa, could you please?
Thank you, Pastita. So thank you, presenter. It's a very interesting subject. Yeah, one question I just wanted to know, what was your criteria for choosing the journals from which you sourced the papers?
So the journals, I must admit, I use peer-reviewed journals and what was available to me via the university, via the EBSCO service. So I didn't, as long as it was peer-reviewed, I used it.
So simply we could say you chose those that you could access, right?
Yes, that would be the simplest answer, yes.
The second one is, you see, when you are talking about technology in teaching, the skills, whatever you are talking about it, when you connect with the content, like the previous speakers said, it will differ based on the subject. Could be language, mathematics. There could be so many differences. How did you deal with that?
So I'll see if I can quickly find the slide. I don't have it. So, so basically, I used the framework by Clark and Wilson, which basically describes the technology by activity, and she basically differentiates technology for organizing content, grades, attendance, worksheets. So organizing, representing content. And for collaboration and for self-directed learning. So I use these 4 groups as a level of abstraction to make sense of the mess. Because every study uses different applications. Yes, there are some common grounds, but I mean, everybody uses, depending on teaching subject, something different. So I use this grouping as a level of abstraction.
Okay, we are running out of time. Thank you so much, Peter. Thank you so much, Musa. And let's continue to the next presenter, Agnes. Are you joining the Zoom meeting? Okay, perfect.
Yeah, yes. And could you please disconnect your audio? I don't know. I should already have done. It's me. It's me. Can I share all the screen?
All the screen, yes.
Just overall.
No. Okay. Then. I have a pen.
You can just the first one.
What?
Oh, you just look.
Oh, I don't need that. Oh, thanks. I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
Hi, everybody here, and then I am Agnese Del Sotto, and I am a PhD student at the University of Trento. And I am going to talk with you about GeoGebraizing classical mathematical text as a learning experience with a communicative purpose, which is 4-line titles. So I owe you an explanation for this. I've tried to segment it a bit. Learning experience at first. This presentation regards a learning experience. So everything I will tell you
until the end, it is intended as something that student performs. So it is a teaching learning activity performed by students. And I frame the teaching and learning activity using the theory of objectification of Louis Radford. Then, GeoGebraizing classical mathematical text. Let's face this word by word. I start from the end. Mathematical text is a very peculiar kind of text because there is a coexistence of many components all together, a verbal one, an icon one, images, and a symbolic one. There is a tricky point, which is that when you have a printed text and you have one only image, you just see the last, the finished moment of the image, and narrative or drawing remains hidden. It is embedded in the text, is embedded in the symbols that we have. Let me show an example, which is originally in Italian. I am in the middle. I am which is in Italian, so I translated a bit. Is my translation in English? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This is my translation in English. Just to be more complete, as you see here, the text regard the construction of this particular figures, which is named complete quadrilateral. And if you just watch the image, you can say, where do I start? Where does the construction start? You need to read the text to know that the starting point are the four sides. And which are the four sides? You need the symbols embedded in it. So this is what I meant before with the 2 points. So this text, that this nice example, is taken from a book, which is an example of classical mathematical text. Is a book of Guido Castelnuovo titled Lectures on Analytical and Projective Geometry from the beginning of 19th century, of the 19th. And this is a book that he brought for his first year students. And okay, this is the text. It's not casual, but this is the text I extract portion from to work with students. To work doing what? I ask them to GeoGebraize text, extract of this text. What does it mean? To GeoGebraize text is a process that starts from a portion of a printed static text and ends in an appropriate, let me pass this word for now, a proper combination of resources that are on the site, on the Word, on the GeoGebra service platform. What I mean with appropriate, what are the criteria to, when you have finished, to request. The first one, that this product had to unpack the mathematical content of the text. And the second aim is to enhance the communicative potential of the text itself. So this is printed text, and this is the end. Okay, just to give an example, this is one possible final product that is coherent with the aims of the text that I showed you before. And I don't know if this is the slowness of my computer. Okay. You see here.
Could you please refresh the
No, it's
page?
okay, it's okay. It's, for example, here you have the text which is segmented in parts, and each part is synchronized with its specific visualization. This is an example, one possible example of what I mean with this kind of request. Okay, this is a process which is not so trivial because it has a lot of phases inside. What students, learners, what have to do? They have to first read and analyze the text, okay? Then they have to, in GeoGebra, visualize dynamically the content for who? For themselves. I'm thinking, your graph before was brilliant. Thank you, because it's exactly for their own understanding. They are working for their own. Just, I give you an example here. In the same text, we have the visualization. It is not so different, except for the dynamism that GeoGebra gives you. It's not so different from the static image because you don't see the narrative of the extraction yet. So there is another phase where you, on the visualization inside the text, you have to segment the text and synchronize the text with each segment visualization, and then show the navigation bar. This is, for example, the complete protocol of construction protocol of the applet that I showed you before, which is of 60 steps. But then to do the synchronization thing, and you're thinking, now you have to think to others' understanding. You want to be clearer than the text before. The function that you can use here are breakpoints. So if after you make decisions on how you want your applet to behave, you can only show the breakpoints, and this is what there is under the applet that the example of a good final point example. Okay, thanks. Okay, so it's a bit. So my case study, I focus on GeoGebra books as final point, and this text as a starting point. Why this text is so interesting? For many reasons. For example, it regards a strongly geometric content which is strongly visualizable, but it presents a massive verbal component with very few images and very few symbolic components. For the period, is the period that is characteristics of the text of the period. Then it's good for beginners because it starts for first year students, starts from point, line, and plane, and it never exceeds the 3 dimensions, but it contains a special eye that was developing in that period, where, for example, geometric figures are conceived as something generated by the motion of other objects. And one last thing that I think is important, is crucial, is in Europe, this text, all the work of Guido Castelnuovo has become public domain since this year. What does it mean? It means that maybe we can think to students to work on creating new edition of this kind of work. So this is what I work on, and this is the communicative purpose, which I frame methodologically speaking, both in mathematics education and in psychologist fields. So my case study, and I close with this, just a little glimpse, is regards the basic tenets of projective geometry. You still have enough time. Really? Yeah. Oh, okay. I mean, it's more than. And so the basic tenets and how I created an experimental part of this. I show you just an example, but the link is on the slide if you want to. It's a long path, many hours of work, but it contains, for example, some extract of original text, which are the blue part. And students are asked to do something with this text. For example, visualize it or implement the operation. This is, for example, the definition of projection. So project all these things from this point. And what happens if the point is at infinity point? Try to visualize that situation, and it's so like that. And who does these things? Students and researchers, because I want to understand what really happened in that when you do this type of activity, of teaching learning activity. Just to show you an example of a final product of an undergraduate student that she did this work for her thesis, is the last thing. Just to show you her interpretation of the visualization of the projector in all that cases. And she did something like that. We are at infinity case, when the center of projection is at infinity case, and you can choose what you want to project. For example, I choose the improper point, and you can scan the text with the images. And she also chooses to add some animation to show what really happened when you are doing the projection. So this is just an example, but the link is, sorry. Okay. And this is the bibliography, and thank you for your attention.
Question, please?
Not a question.
Okay.
Very nice indeed. Congratulations.
Oh, only congratulations. Okay.
No, I have.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have a question?
But no,
No,
but please,
not yet.
no, but mine, I need to formulate the question, so you can.
So when I was in Italy, then two 16-year-old kids came to me, and then they gave me a book. And then they made a book of a famous Italian mathematician, turned it into GeoGebra. So they published a 300 page book with GeoGebra and then an all text. And then they were our keynote speakers in our Arts conference. I don't know, do you know them? Pietro and Federico.
No,
So they are doing really, and then they were the ones who organized the first GeoGebra Institute in Rome. And now they are at the university in Rome and in some other places. So I think yeah, and I will give you the contacts because they are very impressive, and I think you should interview them, and then maybe you can work with them.
Absolutely.
Because they are absolutely brilliant. And
I have many questions, but how? What is your research was? So what?
Yes, I try to.
Yes.
I want to understand in depth what happened in geometric reasoning at all levels when you implement a process like that. When you start from a text, a printed text, and you arrive in another text because it is in some way another text, but thinking of others' understanding. And it is a text that regards content that are unfamiliar to you. Projective geometry is not unfamiliar to mathematics students, but not in that terms. We do quotient, we have immediately coordinates, homogeneous coordinates. This is a synthetic geometry book. It is very different. Is a question? No.
Sorry, I have a question on this question.
Oh, okay.
The question. Oh, now. No, but please, Florence.
No, but
Okay.
you said you were interested in the reasoning of the person who's writing the book or the person who's reading it after it's been written.
After all the process, I would like to understand what happened in all the phases, because when you implement in GeoGebra something, it's obvious maybe, but it is a certain level of reasoning when you have to translate what you are visualizing or what you are sketching on paper, and there you can move your point of view. You can see things in many other perspectives, and it can help people. This process, in fact, it is useful to visualize when you don't already know how to visualize things. There's a concept that projective geometry is not so easy to visualize sometimes, even though it describes the vision process. It's strange.
A lot of issues under that, but we
Yeah.
don't have the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And Guillermo, sorry, we are running out of time. You may ask later, okay? Because we still have 2 presenters. And yeah, congratulations, Agnes.
Thank you.
Okay, and another presenter will be online. You Darit, are you there? Are you ready for your presentations? Please unmute your microphone. We couldn't hear you. Perfect.
Okay, thank you very much for STEAM Education that invite me to present about how to use modern technology or modern tool to teach math in high school in Cambodia. So now I want to say good morning in English and good evening from Cambodia, because now in Cambodia it's nearly 5 p.m. Today is for my pleasure and my honor that I have the great honor to present about how to use modern tool to teach mathematics in high school in Cambodia.
Sorry for interrupting. Do you have a PowerPoint or something to share on your screen?
I will share about my presentation on screen.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure that it will be, yeah, it's working. Yeah.
Okay, now to see my screen.
Yeah, it's perfect. And you have only 10 minutes for presenting. Sorry for the time limitations. And yeah, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. For me, it's 10 minutes. Today is my pleasure to present about, this is also my thesis of PhD thesis, which I researched to use in Cambodia also, to develop about math education in Cambodia by using technology, because in Cambodia now math is very, all students they think math is very difficult to think about learning and something. So when I start to use about technology, modern tool for teaching math, so all students they will be attractive. They can be attractive to learn math, they can research, and they can motivate about their learning in mathematics in high school also. So this is about my introduction, because technology in Cambodia, this is we just starting to use about technology in teaching mathematics. When we introduce about the technology or about the modern tool to teach them, this is very strange when they meet the first time. But when I tried more about teaching and just do a pilot another school, or sometimes I just teach with my students to use about technology, this is more important for them, and they are very interesting and motivate them to study math, and they want to research more about math exercise or about math problem on YouTube and on the Google also. So this is the question, why we use modern tool to teach math in high school. The first is to encourage students. Incorrect what we are incorrect about the student, that have all students incorrect for their study or sometimes for simulation, and can help students to visualize mathematical concept to see they are applied to the future or to their living by using technology to help them to solve the math. Because when we teach the student without modern tool or without technology, we take math like to be abstract. They don't know what is the like and what is the meaningful of this problem. When we use technology to support our teaching, it means that they are very motivated and they know exactly about application of math in their living. And the next is to provide immediately feedback. So we can feedback them immediately, like they calculate by their handing or by their thinking they do on the paper, and we use about technology to support them to feedback about their solving the problem correct or incorrect. And the next, personalized instruction. Modern tool can be used to personalized instruction for each student. Students can work by their own pace and focus the area where they need to most help. So modern technology can help them to study everywhere. Can support them to study at everywhere like they want to study math. It is not with teacher, it is not in the class, so they can study with their technology everywhere that they want to study math. And to prepare students for the college and career. Why modern technology prepares students for the college? Because when they use technology to learn in math, it means that they can research more about a high level of exercise, or high level of the problem solving in their learning. And they can know about, they can find about their career for doing with math something, like to use about digital technology. And this is what are the benefit of using modern tools to teach math in high school. The first, to be increased motivated. This is only my summary because it is only 10 minutes for me. And to improve understanding student. Improve understanding student because modern tool can help students to visualize and understanding the concept of the way of their problem when they want to solve the problem. Increase preparedness for college and career also. So modern tool for my thesis or modern tool which I used to make a pilot project in my country, I use about Wolfram computational thinking or Wolfram engine machine to solve about how to use math with Wolfram language, with Wolfram Alpha, and with Wolfram Cloud and Wolfram 1 in here. But this is for the first time I use about Wolfram Alpha to solve what is the teaching mathematics in high school with Wolfram Alpha. And sometimes I use with about Wolfram Cloud and Wolfram 1. And Wolfram can be support about student learning by using because Wolfram can be make students to research more about digital technology and to help the student to find more mathematics, science, biology, and more in here. First, this is online. You can search more about information or science or STEM education around the world. And this is about the Wolfram Cloud and Wolfram 1. Wolfram Cloud, this is, we can write about the language, and like Wolfram 1, we use about the language of Wolfram to solve our problem. so our mass teaching, and we can show them about like the picture and about the summary of our solving the problem.
You did it. You only have 3 minutes left.
How many minutes?
3 minutes, please. Sorry.
Okay, yes, thank you. So this is about the form of Wolfram alpha. This is Wolfram alpha. We have many of mathematics, scientific, technology, culture, and everyday life. So this is the form of our Wolfram. When we want to calculate anything on this, we use this Wolfram alpha to have support. Example, in this here, we talk about the limits. So if we want to find a limit of fractional function like x squared minus 30 over 5 and t minus 6. So this is infinity form of our limits. But in Wolfram, they can tell us about the value of this limit. They can tell us about the graph and all three expand. They told us. But this is only manual calculating or by handing. We do by handing. This is only the result. We don't know about the graph. So when we use Wolfram, we can make the student to thinking and critical thinking about more problem in this. They can think about this fraction. When we simplify about the fraction, this fraction function can be to the linear equation or linear function also. So this is very important. And this is about limit x go to negative infinity. And this is the result of our do by our handing, and our differential is the same, because when we want to calculate about the derivative of our function, when we do by handing, this is only the result like 15x squared plus 28. But when we use Wolfram, it can be give us the result and draw the graph of our result and show us about any alternative form of our function. This is also the differentiate by part. So we can use this Wolfram also. This is the result like we comparing by Wolfram and by our handing. This is the same result. Integration. This is we use Wolfram to use about integration, and this is by our handing. So this is different. This is only.
Hello, Yudari. Sorry for interrupting, but you are running out the time. Could you please conclude your presentations and close it, because we need to move to the next Q&A sessions. Sorry and thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, okay. So perfect. Thank you very much, Yudari, for your wonderful presentation. I think we have the first people who wanted to ask. Nicola, are you there or here?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask, the first topic or name of the topic was exploring the effectiveness. So I just wanted to ask what kind of methodology you use to explore effectiveness, if you can tell.
The methodology of my so about the effectiveness of using Wolfram in teaching in high school in Cambodia. I just collect school and 2 classes in the school. By one is using about Wolfram, and other class didn't using about Wolfram. The first we integrate about Wolfram in another class. We just do a pre-test for 2 of this class, and the next we got the result of 2 this class, and the next we divide. One class is use Wolfram and one class didn't use about Wolfram. So when we training or we start them, maybe 3 months later, we will do about assessment again. So the get other than they study what that Wolfram, they can use more about, they can solve more problem with mathematics, and other students that they didn't use Wolfram, this is the same result. So this is my effectiveness. I think Wolfram is more motivated and more useful for learning and teaching mathematics in high school also.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, perfect. How about people here? In person, do you have questions? Do you ready? No? So if there is no questions, we will close this presentation. Thank you so very much, Yuradit. And I enjoy SEA Games from Austria and from Indonesia, by the way, Yuradit. Thank you so much for SEA Games.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
We talked about effectiveness, and I think we should do it.
Okay.
Effectiveness is okay. Tony, I didn't have the fight with Tony, but effective is an okay word. Effective is very.
Okay, thank you, Zod, for the remarks. And let's continue for the last presenter. We have Monica. You ready? Could you please stop your sharing screen? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, you are there. Is it possible? Yeah, it's yeah, it's
yeah. I know. Hello, everyone. I know this is the last presentation before lunch, so please stay with me for a little minutes. I'll be talking about digital fabrication and initial teacher education. I come from Chile, South America. I teach at the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile, and my name is Monica Dakenberg. We have many universities in Chile, but two big ones, really. The main ones, Chilean University and Catholic University. So I'm working, I have the honor to work there. I'm also a PhD student, but I'm talking about that tomorrow. So today is about my teaching experience. I am going to tell you about the initial teacher education context, like the programs we have to become secondary mathematics teachers. Also about the new curriculum we have at schools now. Just in 2020, it became mandatory, this new curriculum. And a 3D geometry course is part of that new curriculum. So we had to come up with ideas to implement that. And of course, one idea is digital fabrication. So these are the two programs that we have in my university to become a secondary teacher. There's a regular program, 4 years long, and there's this continuing studies, 1 year long. You are already, you had a licensure. You could have studied engineering or mathematics. But what they share, what you see in red there, is the teaching and learning course, right? Just 2 for each. So what happens is that they come all together and I teach them all together. They have different profiles, obviously. Yeah, you can imagine that. So we have this teaching and learning mathematics course, first and second semester. It's 4 years, it's 4 hours, modules. It's not a regular hour, but 4 modules a week. 3 of them we do regular teaching and learning, and then 1 of them we do a digital learning environment, where I am the teacher. So I have all of them together in this, we call it formative line, digital learning environments, and this has been going on for 10 years already. Okay. The aim is to, for students, for future teachers, knowing, designing, and implementing specialized mathematics software for teaching and learning mathematics in the classroom. That's the basic aim. So what happened? We have a new curriculum for schools. It's for 11th and 12th grade, so the last 2 years, right? It's very challenging and demanding because they came up with 27 new courses overall, right? 27. Can you imagine one school offering 27? It's impossible. But and it's divided by areas, area A, In mathematics, we're in area B, and then sciences is with us. In mathematics, we have 4 new courses, one of them being 3D geometry. So I'm focusing on that one. This is interesting. Regularly in these grades, we have 3 hours mathematics in a week. And these new courses have 6 hours. So you have to come up with a lot of activities and a lot of teaching material. So I'm sorry, this is in Spanish because it's an image. But basically what we have here is the learning objectives for this 3D geometry course for, we call it 3rd and 4th secondary, which is 11th and plus, right? It's the same thing. And what I've highlighted there is the objective related to digital fabrication, of course, which says to solve problems that involve relationships between 3D and 2D figures in which views, cuts, and projections in the plane are involved, or the inscription of the 3D figure in another 3-dimensional figure. Obviously, what we came up with was digital fabrication. You know exactly what this is about. It's a little bit embarrassing for me to tell you about this. The 3D printer does the magic. So I'm letting you know about the experience we had. Oh, and it was good because we knew in advance what the proposal was. This became mandatory in 2020, but we knew a bit of this in 2018. So we had sort of time to figure out different piloting activities to address this challenge. So this is the evolution initiative. I've done this 5 times, as you can see there. In 2018, it was a pilot experience, right? And then we did it again in 19, but I don't know if you know about this, but in Chile, we had the social outburst. Everything was in flames. I don't know if you know about that. So students didn't have to come mandatory to schools. So we had very little students. And then it was COVID. So we had lockdown for 2 years and then last year. Okay. So every time has been a little bit difficult for us to implement this. And what I want to highlight about this is that we experienced like a paradigm change. I'm talking about the university and the view of what the role of 3D printing is. When I started doing this, I had to come as a customer and pay for the service at the Fab Lab, and I had to raise funds. I'm not talking about the amount, but the difficulties of doing it. And then time passed, the university changed the mindset, and now they're offering it for teachers as a teaching tool. So it's really different. They come and look for me. Teacher, how can we help you? How can we be in your service? So it has changed the whole paradigm. So the experience, well, the general aim, as I told you, was to integrate digital fabrication as a tool to implement this curriculum, this new course, 3D geometry course. And the specific aims, as you know, is designing models, prototypes, learning 3D modeling, developing visual spatial abilities, transforming these digital models into compatible 3D printing archives, configuring these digital models and all these variables that we know, size and strength, support, everything. We use Ultimate Cura. I was talking to Matias about that. And also decision-making about 3D printing process, considering effective time cost variables. And also for teachers, this is role modeling, right? Modeling the digital fabrication process as teaching practice, so our students can reproduce this in their classes, right? What we do, the methodology is really a short experience, it's just 3 classes. But first we work with this open access software, Tinkercad. Of course, you all know it. I project, the students follow me, we drag, we do the holes and everything. And we address activities that are in the program of the 3D geometry course. The second class, they are, did it change? No, it didn't change. Oh, okay, I'm not showing that, it's too long. The second class, students get familiarized with this software. Okay, 3 minutes, and they design, hopefully, concrete materials to teach mathematics, and they also have the choice to adapt all existing ones, okay? This is the 2019 experience, so the paid one. This is the fancy Fab Lab, and very little students because of the social outburst. These are some models that my students came up with. Some of them, they were designed, some of them were adapted from already STL archives in the web. Do I have 2 minutes? Because I think the most interesting part is showing what my students said.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
that's interesting. Hopefully it will work. It has now English subtitles along with Spanish. Oh,
You have only 2 minutes left.
yes. Oh.
Not show.
Oh,
I can solve.
Right, I just shared that.
This but sound.
Uh-huh. Is it?
So now.
Yes.
Twice?
Because you have the microphone, no?
No, it's running close.
Yes, the microphone is up.
Running close, I think. Isn't it?
Entonces, venir a verlo acá de cerca es muy enriquecedor.
No sabíamos, como lo descubrimos en este curso, lo sencillo que era y como puede ser en 3D con un programa como Tinkercad o incluso GeoGebra.
Por lo menos para mí igual me expandió un poco la mirada sobre qué cosas puedo ocupar para lograr que mis alumnos puedan aprender ocupando material concreto. Cosas tan abstractas como la intersección de dos planos. Puede tener una persona en la mano y poder ver y manipular ese objeto, que podría facilitar el proceso de aprendizaje.
Y también el mismo proceso de creación de estos materiales, el mismo proceso de la impresión, todo esto que nos explicaron, que el refil, la base, los soportes que tiene que tener, todo igual tiene su proceso que uno igual tiene que pensar de una forma un poco más geométrica.
Venir para acá fue maravilloso y de hecho la idea de pensar que a lo mejor en algún momento yo podría hacer esto en un colegio con una metodología de proyecto me produce mucha satisfacción.
Como que faltan estas instancias en los colegios, entonces que a nosotros mismos nos enseñen a implementarlas en el aula es muy bueno para nuestra formación y para los futuros niños a los que les vamos a enseñar después.
Cuando los alumnos tienen la oportunidad de poner en práctica aquello que están aprendiendo, ese aprendizaje es más significativo. O sea, ya lo decía Confucio hace todos estos años. Me lo contaron y se me olvidó, lo vi y lo entendí, lo hice y lo aprendí.
Un Fab Lab, como dice su sigla, es un laboratorio de fabricación.
How much here? Right? No,
Yeah, you are there, but it's like black. Yeah, black. Yeah, I think you are.
Okay. I just wanted you to hear my students, what I did here, because it was really significant for them as an experience. And I just have a few more slides. This is like the teaching tool experience when we have this as when we are supported by the virtual lab. So people come into my class and help us and teach us to deepen the experience. That's more pictures about that, models from last year, and results. Obviously, this is a lot of motivation for them. It's an interesting process. They get the prototype and they learn how to model. And for me, I need to continue with this to prioritize this activity because it became very important for them, expanded and work interdisciplinary with everyone else.
Perfect. And thank you so much. Congratulations for your presentations. Let's move to questions. Do you have questions? People online, do you have questions? Please.
What time is lunch?
Yeah, I think because it's time to go lunch. So everyone of us. Okay. So if you have questions, please ask Monica later. And congratulations for our 5 presenters. Thank you so much. But yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
which is very good. So we will go for lunch, but before we are disappearing, I think we should have a group photo in the front, and then we will race for the elevator because we need several elevators to go down. So and then we should go to the restaurant. So just follow us. We will go to a Thai restaurant because we realized that the Mensa is not open. So first photo in the front and then elevator and then
in the front of here.
Yeah, on the top.
Okay, so let's. I will
And if you didn't sign this one, then please sign it. And I need the Wi-Fi. So for online group, we will be back and have a good lunch or dinner or whatever for you. Bye bye.
Bye. Thank you, Zod.
Thanks, Musa. So see you soon.
See you. So how many minutes do we have? Oh, Tony.
We will be back.
Tony. Mr. Hi.
Hi. Good to see you, Tony.
You're working on the beach.
Yeah. Just staying here for some time. I'm in Dar es Salaam.
Excellent work. Excellent work.
So hopefully
Thank you.
Come in the outcome.
So, I'm gonna lock up the room.
And yes, we will. And I think someone will stay here.
I'm
So-
staying here.
Oh, you are staying.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, bye, Lisa.
See you, Musa.
Bye bye. See you next.
Bye bye.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw.
It's more like a. It's like a- It's not very
Yeah, yeah.
In the markets, maybe.
I work with you more like an introduction or like next maybe yes, yes, you gotta use it. You can use it to. You gotta teach the student and produce discussion about why.
Oh, yes, you do.
I really apologize, but we are really late. There's this place, sure, we are using. The problem is I was. That's how it's 700 mathematics teachers every semester. So it becomes always a very challenging, yes. Now what some students. But anyway, we're teaching.
Please, before people freeze. You have these things here. So. Rambo, he really needs you on the beach.
Yes, we will. Oh, sorry. That is the one with the key?
Afternoon, we continue with this.
Yes, we continue.
I stand here.
Yes.
Exactly right.
Yes, the problem is, if you go out, you will not be able to go in.
The other word.
Like, you can't go out. If you-
No, I what I want is this way. No. It's going up. It's going up. I know.
Okay. You're sure that everything, no, even to go into the elevator, you need. The holiday, so the feeling.
I have my own.
Oh.
I mean, you. So we have confidence. If we go, yeah, okay, because I just understand what it was. Thank you. Sure.
Okay, we are saying the same. Okay, I don't know how I connect first of all to present, so I was going to try that. But maybe I need some help, you know?
You can use, you can connect to the group and just, yeah.
Okay, so you can show me.
Yeah.
Okay, here. Or you can also. And then I'm too often, I have it also uploaded as a backup and all that, but I like doing it from my computer. And then the network was falling off a few times. So I'm not sure if that's an issue. Where is my network?
Oh, you're not connected to the internet?
Yeah, it just falls off and I do have it on automatic. Okay.
Because you're not connected to Wi-Fi, maybe.
Yeah, I know, it needs a password. Wi-Fi? No, okay. Off and on. Not sure why it's so slow.
And you can share your screen.
Yeah, it's on the desktop.
In the desktop?
Yeah.
It's up to you, you can.
Yeah, you can just go here, I guess, for the desktop now.
Okay, this one.
Okay.
You share your screen.
Okay. Oh, I see. No, it's already some share. Sharing.
We need to move this. Can you drop?
Sorry.
Sorry, okay. We move this here.
No, thank you.
This one, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, your experience and your abilities with drawing are amazing. How did you manage to come to this stage? You practice with the courses and.
No, I'm not. Just doing it like because my father is a painter, so I just follow him to make something, and it just happened. So I don't know how to explain it.
So from child?
Yeah, from child.
Did that. Okay.
But I never joined the course, the formal course about the art. So I'm not sure if my drawing is have an artistic things or not.
It does, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's really. Can you do that one?
No, I just want to clean the stuff.
Okay.
Because I have million things. You know, that's a dangerous. No, I understand the process. Thank you.
Okay, so you need to stay. Yeah, we can open that. Yeah.
You can see the venue from here.
You found the tram here?
Yeah, but I had to go with a tram substitute because that is a kind of preparation or I think just a film shooting. And I had to go from downtown around with a substitute, but it was not a problem. It was a little bit crowded. It was okay. Just do you know where the Thai restaurant is? Okay, I think.
Close to the train station.
Yeah, that train is now red this morning. So
The restaurant.
the restaurant, I don't know.
Oh. Yay, I know to connect.
Congratulations.
Okay, hide people here. Of course, with Zoom, you can't see your notes, but I can talk.
I'm back to school. Thank you.
Do you use it frequently?
Yes, when I prepare images, when I prepare my food, I can wash it and use it again.
Is it bamboo?
Yeah. But
You also eat with it while preparing?
no, just only eat when I'm outside. But for me, as I bought it because your computer and focus for not being outside, but I think that the one in still is better, I think. And there are also the smallest one that you can close and yeah.
But with those Swiss knives. But then I think you are not allowed to take one of them, maybe a fork.
The fork, yes, the So your name is Laura. Greta. Where are you from?
Romania. And you?
Italy.
Do you know Agnese?
No, I met here. It's very in the she knew Julie and I knew her thing. So we were talking about the she came here because she was told about this school. But it's she's from a different university. Still in the north of Italy.
And where are you from? Italy? Also in the north. Sorry.
Yeah, the other two.
Where you from?
Torino.
Oh, I was
In
During maybe October or November last year. We have a project meeting in Steam Connect project, project, and very nice. Your university building, all very nice.
Very old.
Very old, but this is mystery. Very nice. Professor Ornella Robuti organized this.
I've worked with her. I'm here for the Erasmus program. It's a very short program. I'm not doing a PhD. In this program, I'm preparing some activities.
You are not PhD student?
No, I'm not a PhD student.
Master?
I finished my master and I'm doing an Erasmus program after my graduation. I executed my thesis. And I'm working with her, preparing some activities. So I was in Italy last week, implementing those activities in one of her courses. And so what I
how you stay here from June or May? You are here 1 week, 2 months.
I think master and I have one where are you?
I am in Slovakia, Bratislava.
Oh, you're also then you.
I like all the cities when it's near Danube. Linz,
Okay.
So you want.
Vienna, Bratislava, Budapest.
Okay, Budapest is very nice. I use Scott share because it has. Okay. Okay. So then my favorite one.
And I hope
I knew to do that, but now before presentation, I can't. Yeah. Also.
Yes.
Also.
I will leave
There's no time to go to
Vienna,
YouTube and come back.
Bratislava, Budapest, Novi Sad. In this city I first, and I burn in Sturovo. This is border, Slovakia, Hungary, and this is the small town when this is border, and the new change. Same kilometer is the Danube border between Slovakia and Hungary. And in Sturovo, change and turn in Hungary only.
Okay.
Understand?
It's also the border is also then, no?
This is Bratislava, Sturovo, Budapest, and Vienna. And between Bratislava, Sturovo is Danube border.
Between
And in
Czech and
Sturovo,
Austria.
this is Austria, and in Sturovo, border is this, and Danube turn.
And there's
And that's in Hungary.
quite an interesting river. Did you know that Danube disappears?
I like Danube. It
Disappears. Disappears. It comes to a place. And then no more.
Where?
In Germany.
And you are from Romania,
Yeah.
but the
From
place.
the eastern part of Romania, close to the border of so with Moldavia.
Name?
Yash. Very close to the east. And what is happening right now is not so nice.
This is near Moldavia border.
Yes. Like 20 kilometers.
In Romania, I was in Cluj.
Oh, it's more in the west.
Yes, and
Yeah.
Please.
only Cluj.
And how did you like?
Okay.
When I visited Cluj first time, maybe 10, 12 years ago. No. Not. All the building is not repaired, but I visit. Yeah, in
You need to
January.
download it first.
And,
People-
and
Because
visit,
if you just put the
maybe
it's
1
very-
year ago,
people think
You go
that-
there, that's what I
change
Yeah.
in
And then I just
center,
go to YouTube and.
repair old
The market
building and center,
Okay.
city center, very nice.
I wasn't sure if.
All repair, repair,
Renovated.
renovated, yes, renovated all building and light and very nice.
So I'm very curious, sounds very positive, okay.
Maybe 10, 12 year ago is not good experience, but maybe 4 years and this January I visited and it's very nice. You in Romania maybe use European funded and renovated.
So the municipalities, for example, the city boards, if they own such kind of buildings, because during communist times, they were taken from people, so some of them, they were.
We have communist times too.
Yeah, but some of them are still belonging.
I know what is this.
Yeah, we are brothers and friends from this point of view. We are brothers or sisters in sufferance from this point of view.
Romania was in Timișoara and the Radiați.
Oh,
In the
to the west.
yeah, west. And I felt like I think the same because in the center the buildings are very. It was 3 years ago, and the buildings were renovated and it was clean and also for the tourists. But if you went a little bit farther, it's not very well, very good. But I think that Timișoara is the capital of the culture.
Yes, this year is the capital of culture.
So I think that maybe they receive some funding.
Yeah, they receive some funds and there is a lot happening this
Yeah,
year.
and it's very cool. Yeah.
I have been there in the beginning of April, also with the big conference. So a lot of things happening. Also besides the conference.
And you are PhD student?
Yes.
In this or?
I am a PhD student in Iași.
Yes.
And Professor is one of the member of my commission.
Yes. And this is you longer time or only in the conference?
So since I started, or here, here I'm only for the conference.
Only conference.
But maybe I can manage to have a longer time. But the thing is that
your university is not connected in CIPUS program.
I have to.
My PhD student and Katarzyna is my student, and she is here in CIPUS.
Yeah, I also heard
This
that.
is very good,
Because I came with Erasmus and.
Erasmus is not, but CIPUS is better.
Yeah.
And when in our university is not in CIPUS yet, this is not worry. You can give
So agreement, some partnership or.
partnership, free mover.
Oh, okay.
Free mover in this time, you write some paper and wrote stem okay. You need free mover and next year, maybe 1, 2, 3 months.
That would be interesting.
And when you open website cipus.info, this is all information. How you possible come here remove it.
So I came with Erasmus and Erasmus.
Cipus is better. Cipus is better. Erasmus is some complicated.
Yes.
But Cipus is clever.
Okay.
Not complicated.
That's good. And it's not.
You write paper, wrote, stamp okay, and the first agree Romania ministry, and second agree ministry in Vienna, and can you
I just want to check what kind of connections does this board have?
Okay, they just told me to get on Zoom and it will project. So I'm assuming the link that we have for Zoom connects it.
Zoom connection.
So didn't make sense to me, but it worked.
I
I just
think it makes sense because it would have been too
how.
Too
Wi-Fi,
complicated to
yeah,
How,
do it through
yeah,
cable.
something like that, I think.
oh,
Okay.
this is
But
better.
you're welcome to test it.
Oh, fantastic.
But I have some.
Can you please send me the Zoom link?
Do you have
It's
the
in
link
Slack.
in Slack?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Pastita just
Slack
posted it,
is
so
not-
it's one of the last
This
messages.
is Central Europe Exchange Program. And Italy not. This is, Austria is more, no, Austria is more western country in Slovakia, Czech Republic, Polish, Romania, Slovenia, Serbia, Hungarian, and Austria. This is all country. Sorry.
By the way, because I came with Erasmus, we still have extra papers I have to fill in and then to get signed.
Erasmus is too complicated, too complicated.
Yes. Thank you for the recommendation. Open.
Tipos indoor.
Okay.
So in tipos program is more nets. And you don't find only one. I show you this.
Yeah, because
Tipos dot
I have to somehow have that.
Okay, let's try.
You
you
put
put
the
it-
name,
right?
sign in.
Yeah, I think
Account, yes. And this is all information.
So.
Oh, this is.
Oh, nice. Oh, even that one is.
And
Because,
when you find, this is scholarship and how we use and no problem when your university is not in.
Yeah, because
net,
in the book, in this way, in Google Doc, you can apply in the.
apply.
Then by the way, but get the.
Yes.
And,
you write you
Yeah, I never.
in this net, when Joel is
You'll be my witness.
is
that I don't know.
do. This file, when you create account, you apply
So I just did it as a backup.
scholarship, and this is more and more nets, and you find this net. And how country Romania and visiting country live, Austria lives, and this is important.
Okay.
This is tipos and this is one number, but this is
Okay.
important.
Thank you.
Oh, your tipos?
I cannot apply sickness.
No, cannot.
Will be a double funding, so.
And what is this? Imam, maybe
Yeah, Imam can,
4 or 5 years ago.
Imam can do that, but now, I don't know, maybe the rules is more strict now. I have asked to the scholarship from ECB. Oh, you cannot apply for the sickness. It will be double funding. So,
Sorry.
yeah. But means we will register.
Means so, no, So,
In Zoom, we'll register in the future.
yes, okay.
And where she going?
No?
Me,
Fadlan, Fadlan,
Yeah,
Fad,
yeah, what's up?
how are you?
I'm good.
What?
So, check your phone, right?
Sorry?
I've sent you a message on your WhatsApp account.
What's up now? Wait, I will check my phone. Ah,
Don't read it loudly.
okay, okay. You don't check it.
I don't want Pastita to hear.
She's not here.
Okay.
I see it.
I just wanted to know if there are some updates. I'm not demanding it actually.
There is an update in the website. You can check it.
Oh, thank
nice
you. I will.
beach. Very nice beach.
Yeah, oh, thank you, Marahai.
Lila talks to you. Lila,
Ah, yes. Hello, hello.
Hi. Hi.
I like this beach.
You're welcome. That is Tanzania. You are welcome.
Oh, nice.
Thank you. Thank you.
Musa from Tanzania, and he will join us. When you will join us? This year?
So Fad, let me go to the website and check.
Okay. You can check it.
Okay, bye.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Cheers.
Oh, did you drink coffee? No.
You
have your special-
but I have special decaf.
Oh, okay.
I need decaf, but my what is this? Blood.
Arteries, something with blood work,
Blood is
blood flow. Oh, blood pressure.
blood pressure.
Yeah,
Blood
yeah.
Pressure.
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 Blood pressure.
Yes, blood
Yeah.
pressure is some.
Goes high when you have
Yes.
coughing. Yeah,
And I need
understand that.
drink coffee, coffee without caffeine.
So can I borrow a spoon of coffee? Would you give me a spoon of coffee?
Yes.
Let me find a cup. Because there is no more coffee here. Is there a coffee there?
Normal coffee is here.
Oh, okay.
And like this? No, this is
Yeah,
without
I like
coffee.
that, yes.
Okay.
But let me see first if there's coffee.
Yes, okay.
It's not working, I couldn't say. No, it's not water there. Hot water is. Hot water is. Yeah, and I'll have a, yes, one for me. I took some.
Oh,
Thank you. I don't need a spoon. I know how much
it
it
is
is.
clean.
It's okay. I
Okay.
don't need it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
I will. Did you test it?
Yeah, but I think it's a different Zoom link.
No, it's also in the Slack. Let me show you.
Okay. Oh, my laptop is just.
It's also in Slack about that over this. I just put water. I don't care about the screen.
This is not the
Okay. So this is the latest grad.
I don't know if you can do it because mine is already there. Okay, so shall I do this one back now?
Is it in a PhD students group?
Yes, okay, wait. Go down one.
Okay. So. A lot of history cases actually. It's not all of it.
I mean, Not possibilities.
Thursday, May, April. So the bottom is the latest. This messages. Today, so that's today. The link for today is this. Today.
Yes, and then this is Google Drive,
Okay,
and that's the zone.
I click on Zoom.
Maybe I need to, do I need to unshare because I'm not there? Possible. Maybe you cannot connect. because
Yeah.
I'm connected.
First I have to initiate internet connection.
Thank you.
I have next.
It's all yours. Is this from here?
This is from here.
Oh, okay, then I'm just kidding. It's okay. I'll get off this.
Login, I have to log into the.
Oh, yeah.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
That's what I.
Okay. All those important pieces. Oh my gosh, there are two laptops here and what you see there is also here. I want to present from here. Let's see, I can do that.
Okay, I found it.
Okay, let me leave the meeting so you.
No, it's not, thank you, it's not mine. I'm just testing the Zoom connection.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'm leaving so you can try.
Sharing screen. Share,
Yeah, it's doing something.
okay. Can share the screen. I have to check the sound for a minute. Let's see.
I like this coffee. I also use it at home or in my office. Yes. It's good. This is good. So. It's complicated.
It just seems complicated. It's.
Well, that's not bad sometimes, you know, people think, what is he doing? Something with the sound you will need.
Yeah, it is from my laptop's audio. I need to share the audio as well. Stop share. Okay, let's see audio.
Looks like there are messages there. They'll probably have to close audio on these in order for you to have your audio on.
Oh,
I'm guessing,
maybe,
because it sounds like double audio.
or when I share it, there should be an extra option. Okay, let's try it again.
Try it because I want to know how that works.
Okay. Yeah, it's a pretty easy opening to share your desktop's audio, so.
Yeah.
So I think it's not a big deal. Just didn't.
No, I don't think it's a big deal to share audio, but I don't know, the setup here seems to be having some issues with that.
Join computer audio. Okay, now.
So,
you got your lunch? I didn't go there. Okay, share screen. Oh, share sound. I think that should be the extra option.
Where is that option?
I can show you.
Yeah,
So
I'm curious.
when you share your screen,
Uh-huh.
that is an
Oh,
option. Share
yeah.
sound. Okay, stereo.
Try to share. But you're not on the Zoom.
Merci de patienter jusqu'à demain matin. Je voudrais savoir quelle heure il semble que la pluie s'est arrêtée. Je voudrais savoir quelle heure il est.
So basically it works, but I think it's on stuff here that speaker should like much better, but I don't know whether it is connected or not.
There's also this thing here. So I don't know enough about it to say what.
Maybe
And
it
this-
substitutes that one because.
Okay.
Okay, I just want to check it. Just all the time.
Thanks, Lajos, I see that now. To share a sound, it's so simple, but you know, if you don't know all of your buttons. Well, it's like, where is it? All good. Check this, check that. You know, I was thinking having something on a piece of paper and this doesn't work, you just. It's yours. Yeah. I also have tablets, so I'm like, oh, maybe I can, whatever, you know. Because once when you start presenting it, something always happens. Yeah. At least not now, I'm going to take some pictures. My God, such a delay.
Perfect. You're welcome.
The activities in my club. I have an educational club and we do non-formal STEAM activities. With chemistry, mathematics, with environment, with biology, with building, sustainable building.
Very nice.
Also practical courses, scientific. We use all kinds of technologies.
Super.
Yeah, this is like it. But it,
This is secondary school or?
Yes, yes.
In, oh, which name is town? Town.
Hmm?
Your town, which name?
Yash.
Yash. Yash.
Yeah. Oh, but what happened? Yeah.
Very nice. Yes.
Yeah, I also got a
Feedback, yes.
tool for the feedback.
Yes.
But it's a shorter version. Because the feedback.
I know.
No.
Oh.
Ahoj Peter, tu Lila. Teraz si mi posielal, ja som na tej konferencii v Linci aj s Angelikou. A jak si to naplánoval na zajtra? Takže nemusíme sa online pripájať, stačí, keď pošle video. Dobre, super. Dobre. No ona mi o tom hovorila, len teraz ide o chvíľu prezentovať, teraz máme prestávku obedňajšiu, potom ide prezentovať a potom sa do toho pustíme. Dobre, tak všetko v poriadku. Ahoj. No. No, posielal si mi len, že ja som celý týždeň v Linci, takže ja neviem, lepšie urobíš, lebo ja teraz tú z Lincu neviem veľmi, bolo by lepšie, keby si to poslal Tomášovi možno. Aha. No, ja to nemôžem, no, ja neviem, lebo na starosti to má Tomáš Barot, prípadne Krpec, ešte Radek Krpec to má. Takže ja to môžem akurát jemu preposlať, ale ja to. To si mi posielal včera, tuším, nie? Či kedy? Vieš čo, tak pošli mi také niečo, čo viem rovno preposlať. Či toto, čo si mi dneska poslal, môžem rovno preposlať? Dobre. Dobre, tak idem to preposlať aj Radkovi, aj Tomášovi a idem im zavolať ešte, kým máme tú prestávku. Dobre, ahoj. No, ďakujem, ahoj. Áno. Nemusíš vôbec nie. Stačí. No nie, meno musíš dať. Či ho máš na začiatku, či ako? No to nie. Nie, musíš dať aj
Hey Musa, are you there?
Musíš dať aj meno svoje. Aj určite tam musíš mať aj svoje meno, bez toho by to bolo divné.
Yeah, it's locked. Okay, thank you. When are you presenting? Oh, you have to check the crowd picture.
No, why? Can you log in and say something? And just making sure that it will not echo here. Okay. And then log in. I log into the Zoom now. Okay. Then go outside and then say something. I'm not sure. Sometimes I turn off the volume. No, from here it's not. Yeah. No, I just, it's okay. It's okay if I'm gonna say something from outside.
Hello.
I think it's okay. Thank you.
It's okay.
In morning,
Wanted to
Uh-huh.
change my presentation.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I use medicament, and this, okay,
Good.
this is
Better.
this is better.
Oh, much better. Yes.
Just one slide. You know, what came to me, but.
I have problem with this. Which name is this?
Blood pressure.
Blood pressure. Blood pressure. Maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Oh, you didn't have it before?
No,
Something new?
no. And maybe 2, 3 weeks ago, I have extremely big pressure, and I need to go in emergency, yes, and my doctor maybe is in this, but in
On your back or in your neck?
neck.
Your neck.
But in this time I go in here,
Yeah.
and next week maybe I need go in specialist.
Specialist, yes, probably to
Yes.
figure out what it is. Yeah. That's important to take care of.
And my doctor told I need measure some
Regularly.
regular. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I have
To know what's going on.
yes. This is new for me, but
Mhm.
all my life I have
Low.
small
Low
low
blood
low.
pressure.
Yes.
Operating this Windows or is
So
it,
maybe stress or something happened, you know? Who knows?
Last year I have
Thyroid?
thyroid operation.
Okay, okay.
And I
Thyroid
haven't.
is, yeah.
Yeah, maybe, and in this point is which I have sometimes some problems with
Mhm.
my health.
Yeah.
I think the new generation.
Well, thyroid does lots of things in the body.
I have
So
not,
you are-
not good.
So are you getting the substitute hormone?
And I like this,
But this is I need 2-3 months
Yeah.
control.
To stabilize, yes, makes sense.
Ah,
Always something, you know?
The new generation in my country that
Yeah.
the kids like they don't use the word anymore. I mean from the upper class, like middle class to upper class. They use people. They don't use word. They said, "Oh, you're so old. You're using words."
Guillermo,
Oh,
Guillermo, yes.
I was just testing the audio. So it's
Oh,
okay.
fine, fine.
Not echoing in my laptop. Thank you very
Oh,
much.
fine, fine.
tomorrow will be nicer weather.
Yes.
Maybe 20.
Even this is
degree.
nice, it's not raining, you know?
Ah, this is
But-
good.
Yeah.
Okay.
was supposed to plan and then my stomach was complaining.
Yeah.
In where? In that lunch? In in Papaya. Expensive. Yeah. So I got away with maybe 13 euros. 13 euros? I don't know. For 1 meal? Oh. I got away with it. Great. In country prices like that, it's already like a buffet. You can eat all you can. Yeah. All you can eat.
Ahoj Tomášku, ako sa máš? Počúvaj, poslala som ti jeden e-mail aj Radkovi, lebo ja som v Linci na konferencii tento týždeň, ale aj s Horeckým, áno. No, aj s Angelikou dokonca, aj s Kateřinou Biernatovou. No a oni sú tu na Trepuse na mobilite.
Hi.
Ale máme ešte ďalšiu prestávku.
We are a little bit late because the restaurant is taking forever to prepare the lunch. So we are probably starting half an hour or 45 minutes later than says in the program.
Okay.
So can you just be there? Are you going to stay there?
Yeah. We will be there.
Yes.
Maybe you can 1:30. Maybe 1:30 you can say to the people that we are 45 minutes late.
Okay. No problem.
Yes?
1:30.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, I think I can take a nap.
Yeah.
Because
Unfortunately.
yeah, I don't want to go in my email because there's 7 hours difference.
Yeah.
So now I know I have 100 emails, so
Yeah.
I'm not opening it. I want to be relaxed and present and be lazy.
Relax and drink a coffee.
Yeah, yes, I had some coffee. That was good. Yeah. So are you presenting this afternoon?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Afternoon.
Okay.
I'm still preparing my presentation.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's interesting. I always have some changes until the last minute. I was just hiding some slides now because I'm like, this is going to be too much. That's how
How are you?
Yes, we only have a few minutes.
Yes.
Dobre, tak niekde to skús dať aspoň na Facebook alebo na katedrovu, to stačí len aby on do správy mohol dať, že sme mali, ako vieš, a prípadne mu ten link prepošli, že je to tam, bol spokojný, že sme aj toto takto urobili. Však to môže dať z domu, Dobre, Tomášku. A opatruj sa, budúci týždeň sa vidíme, hej? Dobre, ahoj.
Everybody knows about all the things. So
Share this presentation.
It's wonderful.
Next to Korea.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's some entertainment, some.
Think about
I don't know. The first presentation had some. Yes, yes, she was.
Do you think that this
It's been free.
This is it here?
Next time we're going to say.
I will just stay here and if someone.
Yeah.
The challenge.
I'm not sure because. There is
Yeah. No, I actually. There's lots of visuals, but I kind of want to technology changes instead of. Yeah. Especially since I'm teaching online. Well, that is fun, you know. And anyway, information will be most of the times now since online. Yeah. Yeah. But anyway. Good.
No to tu je po konferenci naša taká budova a ľudia na nejakom 14. schodí a tu dookola sa dá ľudia pozerať, že kde a platform,
actually,
tá miestnosť dookola má
in the native language. So, yes. Good, you make the learning. Thank you. Good.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
YouTube is quite convenient.
Yeah. You can anyway say some, you know, show that and say something.
Yeah, I will just show some screenshots because I mean like younger generations that are coming are so resourceful. Yeah, like previously they said they are natively digital.
Yes, absolutely.
They can, so I give them free space to come with new ideas.
When I'm with my grandchildren, I let them do things here. And now I put my PowerPoint there thinking if I have some problems, then I have something to look at. And I've been doing that and actually about the things that they have putting, you know.
Yeah, they know. I see.
Yeah, that's so natural for them to do all the time.
Yeah, because they are more than.
I mean, they know it.
Sorry?
It is the Japanese.
Yeah, it's both.
I don't know.
But you don't speak Japanese sometimes.
Yeah, I just know how you gozaimasu.
Widzisz, nie zmyślam. Gdzieś tak to jest wysoko.
But my German is still not very good. I can still speak.
I can do it.
Ich lerne Deutsch. Aber es geht noch nicht.
Meine Deutsch ist kaputt.
Nein.
Sehr schön auf Deutsch zeichnen.
Zeichnen. Design. Zeichnen.
So you can draw very nice in German. So you have a big advantage.
I think Duolingo is not enough. We should really take our course.
Yeah.
And you should converse with the German. So here, everyone speaks English. So like in the lab,
Just
speak
move,
English all the time.
just move to my place. A lot of Germany there.
Yeah.
So you can try to.
In your office?
Sorry?
In your office?
No, in my dorm.
Okay.
Because I'm not living here.
Deutsch ist, what is hard? Schwer. Schwer. I think it's really. I think it's one of the hard languages. They said Hungarian and Romanian are harder.
Very complicated grammar.
Because I learned Japanese, I mean, it's a bit easy because the verb is always at the end. So you have some, and you can
German is also many of the times at the end,
at the end.
but not when you have.
But the hardest language is Chinese and Arabic.
Yeah, because Chinese they have like
They have a stress.
small stress different meaning.
Yeah. Same with Arabic, so they have like a long.
Tagalog, Japanese, Indonesian, I think we have no stress like
Indonesian is easy.
it's
3-1 you can speak in the.
yeah.
Because the hardest part is the alphabets. And your alphabet is like different. You're using, yeah. You're using like this.
I think I need chocolate first. Oh, it's awesome there.
But the new generation, like the lower middle class have daughter up to the rich people. And the new generation, the kids speak English. So our language is fading because everyone like the kids are speaking English. And they fail in our own language when they go to elementary and high school. So they need a tutor, like for the middle class and the upper middle class. And they need a tutor in Filipino.
Oh, wow.
Because you don't know how to speak Filipino.
Okay, that's a challenge.
Yes, yes.
Nice to meet you. Nicola.
So you are Nicola.
Hey, pretty long way.
Hi, people online.
That's like. Since we need to wait, I'm like, after we said chocolate.
Yes, that's a great idea.
You are Nicola. I think we talked.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
talked.
I didn't recognize.
Yes.
We talked on the
Online.
Yeah, and that's one of the challenging pictures online are
yes,
usually
yes, yes. I
different.
didn't recognize your answer there, and they didn't recognize.
You showed on or you put him?
I send a message to online people.
Oh,
We
you
have-
did.
we have a.
Oh, yeah,
it's-
good, thank you.
Yeah.
Good idea.
So you were writing your proposal, right? Like,
Yeah.
when we talked, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
how
have
is it?
already sent it, so we will see if it's going to.
Just tell me the-
I still don't know if I should work on a virtual reality because we have the center with virtual reality, but it's pretty hard to take the glasses to schools and actually work with it. So I'm still thinking.
And the augmented reality, the.
Just work on it. The topics change all the time.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Don't worry. I had like 4 topics before I landed on top
Okay,
marks.
okay,
Don't worry.
so it's fine. But I found a pretty nice methodology, let's say. It was created in Czech Republic, the University Brno, and it makes, or after the lesson, the teacher records the lesson, writes notes about the lesson, and then creates kind of diagrams or graphs, which focuses on the structure of the lesson. So I just wanted to create these diagrams and use the technologies and combine these two.
You should have attended the Rika's. Did you attend the Rika's session?
Yes,
Ah, yeah.
I did.
Really
I was
nice.
online from Monday, so I was.
Yeah, I think they love to go to see them, always.
Dobrý den, já jsem to pojela.
Česká republika.
Konkrétněji?
Česká Budějovice.
No,
Těšíme, Nikola.
Těšíme,
Já jsem to svůj
No, jasně.
Říkám, rozumím.
A od koho? Od Vánička? Alebo od Trcha?
Kordová.
Takže Kordově, oni ma poznajú.
Já tam teď to
Aha, to ještě povede.
Já jsem s tím vlastně dělala diplomovou práci a oni tam teď to akreditovali jako PhD, nicméně jenom
We didn't know that she was there.
Je prostě ta, která má tu stránku, čo mi Angelika ukazovala.
No,
No však Angelika je moja PhD studentka. Já jsem jej... Aha, sorry. To je, či je...
I don't know who is that.
No. Aha.
I don't know.
Adlan, can you help me? I disconnect and I don't know disconnect. I don't know.
Anything here? No.
This one?
This one is. Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
I think it's like Windows tablet.
I know. No, a že chcete robiť PhD?
No.
No, lebo ja som školiteľka.
Jo.
No.
Jo.
A vy ste byli odpoverom.
No, já už jsem to zkusila přihlásit tady.
No.
Tady, tak uvidíme. Teď to mám jako odeslané všechny dokumenty.
Ja takže ako to tu vidíš. To máte normálne už.
No.
No, ale keby ste si to rozmysleli, tak má kapacitu.
A máte třeba i nějaký, protože já jako...
Tam je také, že takzvané kombinované štúdy. Znamená, že tam v podstate nemusíte chodiť. Ja teraz skončila doktorantka, ktorá za tie 3 roky som bola tam 4 krát.
Jo, tak to je druhá šance.
Ja som šanci, keby to náhodou no, ale tak vy ste už žoltá, tak si vážili.
Jo.
A tak žolto vybaví. Len či budete mať aj nejaký scholarship.
Jo, to asi jako...
Jestli si chcete ďalkové robiť.
No. No tady jako asi úplně to kombinovaný ani není. Já jsem to tam navíc jako nenašla.
Nevím, jestli
Ne, já to budu jako by celý by to mělo být koncipovaný jako by jako nějaká distanční forma. S tím, že jako takhle kdykoliv tu byla nějaká...
No ono to postranu to volím komplikované, ale je to distančně, len to oficiálně volím.
Já určitě jako na to ten čas je, já jako mám učitelku.
Lebo cez ten cerkus,
Já jsem chtěla dneska mluvit s Joe, protože my máme vlastně, nebo já teda jako podnikám, podnikáme a otevřeli jsme vlastně centrum virtuální reality, takže tam žádná praxe školy, takže Joe jako nabídl, že by se měl pracovat s tím. Nicméně vlastně potíže, protože pro mě je to o to složitější, protože jsem chtěla dělat nějakou příkladovou studii, speciálně teda metodiku 3A, protože vlastně máme zapsaný malý doktorát vlastně
Jo, to taky, to už máme jako vydanou knihu. Taky byste s tím asi dalo pracovat nápad bylo víc, asi tak to je vlastně s tím, že se vytváří takový jakoby diagramy hloubkové struktury té logiky, na co to vlastně jakoby cílí a na závěr je nějaká alternace, to znamená, jak tu hodinu posunout. A je tam právě už i způsob, jak to hodnotit, jako takže to se mi jako hrozně byla několika jako přednáška, takže se vytváří vlastně takové jako diagramy, tím, že je to zpětná vazba vlastně do toho učitele, zároveň třeba zrovna, kdyby se to jako vázalo s tou virtuální realitou, tak třeba i ukázky toho, jak to jde začlenit, jaký aplikace třeba vypínat a tak. Ale jako ještě přesně nevím, takže tohle jsem tak nějak jako viděla jako první nápad. No, to přece, že by se dalo. Tak vyhlásím na konferenci jako jednodenní Bratislavy Vodíne. Klidně můžete, jestli přímo takhle přes Facebook komunikujete, tak klidně můžete tam. Já se vám tam přidám. Nebo... No to asi bez přátel, takže nejdřív přidám. Aha, jsem nevěděla, takže jo. Teďka Nikola. Asi ani ne. Asi tam dají ten program, času nemáme. Já si najdu. To už jo, mám to. Ale to asi začíná počítat. No, nevím. Já tady totiž nemám to přihlašovací. To je ano. Musím si to To totiž čekají obvykle, no to začínají, ale oni dostávali, jo, papíre, chcete? No, bylo by to úžasné,
Lebo mne tu Edurom funguje, takže nepotrebujem to.
já jsem taky to přihlášení, no, ale asi...
A vy Edurom nemáte?
Když jsem tu tenkrát jsem tu nebyla.
Mně funguje Edurom.
A to je teda jako asi, že?
No neviem. To, čo nám tu dali.
Jo,
Ale ja som to ne... Ale že tým pádom, že mi funguje Edurom, som to nepotrebovala použiť. No.
No, takže mám vlastně kombinaci angličtinu, matematiku, na univerzitě mám didaktiku, geometrii a analýzu. Jsem jako dobrý učení. No tak. Tak nám odnesu podmínky. Musíte se ale o adresu ovejít. Aha.
No, už jste tam?
Ne, nepřišel mi ještě ten podívací.
Mám to nehodil dostat.
Oh.
Teraz je majú, lebo v lete sa nedá, júl, august nie, september, október, november, no s tým, že bude to byť toho zdraví, ale to vám to nepíša. A dali ste fakultnú adresu?
Ne. Zdravie chýba.
No, skúste. Niekedy to má výhrady proti takým všelijakým obyčajným mailom.
No, No? Czy się musi mail? No. 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 Może i sam kliknąć. Tam obrazki. Chyba jeszcze nie mają. Ale czy z aplikacji jest nie jest uchroniona, ale z tym tak nie ma. Wiem sam z aplikacji. A już się da, już tam dobra. Już ładnie. Dodaję swoje.
I think we're okay to present because everyone will be sleepy after that. So we have to worry. Tell us.
I think it was last Wednesday that I couldn't really help myself. Very, very sick.
Yeah.
How many people are? Sometimes I have to pinch myself.
How many people are online?
There are some people online.
I don't know.
8,
8, yeah.
8 including me and Joel.
Including the laptop here. I mean, 6. Because it's night, like when I was attending the class here, it was like midnight in the Philippines, so like
Yeah.
very sleepy. Been attending the class for 1.5 years. And I attended every semester, like. So it was good because I was able to write some papers while I was there. And before I came, I was able to publish one. So I think it's good. And of course, I was learning during the process. My background is not really research. It was good.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Laura.
So
you are from Czech Republic?
Yes, I'm from.
I
Czech
work-
Republic.
Yeah, I
Yes, only for today.
I write-
because of
I published one.
But
One is
one is
another.
Angelica,
I
Sweet
submitted,
Joe.
and there are 4.
I just
that I'm currently
because
writing.
I ended it today.
At the same time.
Let's have a trip.
Yeah. But you're all connected, so and there's another one. There's another one that's already done, but I'm not happy with it. So I have to consult.
You have to wait to get about it. I just said we don't have to worry about this. You'll come here and it's 3 p.m. We can. They will not be so critical. Yeah. Unless the lunch is bad. But at least the company. Make it, I'm sure they're doing presentation there, and explaining things, so we're missing that part, but I'm sure Joel will share some stories. I don't even know where is that restaurant.
It's near Mensa. Yeah, when you go to Mensa,
On campus?
yeah, it's just nearby, like 2 buildings away.
In the castle, in this old house.
I'm not sure, but it's just near, like, you go to, it's on the right side of Mensa.
They're off campus. Now they're not in school. Oh, yeah.
But they're- Yeah, but they're making.
Yeah, lots of.
But it then,
Yeah. The cooking takes time, so maybe that.
Yeah, I was like, this is like. The morning when I wake up usually. So maybe okay. No, yeah, no, it's just, it's morning. Wake up.
So my plan for our paper is to
Yeah, tell me.
analyze the function, the strategies that the students use in creating the artwork. Because, for example, some students for they needed an ellipse, for example. So even though it was not in the curriculum, I saw one student dividing the ellipse into two, like
To get a
figure.
half
Yeah,
arc.
yeah.
But the bottom line question is actually probably. What's the math that they are really learning doing that? Because if they're just kind of figuring out how to play with it too. Because I had a student, I had them to learn, like learn GeoGebra and you do something for printing. So he was just using dots, Okay, so it was an opportunity for me to say, you can use a function or you can approximate the function and things like that. But I'm not sure how you would, so do you test their math knowledge at all?
No, I didn't have that. That's why I'm improving the process.
Okay.
Because I'll have another round, so maybe I'll get advice from you on the other thing to create some questions.
Yeah, because there is art required, okay, they make some art, that's nice.
But for this particular student, I think he learned math because he has to solve. He cannot estimate the equation because. Okay,
Yeah, but learning or knowing math, for me, how I was educated, means I can apply it in a different context. So some questions of that kind, where they would show how they're applying what they learned there.
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
In outside of the artistic, representation, so.
Yeah, and of course you can see students who are not really, with no idea, like, for example, in creating like symmetric curves. So the domain, like there's one in the left quadrant, for example, the domain of the function of the left quadrant is from -1 to 0, and -1.5 to 0.2, for example. And then here to -0.2, and then here and for the right 0.23 up to so they don't understand. I mean they that the student doesn't understand symmetry, but another student is very good at it. So
Yeah,
we will
yeah.
see the
I'm
things to be learned.
I'm sure they're all, you know, typically they all have a background knowledge.
Yes, yes, yes. But then again, I think what was good about this study is that by doing art, you know what the students know. You can see even without interviewing students, because you can see from their artwork.
Yeah, but how do you do that? There's a feeling we have, but how we test that.
Yeah. That's also.
Yeah. You know, I don't know.
We have to have some questionnaire.
Some questionnaire or, you know. But you sorry, there is that. What function are you problem where they solve something by using that function. Where they just ellipse or circle, circle, square, or function. So you ask them a question, and then you figure out something about the circle. See,
To see if the student will use the circle. It's really unfun.
So, yeah, no, I know it's not easy, but at some point, this could be like, okay, what's the function they use, you match.
Yeah.
Some typical problems. You know, calculation or.
Even the second phase. It's the second phase. Because now we're on the pilot stage.
Okay, so good.
But the suggestion is good.
Something to think about. There's always something to think about. It's just so easy to figure it out.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's always nice to think about things.
For the JMA, we have to think about the mathematics.
Yes, absolutely.
Maybe just discuss the mathematics of what. I don't know if it is enough to discuss the mathematics of what the students use.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a challenge because it's more like really educational paper. So I don't have a plan for special issue in education, but I can always put in a good paper.
If you have time, I would love to have you as a partner. I'm sure I will learn. I'm learning. So it will be very good for me. I'll drop some ideas. You know that the environment is so created, it's really good. And then in my country, you have to finish the entire curriculum by yourself. And you don't write small papers. So like the small papers really help. Developing your writing skills.
And getting deeper into a problem.
So I think the environment here in Greece is really good. Yeah.
So, what's your suggestion for presentation? Or do you have one already?
I have one. Like to what extent? It's more, I don't know if it's even quantitative dissertation, but it's a more of a holistic. How can functional arts be integrated in teaching? So Or some questions.
Teaching what?
So I have four sub-questions. Number one is how can it help in terms of content? So the content that the students learn. Second is how to assess. How do you assess the art of the students? So assessment is needed, of course. That's my investigation tomorrow.
Yeah.
Third. The third is
I always say to my students, positive intent, otherwise.
And third, it's like, I don't know if I understand it correctly, but I want to have a holistic project that can be used by teachers. But of course, I'm also thinking about what theory of what needs to be. The third is how can it be implemented in the Philippine school system, because again, it's unique. It's very unique that many students don't even have computers. So there was this one where I didn't really expect a lot of outputs because most of the students don't have computer, like maybe 90%. So what they did, what they did was they used their cell phones, and their artwork are really impressive. So I didn't expect it.
Yeah, because they are younger, they.
Something else, like I think that's probably a good paper of equity. So,
Yeah.
I'm talking with Musa. It is a area.
Access.
So even if the students don't have computers, they can use their cell phone. And we have evidence of that already. And lastly, how can it be integrated with Philippine culture? Because we have lots of arts, like we have festivals. I want students to create artwork on festivals, connect with culture, to maybe promote appreciation. Our culture, our language, our fading.
Yeah, so.
That's the whole idea.
Yeah, sure, but one thing you think about is terminology. Do you really want to call it art, or do you want to call it illustrations, using math, or?
I call it function art.
And you say function art.
Art related with functions. So yeah, of course we will have our operational definition.
Okay, yeah. So then the next question is, did you find any papers like that, anything published?
Very few actually, and there's the publications that I found are from the mathematics teachers. So it's not really theoretical. Like they say that the students were happy, but not really evidence. I can cite those, but very few papers. So I downloaded some and still haven't read that. Mostly it's on abstract. But there was this paper in 1987. No paper.
Okay, so I'm just thinking about. Some conferences I missed that talked to me about it were maybe visualization, statistics. So there's also a term to visualizing actions. Very complex.
I'll take that. I'll take note of that. Function art is really no. I can't find any.
Yeah, but that's why it's like themselves okay, but there might be someone who's not even. So that's
So that's.
No, thank you.
that's not-
I love this. I don't want to something for Guillermo. Did a lecture presentation.
It has been a hobby for me, like to break it down. So if you look at my profile, lots and lots and lots of
That's
it has been a hobby, like when I free home and I see them in break, like I actually took a picture of the there's one in the I think it's umbrella there. So I call it umbrella. And I think it's an umbrella holder. I said I want to do this. And then it was I thought it was easy because I created complicated art. But I didn't know that it would be that difficult. I finished it last time. Save it.
But it's not, the same we can find that medics everywhere. A challenge with your life. Would you recognize the maps? Yeah, I can be from even if they are with university. And linguistics. I asked them to relate they kind of try to find this connection and express them mostly like in a basic way. But of course, they didn't use equations or the functions behind it. They just try to find some tools because they are like biology.
Library.
Oh, are you there?
Yeah, later, 3:30, I guess.
Okay.
Second.
You will assist F5.
Yeah. But I think the Eva is a better.
Great job.
Really very good at.
So my first, we are late because of light. We are so sorry for
Yeah, there's a lot, and of course, prepare.
Did you go back here?
I didn't get lunch there because my stomach was complaining. I had to go. Went out again. I just like.
Want to run, that's why I didn't go. But look at this stuff. Okay, I got to the doors.
Not panic. We left it already.
Hey, good thing.
I wrote 4 pages, but don't check yet.
Sorry?
I wrote 2 pages.
Yeah.
But don't check yet.
No,
Because yeah, okay. Because I have to. Sometimes I just write and then I edit the language later when I find it. But I wrote a lot already. So. Okay.
And explain from psychiatry.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. So less nervous.
Já mám obavy z té strany, máme tam zase druhý. Jsme jako vlastně sice a to máme jeden faktor. Takže tohle vlastně děláme, tohle je jako tohle je naše. A máme to tam připraveno pro vlastně 10 hráčů. To znamená, pokud já tam mám nějakou skupinu, tak tady jsme měli nějaké třeba šikování, tady takže tam máme pro 10 hráčů. Takže já jako ale co dál? Not much time, I think, when they do for to see.
So you're looking for. There should be stuff there.
It was my for now, How are you? Are you
A tohle, co se tam děje, a to má QR kódovú, toto sa dá nastaviť. Áno. No je to úžasné, to je relatívne novinka. Ja to úplne fascinuje.
No, no, this one.
I thought that this airline was going to be Spain, but
With weather. But when I left.
Tak, premýšľajte. Jaké kontakt máte? To však na Facebooku. Dobre.
Moc děkuju.
Budeme zač. Bien. Uvoľnite tými dverami. Ľavo tam je napísané, tam otvoríte dvere a treba ísť trošku pol poskoť za mnou. Nice.
Have to play. But it's interesting. I have never played with these before, although I've seen them many times. I don't know what the point is.
My students make with this short video story.
I don't know. The last time that I met him was fun. Sometimes actually if you both in your one time.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you take your blood pressure? Do you take your blood pressure?
Yes. Oh, okay. And morning I use medicaments and this time, okay.
Do you have a high blood pressure? Do you have high blood pressure?
Hi.
Okay. My mother.
I have this problem maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Why?
All my no problem. And next year I have tire operation.
Next year.
Last year. And sometimes I have some health yes.
My mother, she's taking the blood pressure 2 times, 3 times a day. She has quite a lot of pressure. She's 25.
I hope this is
So he will come.
so this is
And
this and this.
His wife.
Yes.
The document I created was better on it. when you are already in, because that's
do
like the
we
process.
prepare some
Before that,
edited books? Maybe, no? When, how do you integrate it in the
Yeah, I know.
setting?
You know what?
Very nice project.
Yes, I kind of want to go to 2021.
No, your.
The same process.
And next, this augmented reality.
How can you write on
No, I saw the post that I created some document. I can send to him the document.
Amazon, yes.
I will show you because there is something about Amazon. Oh, yes, Amazon.
We in our university we have four. Maybe.
Yes, that one, yes. And that one.
And this is next.
And this is after the augmented reality, this data education, research and pedagogy.
Before is data visualization.
This one was in 2017.
Yes, this is.
That one was in 2019. This one was in 2021. And there is also a textbook that I prepared with all the Australians to use in Australia about teaching mathematics, teaching developmental mathematics. Developmental.
Yeah,
developmental is from primary to secondary. So, now I will tell you something. But it's right. I will show you that. Yeah, do you believe? Yeah. That one, you see that one? Is it academics in Australia and it was for teaching primary students. So these are the books. Now I'm working on a book by I will send invitations for people to write. I would like to read because they were also it's about data science. Data science. For example, train your students to collect data and tell it make sense of it. Yes. When I will
you prepare this book
with
no, this is only
with Springer. Springer.
Yeah, Springer. Yeah, Springer.
When I will have the
and you
in the invitation I will send it to you because when I will send it to you, I will send it in this last year because
Yeah, these are any
This? No.
No, this one is the one that was out 2021. No, the other one.
Send me invitation.
No, the other one I sent to you is not, it's a work in progress. When we will invite people to write notes, I will invite you as well. Yes.
Used virtual.
Yeah.
But we have one project and Angelica is member of this project, and maybe we will write.
So they give your food first.
Together.
No, this one, but we just and then pay.
Mathematics, yeah, yeah.
Angelica make.
Is it a
I think someone knocked on the door now. I think someone knocked on the door. Every time you close it. Lock.
This is topic. One topic. But it's information.
The same.
That's how Lucas is driving.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
No time.
Yeah.
Copy is fun.
Yes, we will talk. When are you leaving? When are you leaving tomorrow? Because when you send me.
We need to find the topic when it's interesting for you and for me too.
Something about the augmented reality or virtual.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, can you read? Are you going to be there tonight? Or we can meet when we will finish or.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, what's happening?
Today I need completed my presentation. I will present tomorrow.
After
Tomorrow. After the lunch, maybe lunchtime.
Everyone told me this size because when you conducted me in the past, I couldn't answer.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay. Nice to meet you. Every. No, no. Vy ste odkud? Mladý. To jsem si myslela, že jste jako táto společná. Ano. Vy jste studenti. Vy učíte. A vy jste těž zo stejného pracoviska, či?
Prakticky ze stejného směru.
Stejné fakulty. Vlastně není Pišlerová, teda Spoldová.
No.
Já znám. Dlouho.
Didaktiku biologie. A praxe. Biologie.
Chemie.
Ale úvodem částečně.
Možno vás bude zaujímať, čo zajtra ukážem tu, ak nepoznáte tú rozšírenú realitu národa. Poznáte?
Něco už málo se slyšel, ale budu se těšit.
No, je taká jedna aplikácia, mňa chemia nikdy nebavila, ale keď tú aplikáciu vidiem, tak som celá Nemusíme tu mať človeka.
Nám došli také snažování. Jo, i teda právě vzdělávání
Ja vy ste museli z čistej chémie, z čistej biológie.
Ne, máme i takhle, protože máme novou didaktický systém. Takže také my
Áno, to je dobré.
máme úplně nový program, vlastně často akreditovaný.
Can you hear me?
Yes, actually, we hear you.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, well, so I will share my screen if this is okay.
Okay.
Hi, Eva. Hi.
We are extremely late.
Yes, you. Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Sorry. But now everyone is arriving, so promise we can start in 1 minute.
2 minutes, 1 minute I have.
So we need the schedule. So Eva, your talk will be a bit later.
1 minute.
So it's not my turn now.
No, sorry.
Oh. Okay.
Because we are starting
Okay.
now the afternoon session. Sorry about it. We thought that the mensa is open, but it was not open, and then we had to go to Green Papaya, and then it took very long time.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay. So okay, I will wait. I'm here.
Sorry, Eva.
No, it's already fine.
Okay, so So I think now everyone is arriving. Chronis, tell me whenever you are ready. Oh. Great. Give me some help.
Okay.
Why am I not?
I need to click on it.
If everyone
Do I want system audio? That would some sound.
Yes,
Video.
yes.
Good, 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 What happens with video?
It's fine because it will go out.
So do you mind if I sit and talk? 'Cause I'm-
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course. Let's get a chair here. Oh, there's a chair there.
If I'm sitting there.
Okay, so sorry for the delays. It was
Let's take this.
so we are starting now with a very important talk.
Sorry, invite the people from kitchen because it will be uncomfortable if we are preparing the coffee. Sorry.
No, coffee is important. Mine.
Okay, so sorry for the delay. Tomorrow will not be a problem with the lunch, but we have a very important talk. Our great colleague, and then we are running some really interesting projects with Chronis. So Chronis, please tell us about constructive perspectives.
Okay.
And you still have 15 minutes.
I thought you said 45.
Share
So-
to other people.
I'm joking, especially to the next presenter. I'm not joking. So I'll talk about constructionist perspectives. This is in the context of collaborations that we are having with Zolt's team. To begin with an Erasmus project called STEAM Teach, which was about teachers' creativity for STEAM subjects. And recently with a new project, a rather large one, which is called Transit, and which is about transforming education with emerging technologies. We saw the summer organization of the ways in which we can think about digital media. This is on the edge of transformational approaches to education. So we don't like curricula, we don't like things that are happening. We like to annoy people and then study the extent to which they have annoyed, but also study what has happened as a result. What I just want a very, very short snippet about what Transit is about. It's about establishing longitudinal sustainable collaborations between diverse research groups. And we have a special methodology for doing this, which is very close to the kind of things that we are engaged with. This is 5 quite different groups. So we are, it says connecting, which I don't like. But you can still see, yeah. 5 different groups. We have 3 elements to the way that we work together. One is we build on diversity. So we have small teams of diverse people doing some joint research and coming up with ideas for new proposals. The other one, the F, is flow of rapid prototypes. So we think of the idea of constructionism and tinkering with media as a mechanism to think with technology and to continually exchange prototypes that are consistently under improvement or under discussion. So we work with this kind of flow of prototypes. We think with the things that we develop. And the third one is we build on hybrid expertise. So we don't want anybody to feel that they are comfortable in groups that know the same thing as they do. But we engage in investing in learning something about a field that we feel ignorant about. So this is why I'm always interested in getting into new stuff, and hence participation in this project. So let's talk about constructionism. This is transit. We have, apart from the University of Athens and JKU, we have UCL from London, UNITO Torino, University of Torino, and the University of Amsterdam High School of Teacher Education there. Who are we? Well, there's an educational technology lab at the School of Philosophy, I might have you, of the University of Athens. And we are a department for educational studies. We've been around for a long time, 30 years. And in that time, we've been engaged in research and development projects in the European Commission. Transit is our 16th project in the last 20-something years. We were lucky enough to have collaborators, and now we have in-source Maria Stella and Marianthi, who's not with us, people who help us develop things, develop our ideas. So we were in a position to develop authoring systems and try out things on our own terms. And also we've been consulting the Ministry of Education, trying to collaborate in scaling up initiatives. There are two major initiatives. One is in-service education, where we have already reached 30% of teachers in the country, so it's pretty large scale. And the other one is a digital infrastructure, where for mathematics, I'm responsible for mathematics. What we've done is we've built 1,200 micro experiments from year 3 to year 11 and integrated them in the curriculum books. So you read the book and you click on things, and then there's an experiment for you to carry out. And we've been involved in design research. We design interventions and we get into institutional situations and try and study what happens when things are different. What about constructionism? Well, constructionism was one of the founding ideas of how to use technology to think with, long time ago, by Seymour Papert. It's kind of disappeared as an element or as a unit or as a marketable kind of code, but it's everywhere, wherever there is education that is connected with gaining experiences with using digital media in some kind of way. What is important about constructionism is, first of all, it's a process where learning goes together with tinkering with artifacts. Tinkering means that you lower the stakes. It doesn't matter if you continually evolve something and you have tools that you can build things easily and make sense of what it means. And a second feature is making your artifact public. So there's no, it's mine, I don't want to show it. On the contrary, please steal it from me. It's a flattery, and I want somebody to share it and change it and then exchange ideas about what happens. And learning is very importantly built on the discussion and the language that is built around the process of exchanging these artifacts and discussing about them. So what's notable about the things? Well, first of all, that they're never complete and they're never malleable, even if other people use them. They're always under change and they're remixed and improved. That the process of tinkering is personally meaningful. So you have people who are engaged with this tinkering process. It means something to them. And there's a language built, a more elaborate language to explain the functionalities, the meaning, and what people can do with these artifacts. What do we do with these media? Well, first of all, we use them for rapid prototyping and tinkering ourselves for research purposes and with our teachers. A large part of our teacher education professional development courses are about getting teachers to design digital resources themselves. In French, we call this la valise. We help every teacher have their own valise, so they feel that they are a part of this whole process. We think of the idea of design as involving everybody equally, not just the researchers or the teachers or the students, but everybody. Everybody designs. On the other hand, we claim that we are in a position to be able to embed powerful ideas in the authoring system so that students stumble on these ideas and begin to use them. So we are talking about secondary development, which includes programming, but as a means to tinker with media. And we think of these media as expressive media. If we think about video, it's the person who creates the video, which uses this technology as an expressive medium. So it's media with which you express your ideas. I'm talking in a hurry because I want to click and put you and take you to a lot of different places for a very short while, but then you can always access them because whatever we do is up on the web. It's free to be used. And it's being translated in different languages. Now we're in the process of translating our first into Spanish, apart from Greek and English. So these things, where are we? Yeah, these are three authoring systems that we have. They are extremely different between them. They do different things for different reasons. Malt2 is three-dimensional programming language, modeler, with which we have some projects here that I can show you. You can kind of create things that are not easily thought of when you have classical media like GeoGebra or other things. So here, what you've done is you have a definition of a rectangle, only the two opposite sides are not segments, they are arcs. So in that way, when you do this, you can create a cylinder, and then you can think about ways of defining a cylinder that are very different and are contextualized in the context of engineering mathematics where you use mathematics to build something. You can have more complex structures like, for instance, gardens. You have a lot of very nice, for instance, yeah, let me not make a mistake. You have a lot of nice nature. So this is three-dimensional. I don't know if you want to see it from above. So you can create nice bushes. And all this is the same code with which Papert very originally built his trees. Yeah, there's just a dual recursion call. It's the same. But now that you have 3D, and as you see, what you do is you have a combination with dynamic manipulation. So you can create a program. Then if you click on the trace, the engine understands which program this was created by and gives you a slider where you can dynamically manipulate the values of the parameters that you have yourself built in the code. So we are for mathematics, we are in favor of giving meaning to formalism rather than sidestepping it, as in dynamic geometry systems, but also maintaining the idea of this dynamic manipulation because it's a new form of expression, which is especially important for mathematics because you can see what you have changed and what remains unchanged when you put the parameters. Another thing that we've very recently gone into with one of my PhD students, Mirto Karavaku, is we're thinking about models and art, models in music. This is just a showcase model. I think we can't hear it because I've muted it. Yeah. So this was a Christmas carol. So this is manipulation of geometrical objects which have been built with the same code, but in time and in sequence. Yeah, and different perspectives on engineering mathematics and putting them up to contexts that might be interesting. It takes 2 minutes. So, sorry, we don't have one for spring yet, but this is in the making. Okay, now we do this. Yeah, I'm getting out of Malt 2 and going into a very different world. This is more to do with wicked problems, socio-scientific issues, including biology, including COVID, because it's one of the things that has been discussed here. So this is a game authoring system, and CHOICO stands for choices with consequences. So if you see yourself as a player, I'm a citizen during the pandemic, and I can make decisions. If I click on supermarket, I see that I have certain values: COVID risk, which is positive from 30 to 35, physical condition, fun, socialization, and money. So if I select it, my aggregate score changes. And the point of the game is to sustain on the game without the game throwing me out because I've gone under or over some red lines. What is important here is that this is a prosumer game. So you're not supposed to use this technology just to play the game that some expert has built, but you're supposed to question the rules of the game and get into the editor and change the game itself. So you can create new choices. You can, when you create new choices, you can see that they are entered on a relational database. You can change the fields of the database. You can change the values yourself and make decisions on the values. And you also have a Blockly language to be able to create the rules of the game, the starting points and the pop-up menus and everything. So the way that we use this is to immerse students in what we call socio-scientific issues, larger issues, but we embed mathematical or other ideas in the use of this. So we generate discussion and language over how we want students to change a game. So we give them, on purpose, we give them games that have a problem with them, either an ideological problem or a scientific problem, and we ask them to play the game, discuss it, think about it, and then make changes. And learning comes not just from tinkering with the tool, but also developing the language with which they talk about it. Yeah. And going quickly.
Can they stop the game and change the?
Yeah. It's all open. And our third one, which Maria Stella will be talking about as well, is again very different. This is a Tetris-like game. You all have played Tetris before, sorry. What you do is you create games. Let me do another biology thing, environmental. You have categories and you have things that are coming up. So is rope biodegradable? Is it or isn't it? I don't know. Yes, it is. Yes, good. Gold. No. Yeah, quick. So I have to be quick and things are falling off. And so I get the score. Yeah. And again, this is totally editable. So if you click edit, you go into the database and you can change your subjects, change the speed, change the categories. So it's a tool which is for classification. Which for us to help kids think about what is classifiable. What are the different aspects of the idea to classify? What are nested categories? What does category mean? What does an object mean? What does inclusion mean, etc. Two. Perfect. I only have another 15 pieces of software to show you. Oh, stop sharing. Damn. Hang on, this doesn't count. Screen, yeah? Yeah. Fine, yes. So, yeah. Anyway, I'll put up this is the basic characteristics, the affordances, what concepts we have embedded and what does it mean? What kind of learning we expect from it in each one? The other thing that we've built for basically for the digital infrastructure is a lot of micro experiments which are built with GeoGebra, but you don't see GeoGebra. This is, for instance, what we call a broken calculator. And it's open for teachers or for students to create calculators where there's something missing and think about exercises with which students can come up with the answer with one of the buttons, either the numbers or the functions on the numbers that are missing. And it was a strategic decision to use GeoGebra with the Ministry of Education because we have much more hope that GeoGebra will continue to exist in 10 years than any other piece of software, apart from our own, of course, because we'll still be there. But because of somebody raised the point before that it's very difficult for the good ideas that come from academia to maintain themselves and transcend all the different technological changes. So yeah, so we have 5 authoring tools. We have a number line. We have this scales tool, which is for equalities and inequalities. We have a 3D block building tool. You can see the things that you create from different aspects. And we have the abacus. So this is media to engage in coding and computational thinking in the service of some kind of content. Yeah, so we think about computational thinking as a 21st century skill, which can be used in different contexts for different kinds of reasons. But we also take computational thinking pretty seriously and not uniformly, not just coding in order to build something or just databases or just something else, GIS, but a combination of them according to, we had a very nice comment before that we need to know the purpose why we use each digital medium. So it depends on the functionalities of the medium that we work with. So this is what we do. We embed concepts, then we create bugs on purpose. We give these things to students. We call them half-baked, and we ask them to debug what we give them, and then stumble on the ideas that we've taken away. So our perspectives for education and for mathematics education is the idea of competency in integration with digital competency, mathematical competency and digital competency together. The idea of literacy, new literacies for mathematics, where we ask the question, what mathematics is now a good tool to help students think mathematically? Which is a question that we feel we need to ask, because the last time anybody asked this question was 250 years ago. So it's about time we change. And also we take a transformational approach to mathematics education. We allow ourselves to think outside the box, to question curricula and the structures that have been frozen all these years in communities that did not have digital media, and to think about different ways and different roles in which mathematics can have some importance, and not just the mathematics curriculum, because mathematics is everywhere, as we know. So is language, so is scientific thinking. And that end.
Thank you very much, Ronald. That's what it's a very important step. It's very interesting project.
The slide has links, so if you want to contact us, you press that link.
Yeah, so we have a folder where you can upload the presentations. So now we have time for questions for 45 minutes.
Thank you, my good friend.
I like your broken calculator. Does it mean that you can arrange any combination of operations, figures, and then people have to play with that and do some predefined calculation?
Yeah. So you take away the subtraction, and then you ask, what is 256 minus something? Yeah.
No.
I like your topic about the socio-scientific issues because I also work in this, but I more focused on making a content about socio-scientific issues in the comic. Is it possible in the future I contact you to?
Yeah, of course.
Share.
Everything, we are very, very pleased when we have colleagues using our technologies. They're quite widespread in Greece, and they're getting more and more well-known abroad. And also we'd be incredibly happy if anybody wants to invest in translating them in different languages, because it's not that difficult.
That's fine. So Fadlan is working on comics. You will have a presentation tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think then there is lots of connections with your game. One more question, either online or here. For the online people, I really recommend raise hands because we can.
Can I ask a question? This
Maybe
classification game, sorbet.
Sorbet, yes. You notice we have malt, we have choico, we have sorbet, and we have coffee. So we don't have the main course. So this is in the future on our collaboration result.
Is there an option in the game to create like more than 2 options for classification?
Oh yeah, you can create as many categories as you want.
You mean biology? There is
Yeah.
a big deal about classification of different things.
Yeah.
So I'm considering maybe to try it with biology.
Yeah.
Prospective biology teacher, because it would be really, really easy.
And then the new software beer and wine are coming to next year.
Yeah.
Good. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Of course, next time we will extend the length of the presentations, but it was already a good trailer. Good, Mara.
Yes. All in there.
So Mara is our returning visitor, and she was staying with us for 6 months last year, and she's doing really interesting projects, and we are very lucky that she's working with many of our PhD students and editing journal issues with our team.
Yeah,
So
I'll share the picture.
yes. So Mara,
Thank you.
15 minutes.
I have a couple of chunks, so when you stop me, I'll be done. When I think of STEAM, I think about problems that require all these disciplines in some interconnected way. So I had opportunities to work on some of the projects like that and learn some things. So that's what I will be talking about. So this is my short overview. 2 convergent science projects at the university. I did some self-study related to that. This is the journal, and this is playing with artificial intelligence. So the first project, I'm always going to point just to the part that I'm connected with. By the way, Eva, this is 3D printing, fancy name, additive manufacturing, engineering, all that stuff. And I'm here with a person from animation, trying to see how we can creatively include this into STEM education. So basically what we did, we asked students to use GeoGebra to produce something, to print it, and to make animation of the process. I'm a first mathematician, then mathematics educator, so I always say, what's the math behind it? Convince me that you understand that process. So we actually have that on YouTube, but I'm not going to spend your time on that because I want to show you this one. Okay. So, there is some music, but it's not important. I just want to show you what they designed and produced. It is happening. Yes. It will happen eventually.
It happens.
It's happening on my laptop, but not here. Okay.
Yeah, so
Try this
we
one.
have seen it.
We've seen it.
Okay, you've seen it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this part.
okay. Okay, I need help. I wanted to see this. You see what's going on? Yeah, that one. It's reconnecting. Okay. I'll just keep talking because I know what I'm talking about. My other convergence project is this disaster science. Yes. Disaster science, think about it, all the things that are related to disasters, from prediction to resilience and disaster risk reduction. So university formed a team from natural sciences, from education, and of course from engineering, all machine learning and radars and things like that. And again, my job was to be part of STEAM education. So with a group of people, we have done some NASA workshops. One about climate change and one that we're doing this summer is, okay, I just love this triangle and I'm going to try to show it. Even if I have to make my presentation proper. You got it. Okay, this is the other project. Sunflower is the flower, state flower of Kansas, and lots of different things, but lots of people, things like that. Okay, Zoom quick unexpectedly, and I'm going to have that clip here. Two workshops that I have already mentioned. Can you see them? Yes. Project-based learning and disaster literacy. And these are the topics that I have mentioned that put this together. And let's see if this is going to work. Slow. I live here. And half an hour from where I live, this happened in April 2022. Okay, see, Zoom is really having problems. Sorry.
You just need to watch it yours and it will come up here. Just.
Okay. Okay, half an hour from my house. Okay. So in my house, I have a basement, so that's what we do. Tornado is coming. We hear sirens, we go to basements. This is relatively wealth neighborhood. So that's it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. There is a delay here. Thank you. So what you see on this picture is where that happens. If you know a little bit about this risk, you saw the picture, so you saw the tornadoes. Sorry?
No, this is the coolest slide.
Okay. Okay, good. All what I want to share here is this is where people live in trailers, distressed areas versus prosperous areas. So this is area where tornadoes come. So what we studied is what would happen if this was, it will come eventually, you think?
Yes.
Okay. What would here? If I move this here for 10 miles, it would go through this area. There are no basements. there are no safe areas to hide yourself. And that's part of our study and educating people what to do, where to go, things like that. Let me try it once more. This doesn't let me. Do you want this to hold the laptop? Because whenever you come, it's doing something.
It's doing something now.
Yeah.
It's good. Yes. No, it's good.
Nothing is something.
Part of my yes, perfect. Thank you. Yeah. That would be wonderful. I'm just showing you where the tornado would be if it was just a little bit in that direction. Yes. Push it. Okay. So if the team in both of those, there are social science people, I'm from education, and we do different things. So as you realize, part of this, we started at COVID times. So we kind of, some of us didn't even know each other, although we are at the university. So teamwork was a little bit of a challenge. So we did so-called reflective polyvocal self-study in our second year, because we decided that things are not going the best way we wanted. We didn't move fast enough. So the RQ stands for my research question. What kind of a team do you need to have success in a transdisciplinary STEM problem or STEAM problem? And disaster science is a perfect example for that, because really you have all these sciences that have an interplay, and then you have experts, people, everyone in their own area, they know what they want, but communication is not easy. So the study was, what could we do better next time if we study, or how we can change? So I will go. So these are the things to consider, and of course it will take me half an hour to talk about all of these details, but if you glance, you can recognize what are the things important in that team to function well. So one idea for the future is, these are the elements of professional development that we need to look at. There are some other slides behind it, but you can push the next one. Okay, adaptive scaffolding framework. I use adaptive word in two ways. One is adaptive problems are problems that are not easily solvable. So this with tornado or just disaster science, you are solving some small pieces and figuring out things, but there is not this final answer or solution. But then there is another way to look into what is adaptive about it. If I'm from math and you are from sociology, which we had this combination here, how do we talk? We have our disciplinary languages, jargon, and how do we do things together? So one of the things is to look into this, basically focus on relational domain, how do we communicate, and also self-agency, so that I'm not kind of pushing for the problem that's not considering what others can contribute to the team. Okay, so this is actually like how many more minutes do I have? Two. Okay, excellent. These are the things that I've been studying maybe for 10 years. It's lots of it about relationships, power relationships, teamwork, and things like that. So together, there were 11 of us working on this. We came up with this visual that I could talk a lot about, but I would rather show you some other slides because you can ask me questions later. Okay, so who tried Dale? Okay, thank you. Next slide. I was very unhappy at the time because my department was not doing some things the way I want them. So I had someplace jotted this sentence, the structure doesn't work, we have to change it. And then Dale showed up and I'm like, let me see what it's going to show. And of course I picked third iteration that was more an abstract art instead of very formal, like a bridges and house door and things like that. And he pushed the next one. Fourth iteration, each iteration has, I think, 4 pictures, and you can reiterate. So my mathematical soul was looking for something that's abstract and looks nice. Yeah. Then I was like, okay, how about intersecting circles? And this one looked the best to me. And then I'm like, okay, I'm the editor of Journal of Mathematics in the Arts. Let's see what Dale is going to show me. This was one of the best. Next one. This is the journal. This is my 6th year that I'm editing the journal. Next. In June, there will be a special issue, Mathematics of Fiber Arts. I just pushed in editorial, so it's out of my hands. It's coming out. And I have this example and one more example to show you if you're interested. Oh, actually, one more. That's that one. And Marco, I just changed your name. Branko can tell you that he and his team are working on special issue about learning environments. I'm very excited to see what I get there, and thank you. Okay, I'm happy to talk and answer questions now or later.
Questions, 45 minutes. Anyone here or online? No?
I talked lots of things on this, so yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mara.
Oh, sorry. We should
So
also
it's not a
talk.
question, I just have to say how impressed it was, so.
Mara is staying with us for next week
Yeah.
too. So I really encourage the students or you to connect. On Slack, I shared a schedule so you can book appointments with Mara. So I think you have lots of connections.
Yes, I
And I think we
research
need to
also
talk
the
with
journal
Mara,
if you want to work on something. Cool. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then Eva is next. Eva online.
Oh, yes.
Eva, finally it's your turn.
Yes.
Sorry.
Oh,
So we are ready for you.
yes. Can you see my screen?
We can see your screen, we cannot see you, but I will try to.
Oh. Good. I will start. Thank you very much for everyone for waiting. Who tried to fix the delay of over 1 hour. So today I wanted to present you some case studies, how I try to teach computational thinking in an interdisciplinary way in STEAM education with 2 educational tools with Polyuniverse and the Collect app. You've already heard something about the Polyuniverse game. I want to give a short introduction about education and applications, and then show you some case studies with students from primary and secondary school with both tools, and then maybe some questions or discussion. Oh, you can write me, of course. What is an educational application? When you go to the Ministry of Austria for Education, this ministry says that it is defined that it is a digital resource that supports learning within the framework of school lessons and or independent of school lessons. So in any subjects. So the educators and the students can use those mobile devices, such as smartphone or tablets, to develop, practice, deepen, repeat, and structure new content, or to pursue their own areas of interest. So that's from the Ministry of Austria. So why should educators or teachers use those applications in their classroom? When you look through literature, there's so many benefits and disadvantages. There's so many studies saying, oh, a learning app is great, or it's super beneficial. So it's mixed conclusions on that. But when you are combining educational applications, learning apps, mobile ones, with analog things or with some practical content like crafting, it really has so many benefits for the students, because there's a connection to gaming, there's this entertainment factor. The students are working together in groups. They can use the application anywhere, anytime. It increases motivation, collaboration. They can discuss things, and very complex things or new content can be visualized when there are augmented reality features or immersive learning, and when there is an automatic feedback provided, grading or feedback is provided in a very time-saving and quick manner, and digital skills are promoted as well as computational. So I always say we are all computational thinkers here. So with Polyuniverse or the Colette app, several computational thinking concepts and approaches are provided and promoted, of course. With the different Polyuniverse tiles, the students can create things, tinkering, of course. They can find their errors in their approaches. They're preserving and collaborating and so many things. It's so universal to use both applications. So in my case studies with the students, I used Polyuniverse in several different subjects unplugged. And the students use different educational applications to document the whole learning process, to make pictures, to produce videos. The educators could grade the whole process, and with some applications, the students even could edit and cut their end results. And with the Colette app, I used Plugged, of course. The educators could use a web-based portal, and the students could use a mobile application. I will jump right into the case studies, because Polyuniverse originally was designed for mathematics education, and I wanted to use it in other subjects like biology or sports, like physical education, and a new subject here in Austria, which is called digital education. Digital education is similar to computer science. It's for lower secondary school for 10 to 14-year-olds. And this subject is new, was implemented this school year 2020 to 2023. So with the whole lesson, I wanted to combine the different curricula, and with computational thinking tasks, with the Polyuniverse tiles, of course, and with social learning. So with an open learning environment, cooperation and collaboration. And the workshop was designed for around 100 minutes for lower secondary school. We wanted to examine how the game promotes computational thinking, if the learning goals and learning outcomes which were predefined would be achieved, And of course, the last one, as a biology teacher, we wanted to give some examples, teaching examples and guidelines how to use this game in biology, in digital education, and in sports and physical education. So I start with the biology workshop. Of course, the students needed their smartphones and mobile devices, some pencils, the polyuniverse tiles, all of the set. There's 72 tiles, different squares, circles, and triangles. They needed their school books and some wooden sticks and a piece of paper, and used the app for documentation and for pictures. That was the introduction. So as you can see, there were different tiles all over the classroom, and the students should guess what this was about. It was about the characteristics of vertebrates, of course. Here's a bird. This should be a dog, snake, frog, and a fish. The students already knew something about the stuff. It was a repetition of the content of the life cycle of fish and all of the characteristics of reproduction and something like that. After this repetition of this content, they already knew new content was provided. The students should find out some characteristics and features of invertebrates. They had to 3 different tasks. What is the anatomy of a spider compared to an insect? What is the life cycle of a cockchafer? And what are the similarities or differences between bugs and beetles, or spiders and insects? And here are some pictures provided of this metamorphosis, or how the students could made the anatomy out of a spider with those wooden bricks and the eggs. They used same codes and colors and sizes to display the different eggs, or the body of the spider. Here you can see the debugging phase. Students were able to walk around in the classroom after the first approach, and they could look at the other students' approaches, how they were picturing the anatomy of a spider. And there in this group, they could see, we did our first approach wrong. We made here a head, three parts of a body, so only 2 parts is right. So here is the fixed second approach, something like that. In physical education, we mixed some basic motoric skills like running and jumping. They were moderate, of course, also in lower secondary school with computational thinking task with polyuniverse tiles. It was some geometric shapes from the game Tangram. After they had to run through this room, there were several motoric tasks, and some students were divided into groups, and some of the groups were running and the other ones were solving these Tangram tasks parallel. So here you can see the picture of the groups. Some of them were solving the task. Here are the solutions, and the other ones from this group were running. Every student had to run, and every student had to try to solve the Tangram tasks. They had a lot of fun solving this task, but after the questionnaire, some said, they really liked this logical mathematic task, but they didn't like the running exercises. So it was really funny. Another example I wanted to show you is to use polyuniverse in a dance algorithm. So there was a dance class in the subject digital education. The goal was to show them what are algorithms and what is coding, so basic programming and computer science skills. That was the aim. And the polyuniverse tiles were used for different movements, like this tile, this triangle, mainly red, used that this means that the students had to put both their hands up, or the yellow ones, they had to put their hands down, or they had to jump, or to clap their hands, something like that. They got this worksheet with the different movements, and they should create a dance. First, they had to follow this very, very simple dance. We danced it together until every student knew the movement and knew what is an algorithm, and then they tried to make their own dance.
So Eva, 3 minutes.
Oh my God. Okay, so I'll make it quick. So here they are dancing, and they had a lot of fun. So after this workshop, the teacher worked with this class for the next 2 or 3 weeks, and they invented their own dance. The students could use the polyuniverse tile or other codes, and the students made their dances. They edited this video and they made it all by themselves. And this group used different codes for their movements. And all of the dances of this class was presented in a theater, and all of the students of this school, it was around 800, watched this in a musical and theater night. And it was a blast, and it was really, really nice to see dancing in such a creative way, and to show them a step-by-step introduction to show them what is an algorithm and how to dance it. Well, I don't know how to explain Colette into 2 minutes short, but I will try. Colette is a learning app.
You get 1 more minute.
And, okay, I will break it down. So Colette is a learning app to promote computational thinking for all European teachers. And there are so many, 8 of them, different kind of tasks. And one of them is called building cubes. It uses block-based coding to create different shapes. Here are the task sheets with the different blocks and commands, what the students should do. And I, as a biology teacher, tried to combine block-based coding with biology tasks. So I invented a workshop which is called Easy Coding in Biology for primary and secondary school. So where I combine biological tasks with crafting and with block-based coding. In primary school, I start with crafted commands. I hold them in my hands and I show them like a puzzle how block-based coding works. And we also do those little wooden blocks to show them how these objects could look like. We do it with the big blocks in the room. Then we start with the crafting act. We do it out of with paper, something like that, and then we fill it with cress seeds, and the students watch it within the next few days how they are growing. So that is one big workshop we did. We did it with just 2 different shapes. And also the students and the teachers work with this task within the next weeks where I'm gone. They can create bigger plant beds. They can make it for the schools or combine it with other biological tasks. So they also could use it in other subjects like geography, art and history, and combine block-based coding with real life situations. And I also want to invite you to our Colette conference this summer where I think I have more time now to present what Colette really is. So that was just a sneak peek. Yes, there will be this great conference from the 16th to 18th of July. So please contact me and please scan this QR code for more information about the app and what we are doing. And I really like to hear your thoughts and comments, and maybe you are interested in collaborating, something like that. And yes, please come to Linz again in summer. I tried to make it quick. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eva. So I really recommend you to join our conference, especially our colleagues in the NIBRA countries, in Czech Republic or in Germany or other places, because we have lots of spaces and then we can support the accommodation and the travel too. So it would be very good if you could join. We'll have another conference too in the beginning of July, that or a kind of meeting. So Matthias, you can ask, and Eva, if you can upload your presentation to the folder.
Yes,
then everyone
I did already.
Access for more details, and then all presenters upload. So we have 45 minutes for questions. Okay, so questions to Eva. I think everyone is just so impressed.
With my speed of talking.
Please come back in July, and then you can ask as many questions as you want, because you get lots of opportunities. Right? Good. So thank you very much, Eva, again.
Thank you, Short, for this opportunity. Have a nice day.
Thank you. So our next presenter is Diego, who I had a really good opportunity to be my PhD student, and already he's a professor. I'm very happy that he's back now in Linz, and I think he is continuing doing really amazing work in Brazil. So welcome, Diego, and hopefully we will continue this journey together. So yeah, I hope so.
Great. Thanks, Shok, for the invitation, for the advising me during PhD. Well, let me see here. If yeah. Not here. Yeah. So I hope it works. So I'm Diego. I'm from Brazil. I'm teaching there for high school students and for prospective teachers as well. And today I'm sharing with you some ideas that I collected since from my PhD, combining physical and digital resource for STEAM education. So basically, I'm considering these physical and digital connections in 4 dimensions: 3D printing, laser cutting, augmented reality, and also Arduino and some other physical materials. But most important of that is I'm considering the 4 C dimensions, the skill dimensions. It means creativity, critical thinking, communication, and collaboration in developing such kind of tasks and work. So here I brought some examples as creative practice by using physical and digital resource. So in different fields like biology, physics, chemistry, tubes for math, thinking, or art, and so on. I'm showing some of them later as well. Important to say, most of them developed by students. This is my focus though in doing such kind of work. So here there are some lamps developed by high school students, and also this cube was a student solution to dissect a cube in equal parts. It's part of a task that I'm telling you here. So this is one of the tests that I have developed during my PhD, and I have tried on with different audience. It means from kids to adults, teachers, and so on. And the idea was basically to find different solutions to split the cube in equal parts. It means different equal volumes and equal surface area. So just to mention one, this, for example, it was a solution from a 12 years old boy here in Austria. So basically he got this solution in GeoGebra in 2 dimension, and then finally he made the extrusion. So they were working together, and of course I support them to get the 3D solution, but I provide them some previous solutions, and he got inspired from that one, from this one, and then finally he got this one. Here I have to do something, I guess. Hopefully you can recognize this logo. It's coming, no? Yeah, maybe I'm sharing in this way. Do you know this? I'm not sure if you know that this logo, the Twitter logo, was made with this technique, using only by circles. So what I basically did with my students was pushing them into create their own. Oh, now it's working. Anyway, I got this example to inspire them to create their own logos. So they were doing such kind of art with circles and also some lines. Like here, for example, not only I was not so restricted to using circles, but they had to create some kind of art. And finally, it turned like puzzles. So I'm passing through it, and you can open it. It's kind of magnet cover. Oops. And then you can check it out. So such kind of stuffs were made by students, high school students, I have to say. And I have a collection of them in GeoGebra platform. So here you can better see some of examples. And the interesting part from my point of view is how this process is continuing to motivate math to some other kids. These examples were made from laser cutting, and they have, well, here there are some examples in GeoGebra. They have used that not only for puzzles, but for some other games like Peers or Match, I don't know. But the nice thing is how it converts for a task for kids afterwards. So high school students were developing that to spread out to small kids. So it's like feed the net itself somehow. So they were to some poor or some needy schools or scenario, but also here is a kind of mathematics fair in Brazil. So here we have some other examples. It was a 3 days fair in Rio last year, and I took two students of mine, and they were there supporting the visitors to play with such different puzzles and games that we took there. but I have to say it's not only doing for fun, is this process is totally aligned with the curriculum. So in that case, they were learning analytic geometry. So they have to use inequalities, for example, to fulfill with colors. And during the process, they have to use math in a proper sense. So here you can see some equations that they have used to, and well, finally they got such nice examples. Recently, a colleague of mine who's probably following us by YouTube, he also developed with a prospective features that we have in our institution, a trigonometric circle to distribute in some schools. So they were teaching the high school students the trigonometric circle in GeoGebra, and finally they were converting it in laser cutting just to distribute again to some other kids. So here I try to summarize the process, either doing games or some math materials, resource, how I have seen this process. So the students to develop materials, games, or such kind of trigonometric circles have to use math and technology. But then afterward, they are developing their social and math skills somehow when they have to teach some other. And finally, they are learning from this whole process. So in different steps, they are developing in themselves in different sense. So with games or with doing materials, they are exploring first or playing, it depends on the case. And then finally they are making, and then playing again or teaching someone else and learning from this whole process. So here I brought another example. It's a game that we have adapted. So this year I was teaching combinatorics and probability. So I caught some collections of games that they had to reproduce or create. But it's nice to say we have developed in both in two different ways. So we have the digital version that we can play by our phone, but we also have the physical one for those who have who doesn't have the opportunity to have a phone or a good connection, so they can play by themselves. It's a quite easy game. So you can scan here to get the model in the middle, and then you have to figure out the solution. You can play afterwards just to have fun. And I put the QR code here to give you an idea. Here is another example. It's one of my first experience in doing such kind of materials, combining physical and digital worlds. So we have used I did this one by myself, but recently I have seen in GeoGebra platform someone else who made even better with the coding behind. But when I try to do that, to develop this task with the students, we have used 3D printing and also laser cutting to make the box. So you can imagine how much math we had to use in this process. So since graphics, geometric analytic geometry, percentage, and so on. Here are some few examples with augmented reality. Actually, all of this I made it, but I got some solutions from my students. It was part of a course that I have offered in Brazil in 2021 during the pandemic situation. So I just use this motivation, the cooking topic, just to give them a north, let's say. But my question is why we are using or doing such kind of task with the students? Why we are promoting such kind of or fostering such technology and math and so on. At the end, it's to problem solving. So I brought some examples here. How can we use these kind of abilities or skills to solve problems in real life? So for example, here, I was modeling, I did that one just to fix a lamp. So I had to model a proper piece. A colleague of mine repaired this tricycle for his daughter, also the handle of a suitcase. And here, a nice example with AR, I think it's important to think about how can we use AR to solve problems, in fact. So they have to estimate the volume of a water tank. So it was not accessible to measure the top. So they just reproduced the model with AI, and then they overlap both models, and finally they could calculate in GeoGebra. So yesterday we were talking a bit about inclusion and mathematics for all, or STEM education for all, and then I have collected some experiments that we did in our institution. So developing materials in different areas. And from my point of view, math here could be as an end, but also most important is using math as a means in the process of doing such kind of materials. So either to develop a biology material or a chemistry or geography material, we have to use a lot of mathematics in the process. So just some examples in different areas. And here, something that a group of my colleagues in my institution are developing in assistive technology, but also with 3D printing and laser cutting. So for inclusion. From the theoretical background, I have used the TPAC as well. We have used in a recent paper with some colleagues 3D model for the TPAC representation. And you can also follow the 3D representation and animated version if you are interested in. So another background is the design-based research. So we are all the time considering such kind of cycles. So exploring and formulate the problem first, then generating and selecting the ideas, generating and select concepts. We have to investigate which kind of math, in my case, since I'm teaching math, we are using for building some prototypes, testing and optimizing, and then presenting. So this is something that you have to do many times, or at least more than one. And then they start again, rethinking and sharpening their ideas and their modeling process. I'm using a lot of these project-based learning concepts or principles in my practice. And then I just collect some of these principles, like sharing decisions with the students, or giving them opportunity or freedom to choose whatever they want to do. Let's say whatever in a certain limitation, but for example, with games, I offer them to the opportunity to choose which kind of game, but we have to negotiate if identify there is enough math or related to the topic that we are studying, so they can continue. Open tasks, using the error. Someone yesterday was using such kind of thing. Reka said something to be more confident. Collaboration, as I said before, and students' protagonism. Here's some reference that I'm using for the Harari book, the 21 lessons for the 21st century, lifelong kindergarten. This is from King Robinson. Is creative book and creative intelligence from Nussbaum. And there are some videos as well from Sugata Mitra that is so inspiring to me. I think that's all. Thank you for your time. I didn't say, but PIPA is the name of the project that I'm leading in Brazil with this in this Fab Lab project.
17 seconds.
Thank you, Short, again. Thank you, Cecily. Thank you, Matthias. Thank you for all.
So thank you very much, Diego. So questions to Diego.
Do you use these sets with other children actually?
Yeah.
Distribute it.
Yeah.
nationally?
Well, as far as we can.
Yeah.
Yeah, we try to distribute or taking to some fairs or.
These are an interest, a general interest in them because they are beautiful.
Thank you. And the puzzles were made by students.
Yes, yes. I mean, that's amazing
No.
and beautiful.
Diego, do you also have models of molecules made there?
Yeah, I do have, but it's easier to find in Thingiverse. So if you want to print out something, you can find in such collaborative platform. So this is something nice from this maker culture developing process. So you can get whatever you want or as much as you want from such platform. I do have some models if you want. I have developed with some, the students have developed the caffeine molecule, for example. Yeah.
Very, very important.
I didn't take it out from my presentation, but usually I'm using it. Yeah, I do have some models.
Yeah, I have some coffee molecule. So any other questions? No. So thank you again, Diego. Diego will be with us next week. And then you can make an appointment with Diego. So there's a spreadsheet, same as Mara. Appointment. So talk with each other, develop some projects together. And hopefully next year, 6 months. I think then that is an opportunity. So coffee molecules are available. And then we have a kind of surprise. So Lajos is our PhD student working on music and mathematics. And then he will do some mathematical music performance during the break for us.
So I basically developed an application with which students can compose music just by using some very simple mathematics like addition, subtraction, divisions, not so difficult. And I also applied, developed an application that uses 3D geometry, and the rotational parameters are associated with musical parameters. You will see 3D rotating geometrical form, and you will hear that something is happening with the music.
Great. And then use the caffeine.
Okay. Sorry, Sean, I apologize. We are quite late.
Yeah, we need to do
All
really
coffee
fast.
breaks need to be not longer than 5 minutes.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Diego, can you help me?
I think it's something like.
That's curious.
Diego, this is great. Yes, very great, but this is not. Yes.
Maybe something like that.
Yes. But this is not.
Maybe in the other way around. Yeah.
Aha, super. Very nice. And what is this?
This is the trigonometric circle. So you want to see the tangent. For example, you have to follow this line. If you want to see the sine or the cosine, you have to follow this.
Yeah.
In GeoGebra, you can follow the construction like this and the justification.
Very nice.
Eso me quería hablar. Pero eso es algo que me gusta mucho. Porque,
Para mí, no tengo información.
porque sí, es claro. Puede ser un poco fluido. Eso es bueno que tenga el feedback. No, está bien. Y eso es algo que puede hacer en el momento, ¿no? Como cuando pasa.
D'étranges lumières blanches au-dessus de la ville.
Je voudrais savoir quelle heure il est.
L'eau salée lave les pierres du rivage.
Les jours de printemps pour aller n'importe de patienter jusqu'à demain matin. Il y a beaucoup de monde, merci de patienter jusqu'à demain matin. Merci de patienter jusqu'à demain matin.
Le ciel est encore nuageux.
Il y a beaucoup de monde dans la rue ce matin.
Je voudrais savoir
Il y a beaucoup de monde dans la rue ce matin.
du rivage. Je vais là où je suis sur le chemin de la maison au milieu de la je suis sur le chemin de la maison. Il y a une maison au milieu de la maison.
Il y a beaucoup de monde dans la rue ce
Je
matin.
vais là où il y a une maison au milieu de la rue.
Je voudrais savoir
Il y a une
Il y a
maison
beaucoup de monde dans la rue ce matin.
je suis sur le chemin de la maison.
Je vais là où il y a
Il y a beaucoup de monde dans la rue ce
Je
matin.
vais là où il y a
Il y a beaucoup de monde dans la rue ce matin. Il y a beaucoup de monde dans la rue ce matin.
Je vais là où brille la lumière. D'étranges lumières blanches au-dessus de l'étrange lumière blanche au-dessus de la ville. Le ciel est encore nuageux. Le ciel est encore nuageux. Je vais là où brille la
Nous pouvons aller
lumière.
n'importe où dans le monde. Merci de passer la
Le soleil la pluie qui traversera tout
Nous
autour de
pouvons
moi.
aller n'importe où dans le monde.
Il y a une
Les
maison
jours
au
de
milieu de
printemps
la
pluvieux,
ciel est
nous pouvons
encore
aller
nuageux
n'importe où dans le
revue
monde.
du
Merci de
rivage.
patienter
Je suis sur
jusqu'à
le chemin
demain
de la
matin
maison.
dans la
Le
maison.
soleil la pluie qui
Nous pouvons
traversera
aller n'importe où dans le monde.
le ciel est encore nuageux. Je voudrais savoir que le l'artiste qui mène à la mer sans fin. Il ne peut pas être le soleil la pluie savoir que le je vais là où brille la lumière. Le soleil la pluie
Les jours de printemps pluvieux, de patienter jusqu'à demain matin, jusqu'à demain matin de printemps pluvieux.
Il y a une maison sans fin.
Merci de patienter jusqu'à aller n'importe où dans le monde.
Lumière blanche au-dessus de la lumière traversera je suis sur le chemin de la maison.
Merci de patienter jusqu'à demain matin.
Je vais là où brille l'étrange lumière blanche au-dessus de la ville. J'ai beaucoup de temps pour parcourir le chemin.
Hola, los acabamos de presentar y estábamos esperándolos, pero estábamos muteados, perdón. Hi.
We didn't hear anything, so we can either repeat it or we can present ourselves.
We just introduce you and say that you are going to present something very impressive.
No, it's
And sorry for the delay.
no problem with us. I think we're suffering much less than you are.
We're not suffering, we're just extremely interested in what you have to say, and therefore our attention is like ripping us apart.
Okay, so I'm Gaston, and I'm here with Romina and Lucia and Melissa, who seems to say hi, someone.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
And we are teachers in the Architecture and Design School of Uruguay. And we also work with a wider team, but we are the ones who prepare this presentation. So we're going to talk about a new experience that we are putting into practice during this year. Oh, that's a really crowded place. It's great to see so many people. And the thing is that we teach mathematics for architects and designers, which is a creative field. And we also work with massive courses, around 100 people, maybe, sometimes more. And during this summer, we had a special course in which we came up with this new experience that we want to tell you about, which allowed us to make like a first attempt with a smaller group. So we tried it, and now we're trying to formalize it in a sort of map of commands that are usually used in design modeling software and relate that to mathematical expressions. So the thing is that we set ourselves this context for the course in which we work with multiple variable functions. We try to talk about this with the students, but mainly we try to use algebraic expressions that are often used in the early tertiary education. This is like 18-year-old students mostly. And we're also connected with other universities from the region, from Argentina and Paraguay, mainly. And this is the kind of stuff that we usually teach in these classes. Polynomial expressions and trigonometry, mostly. And the idea that we have is to use these expressions, which we know that we can teach to students at this moment of their careers, and introduce this context of multiple variable functions, which allow us to create these sort of objects. We need to focus on, first of all, to define them as functions that come from one variable to the three variables in space, which we call curves. Then we have like two variable to two variable, which are like a transformation of the plane. And then we have functions that go from two variables to three, that are the ones we call surfaces. The thing here is that it's good to know that the input variables of the function are what we call the parameters, which are variables that are not part of the space, right? The input comes like from an imaginary abstract plane or line, and we represent the range of these functions. It means like all the output points in X, Y, Z in space, they give us these shapes. So we try to introduce this context for students, which requires a first construction to elaborate these ideas. But the course is pretty long. We have like maybe 3.5 months, 4 hours per week. So we usually get time to get into these ideas. So what we aim to produce during the rest of maybe this year or few months is this map, this is just the first version. It's fresh. It just came out of the oven last night. We took as a reference some typical commands from design software, which is used to create these complex geometries in again, in most of the careers, we just took rhinoceros, which is kind of in fashion now, but there are commands in all brands of software. So the first one, the most typical ones are these extrude functions in which we take a curve and we add some other parameters so that the curve can project into a third dimension. And the idea that we have is that these commands represent for the students a formal operation, a shape operation in space. And we want to try to describe that in mathematical terms. And that's when this map of tools, mathematical tools, appears as linked to the geometric operations defined by the program. So we want to describe these operations in terms of the functions that I mentioned before. So we also try to classify this in different levels of complexity, because there are some simpler ones, like the equation of the circumference is like one of the first things that we see with students. Just as an example, if we want to talk about the circumference, we define this equation over here. I don't know if it can be seen. This is like the typical one. If we fixed the radio and we define the parameter as the angle. So the angle goes from 0 to pi, maybe. And x is cosine of the angle and y is sine of the angle. So the range of that function is the set of points that make this circumference. I don't know how familiar everyone is with these equations, but I'll make like a quick tour. Maybe later we can discuss some details. So these are like the basic ideas. Then there are some more complex objects and commands used by the programs. Like this one that is called pipe. It takes a line, any kind of curve in space, and it makes like a pipe around that line. Or this one that's called sweep, which allows to introduce variations in the shape that goes along the line. And for example, to construct this in GeoGebra is a little bit more difficult because you need the student to understand, to construct a perpendicular set of axes. So this requires some derivatives and things that we usually don't teach, but we want to include it here, so in case anyone wants to take it.
3 more minutes.
Yeah, great. Thank you. And this is another example of that requires to introduce some transformation matrices, and like we usually don't go there, but we want to introduce them in the map as well. So now, just to round up, what we wanted to show is one example of what we can do here, which is related to this patch command, which allows you to project a shape into a surface. So here, yeah, the idea is that we to produce this, it's like the end of the course. It's the most difficult thing that we attempt to do in a course, is that we need to combine these two functions. The first one is like a transformation of the plane that takes from a UV plane, we construct a surface that is like a circle and all the points within. This conversion, let's say that we input U and V values and we get AV values with the equation that I showed before, just that now the radius is also a parameter. So each value of the V parameter means a different circumference, and together they make like this sort of shape, like this region in the AB space. So the other one that we usually use, which is pretty simple, is the cylinders, which define this in this way. We start from a AB region, which goes from minus pi to pi in A, and from -3 to 3. Oh, sorry. In B, so this rectangle is transformed into the cylinder throughout these equations, which define the circle in the top view, let's say, just cosine of A and sine of A, and B, the other parameter, determines the height, I mean C, and that's how the cylinder appears. So this function maps points from this rectangle to this cylinder in space, And this function maps points from this rectangle to this disk, let's call it disk, that moves around. So for example, here you can see that this rectangle starts at 0.5, so the radius of the circumferences go from 0.5 to 2. So the thing is that if you combine those two functions, in this way we make the composition of the functions, which we get S1 of T1 of UV. You get a UV input and you start from this rectangle. So these points are mapped into this region, but since you are making the composition, this region becomes the domain of this function. So only a part of this original rectangle gets mapped in space. And we can get these weird shapes. We can project these shapes into the surfaces that we and the students actually end up designing in the courses. This is another example that Lucia programmed yesterday. I don't know if you want to say something, Lucia. Okay, so it's a little bit more complex. This is a ruled surface that goes between this curve to this one, and one parameter moves along this direction, and the other one multiplies a vector that goes from one curve to the other. We apply the same concept and we get this pretty flower to appear like printed over the other surface. So this is as far as we go. We apply this in different courses. This is the output of the design, the summer course that I mentioned earlier. And the students ended up printing these things in 3D, which is pretty motivating for them. And I know maybe Romina and Lucia gave this course. Melissa has been working on the map, and I don't know, maybe somebody else wants to comment something. Romina.
Anyway, probably we can have some questions now.
Sure.
So who has questions? Please pose your question.
Okay. My question is about the course, because I already had some talks to them before, so I know a little bit more about the context. But maybe you can tell us about these things you're mapping into mathematical concepts are something that your students are used to use, or is something new for them too, or start of, I don't know, the course or other course, or this extrude, revolve, torus.
These shapes, yeah, they are very typical. They all know them, and mostly they are not afraid of them, as they are of mathematics. That's an important thing. Usually in architecture, and
they are less afraid of forms than math.
They are not afraid of forms, but they fear equations. That's a fact.
So
yeah.
So and how the students react to this? So they enjoy the course. I don't know. Do you have some insight into that?
Romy?
My English is bad. I'm sorry. But the course was very successful. The students were so happy because they can understand things that they do every day in other programs, and they can explain that with equations and mathematical terms, and they can see more about these surfaces that we suppose we have in the here in the ¿cómo se dice? Pantalla, in the screen.
Thank you. Great.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now
Thank
it's
you.
my privilege to introduce into cooking because Laura created a cookbook. And Laura created a cookbook about a STEAM curriculum, so part of a STEAM curriculum. She tells us about the curriculum for teacher training, how she analyzed it, and how she collected the ingredients for her cookbook.
Do I share my screen?
Yes,
Thank you
thank
for
you.
the introduction. Thank you for this opportunity to be here with you. And yes, I will share you about my experience with my travel from another state to going back to my country and then trying to bring some advancement to the STEAM education. Right now, I am coming as a PhD student in the University of Alexandria Iași. And in case you were wondering, well, okay. I don't know if this works, but in case you are wondering, I live here right now, but I got much of the inspiration while I was living 8 years in Germany. I moved back to my country and I wanted to bring some advancements because I saw so many nice things in the West, especially in the museums. So in 2020, I was a master's student and I did a research on the state of art of STEAM education in Romania. Perceptions about the existing offers, what are the difficulties, what the solutions might be, both from teachers and from parents. And some answers came. And here are just a few of the main ideas. There are no STEAM opportunities at that moment. There are no teacher training. And what teachers would need is a useful curriculum and examples, and then collaborative planning inside the school, and also collaboration with specialists. Okay, so this was done. Then in parallel, I started a club, which is offering non-formal STEAM education. And during the years, I would like to run it like maybe faster. During the years, we developed more than 200 activity plans. We have more than 700 workshops with more than 1,000 children. We collaborate with students from different faculties, and we teach everywhere some kind of well, not some kind, much of interdisciplinarity. And we created practical experiences for them, where mathematics is always a bit there because I graduated initially mathematics, but it's also about chemistry, about environment, about geometry, about sustainable construction, about collaboration teams, practical activities in the house. We use technologies, all kinds of them. Also, this kind of images. And right now the page is shifted on my side. So, okay. So that was doing well, but I said it's not enough. So in 2022, I came up with a PhD plan. There's also on hold there. How to strengthen the teachers. So it's all cyclical, also in this part. As a PhD student, I work with pre-service teachers, prospective teachers. So I wanted to create a STEAM professional development for them. I teach technology for education. So how I did that was a full cycle, which is still running. Then I also implemented it and assessed a bit because I wanted to improve. So this year was the second time I had an improved version, and then we also developed a STEAM. I also developed a STEAM professional development program for in-service teachers, and this is a part of the program which is accredited by the ministry. So right now we are also delivering this to in-service teachers.
And the idea was that during this implementation, okay, I also wanted to invest some of the, to look at some of the things. And how I did it, of course, is the whole cycle of how I created the curriculum, because I teach students from different faculties. So it's like biology, history, geography, mathematics, physics, all of them. So the idea was that they will work in a project-based environment. And they will have to create a lesson plan, which is not the standard of 50 minutes, but 90 minutes in this case, I'll tell you what. Choose a topic which might be from the curriculum, but connect to some of your interests. Matthias was telling us also about his interests, like it drove him forward. And then try the goal of interdisciplinarity, of transdisciplinarity for STEAM education, with the usage of technology, and try to connect to real life. And of course, all the students from all the faculties, they had a mandatory thing to point out the mathematics in that lesson. Even if it's like computing a percentage or very simple calculations or connections, they should have identified and put them. So what they had to do is to create a lesson, and also, because we're using the technology, create a blog post, because we have a platform. And the experience told me that I would better tell them to create a 90 minutes lesson, because what happened in the previous year, go to didactic.ro, download the lesson plan, change the name. We don't want to do this. We want to try something new, because that was a safe place where we could just scramble around and just come with ideas. So I changed a bit the rules, and we supposed to activate it. We had a lot of applications that we used. We did tutorials, we explored a lot, we helped each other, but how to measure? So I wanted to measure their perceptions about STEAM education. Also, how they feel about technology, about pedagogical and content. And I used an instrument which is TPEC XS, like the colleague previously told us. This is a shortened version. And then also, because of this very nice thing Puppet told us, that project-based learning is something which is very useful for them. I said, yes, this is also something which maps on our idea. And I wanted to measure their engagement, their perception of benefits and experience, with a mixed method, because we had linked items, we had open answer, and also focus groups for what we have. At the end, right now, at this moment, we have a web platform with 127 lessons from different faculties like biology, geography, physics, mathematics, and informatics. They are in Romanian, so if you scan it, you will find it in Romanian, but the purpose is that the teachers, also the in-service teachers, will also use it, and also give us feedback on how could we improve that. So creating materials in native language, that was also one thing. For example, what we can find I like very much a few of the lessons. So here it's like mathematics students created, they were passionate about fashion and design. So what they created was a tutorial in GeoGebra. I was introducing this to them, and they created a tutorial on how to design some clothing. Then this is the egg. It is the Columbus egg. Have you ever seen it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It is actually a part of a biology lesson about eggs. And the students put it into, or here it's also a lesson from some dancers, which actually are students in mathematics, but they are very passionate about dance. So what they did was to create a lesson in which they show the geometrical things using dancers. So in terms of results, of course, they had also difficulties, but they are mostly on the positive side, and they want more STEAM education. This should be replicated. We should do more of this, also in the university.
Then they had problems at the beginning with understanding the task because they never did a blog post. What is this? So I was some kind of strange teacher for them. But actually, they managed to do well because we worked together. We did practical stuff. They worked together, and I also participated and gave them feedback and helped them to manage and to reach success. And at the end, I had 2 questions for them. Which was the biggest challenge to do the project? So demanding. Which was the biggest success? I did such a nice project. I'm so proud of it. Okay, then we are on the good path. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Who wants to ask the first question? If nobody wants to, I do have a question.
Yes.
You said you were altering some constraints or some environmental factors, and you improved your things.
Yes.
How did you know what to do? What to change?
For example, with the 90 minutes.
Yes.
Because I always, so besides this research, which is based on instruments and so on, I always have also different informal feedback. And I always ask them. So for example, for this year, I have new set of improvements to do. And actually, I want to take some 3D printing stuff into it, but that's another thing.
We can do that.
Yeah. So that they might create material that they use when teaching, so create their own material.
Yeah,
that's good. That is what I'm, yeah.
Anybody else has questions?
Not question, but it's very good that you are here because you have so many connections with all of the students here. So I think you can develop lots of opportunities.
And I thank you for this very good opportunity.
Now, Maria Stella will show us I3. Of course, I guess you probably remember this classification question previously. And so that was mentioned. We will learn more. Since we don't have that much time previously, we will get 10 more minutes about this now. Sorry.
Hello, everyone. Like that. So, is it here? So, I'm Maria Stella. I'm a PhD student. I just started, and I present you part of my master thesis, which has to do with the design and development of a digital kinesthetic tool for classification and collaboration skills calculation. So, by design and development, I don't mean that I created one from scratch, but I utilized and enhanced an existing digital classification tool, which you already saw. It's called Sorbet, and I enhanced it with a gesture recognition. My research focuses on the way in which students generate meanings about classification, meanings related to classification, affected by the integration of such technology. Also, I wanted to examine the degree of interaction that occurred between students and how they collaborated. And also, because I'm the developer, I want to evaluate the software in terms of usability and how to improve it. So, maybe you know that classification is considered as a primary skill, but unfortunately there is limited reinforcement, mainly in preschool, either utilized in context of very specific lessons, so there's no proper research behind that. As for the games existing about the classification, there is a significant number of online games, but most of them are closed with limited capabilities for students. So that's why I utilized the already existing Sorbet tool. It's sorting based on educational technology, the acronym. You can find it online here, you already maybe. It's free, it's web-based. Chronis told you about that before. So it's purpose to function as a game generator for supporting teachers and students with no programming knowledge.
And this approach is a constructionist learning approach, and it is a more interdisciplinary practice that involves higher order skills and practices. So here's again the interface. You can either play an already existing online game where objects are falling from the sky and you have to click and drag them to the right category. Objects may be images or text. You have to select between that. And of course, you can question these classifications and modify it in this table where these are the categories and these are the objects, how many times they will appear, which is the accordance of an object to a class. It can be more than one, so it's more open. It's a one-to-many classification process. And of course, you can create your own classification games of any context. So in the enhanced version, of course, embodied learning has been of great educational and research interest. It connects the body with the mind. So the innovation here is the addition of a kinesthetic character to this software. So instead of handling with mouse, we added a physical palm gesture interaction that simulates the actual movement of a human hand for a more natural approach. So it is very important that there is no special equipment needed. You just open your web camera and it detects your hand. So here is the enhanced version. This is the representation of the hand. As you can see, it's only one hand supported in this version, but we'll figure it out for more than one hand. So when I have my hand open in like that, I'm sorry, and you move around the screen, and when you have an object you want to classify, you just grab it, as you can see in this image, and when the dot gets blue, it means that it had grabbed, so you can move it around and let it go when you want to classify them in the box. So for this particular research, we intentionally did not select specific learning objectives. That we don't have a biology class or mathematics class, but we have an exploiting a controversial issue, something interesting for students at this age because it was secondary students. So we came up with the idea of the app game. It is a game to classify famous applications, actually mobile applications, such as TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, regarding to its primary use, which can be diverse or many of the uses. Most of the applications have multiple ways of use, actually, communication, fun, whatever. And the selection was based on the most popular applications for 2022. A few words about the methodology. It was a design-based research, actually, a first cycle because it was just my master's thesis. The data came from multiple sources, and we followed the steps of thematic analysis. Our participants were 8 secondary students that worked in pairs the whole process, and they switched between the roles of players and designers in the whole process. So these were the 3 phases. So in the first phase, the students were playing the game in the classic version using their mouse. Then they asked to play the exact same application game using the enhanced version and the palm gestures. So they interacted with the tool and they all questioned the classification, so they had the opportunity to modify it in the third version to express their meanings, and they had the ability to select the version in which they want to play their own game after the modification. Just a quick overview regarding the 3 main aspects of my research. Regarding classification skills, we tried to classify an unclassifiable, actually, object, which lowered the stakes of formalistic rules and gave the space for students to self-express and discuss the concept after that. Some classification concepts as inclusion or exclusion of many applications and their primarily or general use. The quick decision making while they wanted to classify the apps combined with the game logic created stronger memories to students for the next step of the phases, and the ability to access functionalities gave the opportunity to them
to understand where their choices emerge from and how they affect, well, what are the consequences. So it was a great means of expressing ideas and shaping meanings about more arbitrary things, maybe. Regarding collaboration, it was impressive, the increased levels of communication that occurred between students compared to the classical version with a mouse. It was so much more interactive and collaborative, especially in phase 3. They get plenty of space for discussion and collaboration to make suggestions about the game and how to improve that. Very important is that students who were more familiar with technology obtained a more encouraging role toward other students who were not so familiar, and they encouraged them and guided them to the process. And of course, the game score was a common goal for combining teamwork and competitiveness also. Regarding user experience, there was a remarkable difference, as I told you, in the way they interacted instead of the software engagement. So, of course, they indicate improvements that will be very helpful for the next version of the game, hopefully. Maybe two-hands recognition and easier handling for the manipulation. But it was very important that they told how to fix it in order to be even more engaged. Of course, further research is needed because we didn't have the time to analyze the data in iterative cycles, as design-based research indicates. And further development of the improved version and test that. And of course, I want your ideas maybe for similar activities, for other educational ideas for multidisciplinary context. Yes, that's all for me.
So does anybody have an idea yet for a multidisciplinary context? Or a different question, maybe? Then I have a question. Yes, we have a fractal again.
Oh, great.
We have a question here.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, so sorry, you were saying you were exploiting controversial issues.
Mhm.
I didn't understand that part.
Perhaps
Perhaps I missed it, but.
Yes, because we don't have a biology class, let's say, which is strictly the classification
Right.
concepts. It's something more abstract, and we want to see how they will interpret it.
Right.
Yes.
And the controversy is in that it's different things.
Yes.
I thank you. Okay.
Any other?
A different question? I have a question because you mentioned that the students thought about the classification themselves. So which parts, how to classify, and they discussed the classification. Why do you think that happened?
You mean about the concept of classification
Yes.
or the process? While they're editing the game?
Yes, the editing of the game.
Yes, let's say that they saw that an application may combine with more than one category. So they, how can I do that? If it was an animal, it would be classified to class it. It would be strict to one class. That's it. It's mammal, let's say. But in this way, they came up with the idea of they can be more open and they can add more categories and see how it connects to each other and which exclude them and which include others. Yes,
nice.
That's all for me.
It's not a question, just for me first. I'm impressed. Very nice.
Yeah, me too.
Congratulations. I have no idea how to use it in biology
Yes.
lessons, but
Great.
we can communicate
Okay.
and translate and develop the
Great.
So thank you for sharing.
Thank you very much.
Coffee.
No,
Ah, shit.
So, Mr. Coffee,
But you got more than 5 minutes.
10-minute coffee. But if anyone needs coffee, then
So basically
You
what
can-
he's telling us about is computational thinking.
Yes.
So this is what he will now talk about.
What is computational?
That's a hard one.
I want to start with the question.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Wahid Junianto. I'm a PhD student here at GKU. And this is my first semester actually, and I'm fully funded by OERD scholarships. So my PhD study is about integrating computational thinking into mathematics education. And today my title is about GeoGebra-based computational thinking mathematics lessons for junior high school students. And then the definition of computational thinking, the most commonly cited is from Papert and Wings. And then in my research, I combine those two. So computational thinking is about thought process to solve problems and to gain or to access knowledge. And then the importance of computational thinking, it is relevant to 21st century skill. Some say that it's no longer 4C but 5C, and then it is like essentials knowledge or skill like reading, writing, and arithmetics. And integrating in mathematics education, it is relevant, relatively new, and it shows the benefit for the enhancing mathematics and to develop the computational thinking practices. And also a few studies rarely use educational design research or DBR or ADR. And then my study is about plug computational thinking activity, meaning that I will use kind of computer laptops or electricity. So there are some software or programming tools that I will use, but for this study, I will use the more affordable software like GeoGebra is free and affordable for mathematics teachers, and also I will use a spreadsheet. So in this study, I developed with the GeoGebra one. And then my research question would be, how can we develop Math City computational thinking activities for junior high school students using GeoGebra? How do students respond or react to this activity, and what challenges in integrating Math and City in GeoGebra? So I will use educational design research by McKinney and Reeves. And then this is the cyclical processes or iterative. So I'm still in the small part of the cycle. So I did a literature study and then discuss with supervisor and the experts. And I developed with the teachers to develop this GeoGebra activity. And then I tried out with small few students. Now this is, so I collaborate with the math teachers and then the mathematics teacher trainer as well. So I involved them to develop the activities, and I tried out with 16 junior high school students. So I used GeoGebra with two lessons, lesson 1 and lesson 2. It is about area of circle by approaching it by the area of polygons. So the area of circle by the area of polygon. So the first lesson is about to program or to develop polygon first, and then the second one is how to make a circle, inscribe polygon inside it. Okay. So about my about the framework that I used to develop the activity, I used the Shute 2017. It is the improvement framework by the previous researchers. So there are 6 components or facets in this computational thinking: decomposition, abstraction, algorithm, debugging, iteration, generalizations. So this is one of the example of the activity. So it's about debugging. So actually there is somebody programmed with this codes, but actually it is wrong. So student need to fix it. So it is kind of debugging activity. And then I developed 4 activities for the first meeting and 7 activities for the second meeting. So data collections for the improvement of the lessons, we use WhatsApp group to communicate, and then I still have the discussions, Zoom meeting with the collaborators, and the GeoGebra lessons and screen video recording with the students. And then with this, I analyze with this kind of data analysis. So for the GeoGebra lesson and Zoom, I can use content analysis. So this is the implementations with the few students. So the teacher and the students work individually on their laptops. So they did this. And for the lesson improvement, so far about the delivery issue mode. So whether we use a big screen or small screen, the small screen has more challenges actually, because when we use the keyboard is totally different from the laptops, because it is separated with numbers, and with the alphabet it is, you have to tap, okay. And about the sequencing, whether the delivery, whether the first meeting is flipped classroom or both are face to face. And then some of the first draft has some typos, so we revise it, and position of the text, and the additional activity, we created one more activity for that. So this is the display of the small screen. So for the numbers, for the text functions, it is in different type, but when we use a laptop, we can use it easily. So that's the challenge for the small device. So this is one of the additional activity. We want to let students to experience like computer science, like they can program and can edit it easily. Edit it, yeah. So this is example of the successful work of the students. So they program it here. If they make mistake, they can click edit and type what they can edit, or they erase, or they insert something. So I would like to show you about the video, how the students work. I will not make the sounds.
Need to restart the prayer.
Yes. So I record the screen video, and actually the webcam is active, but it's okay. It is dark, so we do not expose the student face. So she programmed this, and then see if she forgot, they click the previous activity to check what is the correct program. So okay, then okay, they check how to make the script. So they continued with that. So it is the first meeting with the programming activity. They didn't experience this before, so typing something to program, it's totally new for them. But within the short time, by witnessing this activity, it is part of quick adaptations that they can do that. Okay, so yeah, so she programmed it. See, she made mistake and revised it, so it's debugging as well. So yeah, she could make it with the programs. Yeah, one more minute, and this is the last part. So yeah, she could make it actually. Okay. So when there is an error, so she refine it, because the power of GeoGebra, when you made a wrong script, then it will show you a comment that it is wrong comment or whatever it is. So I record how many run that they click. So whether they write it down all first and then run it, or they write one and run. So most of the cases, view run. So I'm happy with that. So they do not check one by one. The program check, the program check. So they write it down and run. So few of runs and few of erase or delete. So I'm happy with that. So that's all my presentation. Thank you.
But you already
I
have
have a question. But it's no. My question is, why are you happy if they wait until the end to run the program?
Because
I don't know anything
Yeah.
about computational thinking, so that
because when we act or we do like computer scientists, we usually program it and then we run it and we find the debug. So we want them to experience this kind of thing instead of one by one check, one by one check. So I want them to experience like a computer scientist when they do programming. So they program first and then check later. So yeah, they find.
Truly speaking, agile programming, you don't do that like this.
What?
You know, agile concept of agile programming. So they design something very sketchy, and only then deepen and deepen it to make a complete program.
Yeah.
So this is not this way. This is the way how Matthias
I
is saying.
write a line
Make
of code.
a little, then check it, make it more, make more, and so on and so on. So actually, this is, in my opinion, much more natural way, even for everyone. Because even you haven't studied 5 years, because I go through to final exam, and then I will, if I fail, I will consider what to retrain to do it. Yeah, so we always, everything we should do in small pieces.
Yeah, maybe depending on the what kind of software that you use. Usually we cannot.
It's not software about software. It's about any way of lesson.
Yeah. Yeah, but what I experience when I do MATLAB or something, we cannot. Yeah, we can check one by one some of the programming tools. We do it till finish, and then we check the debugging part. But yes, true in other.
And you don't need to do it naturally one by one. You can do it in small pieces when you are certain that up to now I am correct.
Yeah.
And then you can, I would say, check whether you were right and continue.
Yeah. But in terms of the activity efficiency, okay, we can discuss it further.
Okay.
You have an appointment with you.
Yes, I think, no, but I think it's very interesting to record that. I think that's a great idea.
Yes.
So you can explore what the students are going through, through in the process.
Yeah, even show them most typical errors, for example, because each of us is doing something else. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yes.
Question.
One more question.
I think Guillermo has a question.
Guillermo,
I think.
Go ahead.
I don't know, it's not a question, it's just a comment from because I do a lot of GeoGebra, so I think this is a very unique way of you using GeoGebra. So
Yes, it is.
this is a lot of opportunities to do later.
Thank
you.
Now, Brigitte.
Debugging, if I think of debugging, then the same tasks you can give in a math lesson and English lesson in all the lessons. When you give the children tasks where they have to be the teacher, find the mistakes other students make. But this is the highest level, because I think to solve a problem and to find the mistakes, that's a different level. After how much programming, how much experience can you give debugging tasks to your students?
So based on my designs, the first two activity, they program it first. They learn, they follow the instructions, and the instructions actually totally different with what they asked to do. So for instance, I made the kind of hint is to create A.2.2, and then the task that they have to make is A.3.3. So they follow the instructions, but it is not completely the same, but the coordinate difference, the size is different. And then after the two activities like that, I give them error program. So this students were asked whether they can follow this instruction or not. But since the GeoGebra can show if it shows okay, this is not recognized this script, so they know that it is a mistake, so they have to find a way to fix it.
That means just a couple of lessons.
Not couple of lessons, in one meeting actually.
Okay.
With two activities first to do program, and the third one is debugging.
That's extremely impressive.
Yes. Yeah.
We have one question from Musa.
And I have a question. Good.
Musa. Thank you, Eva. Wahid, congratulations.
Yes.
So, yeah, if I heard you clearly, I saw you had 3 objectives, right? The second one, you wanted to see students' response.
Yeah.
But by response, did you mean how they will do the task, or response, how are they feeling towards the task? And how did you capture that?
How do they do the task?
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question. Mahi, where are the anime characters from your presentation? I really miss them. You are really entertaining.
So yeah, because math is powerful and city is considered powerful, so I have a kind of anime that a fusion of those two. So I made a kind of picture of that, but I didn't show it yet.
So Mahi, don't forget in the next
Okay.
presentation. It's very powerful.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Now, 2 minutes plus 1 minute, maybe more break.
Yes.
Yes, Co sa stalo?
Oh, I don't think so, but we can ask the Taiwan. It's okay. This is mine, so I can share it. Don't worry. Yes, I will open mine now, and then. Oh, yeah. Yes, it's here, so I think I can open it right now. But I don't want to bring mine here, so this one.
Yeah, but all of us beautiful.
Now I can.
Yes.
And I share my screen first because we need to. Can I share my screen first?
Come fa lo spiega? Perché non si vuole. Indonesia? Malam itu flight terdapat Jogja ya.
Bahit.
Bahit. Ondan bana hala fazla konjo.
Padlan, yeah.
That's enough for me.
Sorry? Ah, yeah, or we can use this, I think it's better. Station I use that because this one is in the English language, but I use in Spanish keyboard, so some functions change. So I think, yeah. And then
Okay. We should start. So just some information. So tomorrow, the conference is moved to a new place, to the Circus of Knowledge, which is next to the Mensa. Okay, so you will find this building. It's in the campus. So I show you where it is. So it's here. So we are here in this building, and then it's just very close. So we passed by this place. There is a castle. So it's behind or on the ground of the castle. And then also today, we have a dinner in a restaurant called Bella Casa, which is exactly in the tram stop. So you will find the place. And we are supposed to be there at 6:30, but I think it will not be possible. But we need to be there the latest 7, because otherwise they will not keep our table. Okay.
Okay.
So after this, we will move everything with the team to the circus. You can go ahead, take some things, but please try to arrive by 7. So that's why we will start the next presentation on a timely matter. And then if you can just help afterwards to clean a little bit here, and then we need to remove all the things. So thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Are you going to introduce yourself?
Yes, don't worry.
Oh, who is chairing the session? Oh,
And
you can.
I'm Wahid.
Wahid.
Timekeeper.
Yeah, Wahid, you can introduce Cecilia. I think you know her.
Okay, welcome to the third session for the presentations. We have 3 presenters, I think. So the first one is Cecilia, about 4 presenters, sorry. And then one will be online. And then the first presenter is Cecilia from Uruguay. She will present gamifications on her research. So the floor is yours. 15 minutes, 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Thank you, Wahid. Well, thank you everyone for being here. My name is Cecilia, how Wahid said before. I'm a PhD student here in JKU. My topic is use gamification to motivate and engage students. So for this time, I select a short part of my research that is regarding discovering games elements. Is the top of the iceberg that we were talking yesterday. Is the most part that you can see in a game experience. So what is gamification? Gamification is the use of game design elements in non-game contexts. This is a big difference between gamification and games, because when we are talking about gamification, we are not talking about games. Gamification is, for example, when you go to the supermarket and collect some points, and then you can exchange for a good discount or something like that. So the idea is use gamification in education, but most of the time we call games and players the people who is involved in a gamified environment, but it's not a game. So we are not playing, we are using some elements to motivate the students. So I will describe some of them. The first one are the badges. It's a mark that we use to appreciate something. And with the badges, we can promote the reward, competition, and feedback mechanics, because in gamification we have the games. That is the visual aspect of the game experience. But behind that, we have the mechanics. That is what the elements promote in the play. So the next one is the avatar. That is a visual representation of the player that is really useful to reward. For example, you start with a monster without ace, and then when you get better in the play, you are getting more elements for your avatar and it's getting better. Other element is unlocking content. This kind of content that you need win something to access this new content. For example, when you need, okay, I need 3 stars to get the new level, this is unlocking content. And the mechanics is reward and feedback. One controversial element is the leaderboard, because sometimes the people think that it's only competition, but it's more, it's feedback and progress, because you as a player can see how it's going your game, or how is going your progress and sorry, I missed the word. This in Spanish also. It's how you are doing the things during the game. Sorry.
Evolving? Evolving?
No, I will take that later. Then we have the level that all of you know what is the level up, but you are promoting the feedback and also the progress. You are in level 1 or level 2 or level 3. Sometimes this kind of level is unlocking content. You need to finish the first level to access to the next one. On other parts, you
are choosing in which level you want to play. And other elements are the points that are numerical representation of the game progress. And again, is mechanics of feedback and resource allocation. So you can have different kind of points during the game. For example, when you are collecting stars, coins, and other things. Then we have the progress bar, that is a visual display of player progress. Again, feedback and progress. And finally, I select the virtual good, that sometimes are coins, sometimes are things that you can buy, or for example, you can exchange with your friends during a game. And for example, in some experience that I am doing with my students, we create the CESI coins, that are some coins that they are collecting during the year, and then they can buy extra tasks to take more points or something like that. CESI coins. Yes, sorry, but
No bias here.
but I can produce some for you if you want.
It's trying a bit.
So gamification is not only elements and mechanics. When you create a gamified environment, you need to consider some other theoretical things that are the player types. We have 4 different player types. The achiever. The achiever is the people who want to collect everything in a game. So they are collecting the coins, they are collecting the points, they are collecting the avatar, the best version of the avatar, everything. So they want to achieve everything. And I choose some of the elements, and the most popular elements between the achiever are the levels and the points, because they want to be in a high level to know more and collect more things about the game. Then we have the explorer. It's the people who like to know everything about the game. You know, these kind of people that know, oh, if you do that, you can collect that, and start to do these kind of connections, like Mara, I should say. But they are more interesting to win. They want to know. They want to know everything. So the level is a way to know more about the game, and content unlocking for sure is the favorite element. Then we have the socializer, that is the people who are in the game, not because they want to win, just to socialize with the other. So they are really interested in the avatar because it's a visual representation of them, and they want to be the most funny representation. And they are really interested in virtual goods because in some games they can share with others. So they can send a gift for a friend or something like that. Yes. And then we have the killer. It's a good person. The killer wants to win, and they want to be the best in the game. So they are not interested in the other players. Sorry, but I want to win. So for them, the leaderboard are really important, the level and points and progress bar, because they want to be in the last part of the progress bar. So when you are preparing a gamified experience, you need to consider which game elements are you using to promote motivation in every kind of players. Now, as I said before, I'm a PhD student, so I'm doing something with gamification. Last 2 years, I was doing some gamified experience with my students in Uruguay. The first one was more artisanal with Google Sheets and PowerPoint. But then with another colleague from Uruguay, we developed a platform, Ludix is called. In this platform, you can add elements for the games, and the student register in this platform, and they can see the dashboard, they can see how many points they have, they can exchange things and buy things in the store. Coins, for example. My idea during this year is try to write my papers and doing some experience with gamification in several places. So please feel free if you want to do something together to let me know. I'm really happy to help you to create a gamified experience. So thank you.
Actually, you still have 1 more minute, so.
So let's do a talk, let's do again.
That meets the kind of player that we are. We are not a pure killer or a pure achiever. No.
Okay, question, yes.
Eva.
How do I find out what would be the most motivating for me? So which kind of player type I would?
There are some tests online, but usually I don't like this kind of test because I feel that most of us are not a pure killer or a pure socializer, and I think we change according to the game. For example, I really like to play games, and when I'm playing alone, I want to be the best. But when yeah, yes, yes. But I want to get a really good achievement. Yeah, but then when I'm playing with others, maybe it's not socializer. So I think it's really hard to say, okay, you are a killer or you are a socializer.
Depending on the content.
Depends on the content. Exactly. Okay.
It's not important.
It's not important because when you are creating a gamified experience, you need to consider that in a class you have several kind of player types. So it's not.
What's your problem if everybody's a killer?
Yeah, I hope no. I hope no. So you need to balance the element that you choose. Yeah, definitely.
More questions? Okay, no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have you. Era la palabra. Yes.
Okay, now I will be talking about still gamification in virtual reality. So while we're waiting for further presentations.
May I ask a question on the setting? So some games actually push the people to be killers, like the survival games and the.
Yes, so if you are using education, you need to be careful, don't promote these kind of things. Yeah, you need to give them the opportunity to be myself.
Maybe it's something. They all like to kill the teacher.
So Angelica, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with all you. And my name is Angelika Schmidt, and I'm PhD student at University of Ostrava, Faculty of Education, and my supervisor is Associate Professor Vila Koreňová, and I'm also assistant there, and we are together teaching prospective teacher, mathematics teacher, and we are teaching geometry, so geometry courses.
Can you display it?
Okay.
Presentation mode.
You can hear it.
Sorry. You
I
want
see it
there?
here.
Sorry.
Okay. During my PhD study and also during our teaching, we focused on using digital technology in education because it's very helpful, but it's very important to find the right way how to use it, that it could be benefit for all, for our students and also for teachers. And that's why we are looking for suitable digital technologies for geometry. And the one I could say best for geometry is GeoGebra, of course, and we use it very often. We try to make able also our students to use it because it's very helpful and motivated also for them. Our goal is also to teach our students this way that they can understand everything. Then they can teach right geometry, and that's why it's GeoGebra also very helpful. And some of them like it so much that they make very nice GeoGebra books, which are already such good that we can use it also like teaching materials by our teaching. We use many activities because we teaching by discovery, and we think that when our students can have such experiences and they can see how it helpful is, then they can use it also in their pedagogical praxis. We had within this project also for something new, and we get such a special tool, and it is virtual reality environment. The programmer developed for us such environment where is or what we used by e-learning teaching the last year, and this year we are considering how we can use it again, and because it was no more necessary to use it like e-learning, and we decided to use it by blended learning, so the student could use it by preparing at home. So there are such two possibilities how the students can use it. And we were also teaching there the last year, and it was very interesting for us, also for our students. And this year, could students also use it because the student materials was included there, and they could invite also another students, and they can communicate there and make some collaboration, teamwork, and it was very useful by learning geometry. And then at the end of our course, we prepared gamification. It was something what is also something new, something very revolutionary, because it was such a challenge to use it such way that it was benefits, so that it can help increase such motivation of students, because I prepared or we prepared the tasks for our students, the test which was programmed there, and the students answered the questions, but it was very important to to choose right questions, such questions for discovering that they could really considering about it. And it was very interesting. I would like to show you now the place. I'm not sure. Because, sorry, Cecilia, can you help me? Ah, maybe.
No, because
it's not
charged.
here. Okay.
Because because I have to share again.
No, so, okay. So the students can enter into this virtual reality environment like avatars. They needed no another devices, only computer. It may be it's longer time. It is online and it is available every time. So when you have a good internet connection, and it is very important to have, this is maybe something what disadvantage in this context can be. But now we can see that here we have this environment and we can open applets and another materials to learn or to teach because we use it also interactive. It is only to see that because here is our gamification already prepared, and it was interesting because we had 10 questions, and the last two, the last two were like constructive tasks, and then they can I go back in the presentation? Thank you. And the students could then solution finding interactive in this environment. It was very interesting for them, and I have an also.
This one. Let me scroll slowly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stay connected.
It was so the solution were in this environment. And now I would like to show you, because it's more than I will tell something, how the students are working by this gamification. They are really motivated. And it was interesting for me to observe how they finding solution of their tasks, because they could use also traditional methods and also GeoGebra, and you see then that they are very interested, motivated, and it was also interesting. I have no time, but I have something prepared what was interesting also, because I can stop it now. We made a survey and it was using questionnaires and interview and observation. such survey, and at the end, I would like to invite you into my geometry world with this special task. What was the last one? Maybe if you like, you can according to our given position of triangle, try to find out the right one between these, because it was task for our students, and it was interesting. It was interesting how they finding the right solutions, because normally, or the very short and clever way is that when you have given two angles of one triangle, you have given all, and when you seems it better, it's very clear that this triangle has two angles same, and that's why also two sides same. And then it's very easy to find out the right triangle. It is this one. But normally when we teach our students how to construct or how to come to solution, it's like this construction. And the most of them make this, whether using GeoGebra or paper, but only few of them really used analytic thinking. And it was very interesting that they focused on this complicated way and not to use this simple way. And so we have many data. Yes, sorry.
Stop you.
And we are processing that, and we make some interesting conclusions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If you can just 1 minute for the questions, because she used 14 minutes already.
Thank you.
So one question, short questions.
Finish the contact.
Yes, please.
Is it a kind of escape room, Angelica?
No,
Do you have to answer one question to get to the other?
Sorry?
Do you have to answer a question to get to the next one, or can you move around?
The answer question.
No, dzieci musisz odnieść z jednej, odpowiedź na jedną otázku, by sa dostal k ďalšej. Nemusíš.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is like you said that you have to answer, but and the first questions, and then you can come to the next. But the solutions, or whether you also wrong or not or right, you can see at the end of this game.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, Angelica. Now we move to the online presenter. We have Nikita Bekesi with Smart.
Okay.
About Smart I'm pretty sure.
Nie ma mówię, nie ma tylko.
Casey will talk about smart of the step minus ET become mass. So let's enjoy her presentation. You have 10 minutes for the talk and 5 minutes for the question.
Okay. And you give me a sign after
Yes.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
After 5.
Okay, yes.
Let me introduce myself. First, my name is Viktor Bekic. I'm first of all a secondary school teacher, a practicing secondary school teacher, and I'm also a PhD student, and this is my third term. And first, I have to say something about the equation. This is a fulfilled equation, And the solution is very simple. We had a STEAMY project with very smart students, and we had no aliens, and we worked on Mars. We had a project on Mars, and now I'm going to bore you, first of all, with a very short story of my life story, then a short description of the project we worked on, and the reason for that is that that's the basis, that's the data we are going to analyze. Well, let's see if it works. I started just like everybody else as a teacher. I had more concerns and fears, and then after a while, I had an idea and another one, and another one, another one. One idea brought the next one, and then I realized that this whole process is a kind of evolution, and this is my personal evolution when I dare already, because I have some experience to try something new. But on the way, I met some hurdles. The biggest obstacle is a colleague, generally the colleagues who do not truly believe in you, in your ideas. So this is not an evolution, but this is a revolution. I'm going to speak about it. And then I was introduced to a nice pyramid by Hussam and Joyce, and then I realized that, well, it's nice, but it does not fit anymore, because my role changed a bit, and I'm in the middle and mitigating between the two levels of students and self-service teachers. And I realized that whatever I have at the level of secondary school students, I also have at the level of self-service teachers. There's a huge demand for innovation from the side of secondary school teachers, and we have to come up to that expectation. Innovation is something that has to be taught at the university level too. Yes. And self-service teachers need practice, otherwise they are just scared to try anything new. And then I tried to find connections, and I realized that content is connected with content, students are connected with pre-service teachers, and then we also have rotation inside. So this is like a volcano erupting on both sides, upwards and downwards, and even rotating, and it's spinning, and then you can see what's spinning around my head. I'm in the middle, and we have many keywords, many ideas, and I have to find my focus. And we already had a talk about constructivism, creating. We also focus on affection. You have to like something, otherwise you are not able to learn it. Something very simple, but that's the case. And this is already the second part. We are speaking about the project itself. First, the kids had to get to know what we are going to work on. And they needed some teasers, which are always nice. And after getting the introductory part with some crazy figures like Elon Musk, but also some serious topics like NASA projects, we started collecting ideas. The kids had to put themselves into groups, and they realized that using tablets and online platform, they could see their ideas, how the groups developed, and the ideas of the other groups too. And this is already also motivating, as you can see on that side. Some of the groups were very creative and collecting plenty of information. The other groups were a bit slower and late. Then we spent one night at the school. We kind of sleepover, and they could try themselves as astronauts. That means balancing, trying to build something, wearing gloves, like astronauts have to do that when they leave the space station. Then they have to try to eat when the food is flying away. And we watched the movie together. We had pizza together. So that was a nice experience. Yeah. Then one of the groups was focusing on buildings, what to build on the Mars, and then we also tried to build one, possible construction, quite stable because of the triangles. And that was quite a nice size because the whole class was involved. And it's just newspaper, takes 2 hours. And we also had an experience on building rockets using just a kind of acid, baking soda. I want to show you the video. Then there was, after 2 months of preparing and collecting data, a day of presentation. We invited everybody we could invite, the school director, the teachers, the parents, other relatives, friends. We had 14 stations built up in the school building. Some of the stations were about sports, what kind of sports you can do on Mars, how to get there at all, what kind of vegetables you can grow there. So now you have this story. And these are some pictures just to give you an impression of what the presentation day was like. There were surprisingly plenty of visitors. We were really surprised. The kids were complaining afterwards that the room was so crowded, but they were extremely proud of themselves. And we had a very prestigious visitor.
Oh.
Tony was very industrious. He went through all 14 stations. He tried everything. He listened to everybody, and he even tried a little robot. You already have a driving license for a robot too. And the story goes on because just the previous week we visited a secondary school in Innsbruck. Actually, the idea to start the project came from that school because they had last year a similar project. My kids presented the project. We had a small rocket using a drinking straw, and that went quite well. And one workshop we had before was about 3D printing. And the funny thing is that after seeing how that with Tinkercad works with 3D printing at a small level, the next day we visited a company where they use 3D printing and they use concrete. So that heart takes a minute or so. We could see how they print a vase approximately that size, that's 10 minutes or so. And not far from us, there is a house built using the same technology. And now that was the story, and that's the data, and that's pretty surprising. I gave the kids a questionnaire when we were working on the project. The questions were about the project, if they like it, if they have the impression that they learned something at all. And then I gave them the same questionnaire last week, looking back. And the presentation was 17th of March. And I was interested in the changes. And surprisingly, if you have a look at the numbers, it goes back slightly. If we think about interest, where there is a definite increase is the presentation. Before the presentations, they were obviously scared. What's coming? Why do we have to do that? But then when it's already done, they felt better about it. They were extremely proud, actually, where there is no change, and that was a bit surprising and disappointing to me. When we were working on the project, they didn't really know what STEAM is.
1 minute.
What STEAM is. And I said, after the project, they should know what STEAM is. And not really, there is no change. And when I asked them if they realized that it is an interdisciplinary project we have, they said, no, it's just math. But then when I gave them the question, what other subjects were involved in the project, we already had some ideas. And the whole questionnaire was anonymous, but I can see how the answers belong together. So one line is for one kid. And one kid was extremely negative. Everything was bad. Sleeping over and in the school building, eating pizza together, everything was very bad. And then I realized that collecting data is very nice, but it's good for nothing, because they are right now in the phase where they are teenagers and interested in nothing. So I really have to pick out a smaller group where I have hopes that the answers are really meaningful and they are really about the project. And I also gave the same questionnaire to parents and to colleagues. Parents and colleagues adults all believe in that project, and they all think that yes, kids learn a lot, and it's very important that they present. Yeah, no surprise, no surprise. And another surprising thing, as some of the kids said that the project was boring, I also asked them if they would like to do something similar. Yes. Yeah. Well, and these are just numbers highlighted again. Thank you for your attention. Especially your active listening, and I'm happy to have any questions.
Okay, we have
Even later.
for questions. Any questions you have in mind, please? Yes. No, from online? No. Yes.
I do have a question relative to the colleagues. What was their feedback after such a presentation and project? Were they curious how this happened? They asked for recipes or?
I can tell you what they were jealous and they were stressed out because they are supposed to do a similar thing. It is really, really difficult sometimes, right, to get acknowledged by your colleagues.
What's surprising is when the kids presented about the project and went to Innsbruck. Next week, they did the same dome. So that colleague liked the idea. Even the family at home did the same thing, just a bit smaller. But my colleagues at school said nothing. Just the ones I really worked with.
The ones you involved.
Yeah. That was a group of 3 teachers, and they would like to do a similar project next year about the sun this time. We go through the whole universe.
As I was there and saw it, I can report to the audience that, you know, getting 3 teachers together is pretty good anyway. But what was more impressive than even that was the engagement of the parents. You know, we talk about connecting the kind of community. So we got these parents. You saw that picture of that little kid. You know, jackpot. The parents, right, and also, you know, the local factory that was doing the 3D stuff. Now, all of that engagement, right, teachers, extended family, extended community, linked to another physical location in Innsbruck as well, really is pretty impressive.
But you don't get appreciated by your colleagues.
No,
that's the way.
No.
Well, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
I think it's really important to have this. So in the triangle, we also have the ecosystem, and I think that is the parents and the colleagues. So I think it's also important to report that what is happening in the ecosystem, which is like the physical environment and then also the people. So I think we can have this this model.
Just one more sentence. I realized that the first equation does no, it's not true. I'm the alien. That's the point. That's it.
Okay, the next is so you have 10 minutes for the presentation.
Are you
and
using
Yeah,
where do you have
on the
on the folder?
Yeah.
folder? You have the folders. I don't have the folder. You have the folder on Slack? Okay, but I don't. Okay, I don't have it because I don't have my phone.
Is there a Slack there on that laptop?
No, in this laptop, no, it's only for the. No, it's fine. No.
You can.
So yours is not the presentation. Oh, this is not mine.
Okay, it doesn't matter. I will.
You can start if you want presenting yourself.
Well, my name is Natalia Budinsky. I'm a teacher from Serbia. And besides teaching math, I have association that promotes STEM education to vulnerable groups and rural areas. And there was a call in February by European SchoolNet and Cisco for association to propose a project that would tackle student resilience through the STEM projects, through the STEM activities. So I applied with my project that is called STEM Identities and Food Culture and got approved. And in a period of 3 months, I invited my colleagues from school and we made a focus group, and we are finishing this project in May. The project is about STEM lessons that are based on the cultural and cuisine concepts. So teachers were developing learning scenarios that are based on this concept. And we produced 20 learning scenarios that covers biology, chemistry, techniques, technology, applied science, and of course mathematics. They are available on the website of the project, which is whose name is STEM Identities and Food Culture, and also on social networks. So yeah, this is the presentation, but it's also very short presentation because there are mostly information about project. So yeah.
Yeah, so
Maybe we can
make sure that you log in to Zoom to share your screen.
Maybe we can go to the website of the project. So
Okay,
yeah.
you can.
Yeah. So this is short description of the project. So we encourage students to use food science to connect their cultural heritage with STEM concept. Somehow in collaboration with the teachers, we got this idea that students and food is such a comfortable way to convey science and math and the concepts that are not very well accepted by students when they are presented traditionally. So besides lessons, we also organize the focus group, as I said. So we are revising these outcomes and teachers' attitudes and how to, instruction how to apply this kind of teaching STEM. We also provided a video diary, so it's like in final phase where every lesson is covered by a short introduction video. This is our partners, European Initiative Commission and Cisco, so they find interesting this kind of approach besides 11 other projects in Europe. And you can follow us on Instagram, of course, because this is a popular way of promoting. So there you can find the basics about the lessons, and on website you can find more information and lesson plans and everything that is needed to.
No website. Is something missing in the
plugins?
No, it's here. It's .com or something. It's .com.
Yeah. You can like brief look to that. So there is a list of lessons. For example, it's for example this one. It's a cupcake clock lesson connected to American culture of cupcakes and connected to the chemical concept of carbon compounds, where students explore how the baking powder and baking soda, they have different influence on the action of in the making cupcakes. So they explore that concept through these activities. So yeah, this would be in short. If you have any question, I mean, it's a good introduction to the dinner. Maybe we can find it to make the project. So I believe that this project is sustainable. It can be developed because somehow when we started with teachers, we produce so many ideas, and these are the most interesting. Maybe are you interested in particularly any? This one is also interesting. Yeast, yeah, single cell organism that is used for is taking part in bread production. It rise the dough. So these are the because we also applied all lessons in the classroom, so there are some insights from the classroom. For example, students observed it with a microscope, and yeah, that's
Nice.
some of the activities.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You still have like 3 minutes. Oh, cool.
So then this Natalia is also doing her PhD, and then this is one of her projects, but she has millions of other projects.
Yeah.
But Natalia, I have a suggestion to improve your presentation. You could bring along some samples.
Actually, that was we have
cupcakes, you know.
yeah, and we have also Dakar cake based on the African culture. We have so many like floating islands, French dessert. Yeah, we really had a good time making this project because we made it by the video diary. It's not yet finished, or it's in a process of editing. But if you follow us on social media and at our website, then you will see what
all the recipes.
and the recipes, of course, and
Yeah, but then do it by yourself.
yeah, but they are most of them are quite simple. Besides the Zahar cake, all of them are simple. So because students can also apply them in the classroom, not too many ingredients, not too complicated.
Yeah.
So it's very simple idea with a very good and positive results. Yeah, thank you.
More questions or feedbacks?
Yeah, so yeah, so enjoy your dinner and stand.
Yeah, now the presentation. One more time, give a big round of applause.
So we have 18 minutes to go to the. No, we can be there
at 7.
at 7. It's fine. Yes.
So, but please try to come to the restaurant. I shared it's called Bella Casa. I shared the link on the thing. So the team, if you can just help a little bit organize the room, and then also we need to take the service. Thanks for the online.
So that's the way to Villa Casa. Oh no, I'm not sharing. Sorry. Oh, I stopped. You can see the. You can see the way here if you want.
Okay, so team, please help us to take everything away. And then we will bring all the things to the office, which is there. And for the food and everything, we will move to the circus. Branko and I have the keys for the circus. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, but you don't need to use it. That way.